Peace, peace. Peace, 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 peace. Peace, love, and light to all American Aborigines. This is your brother, Aboriginal Power. Hopefully, everybody's enjoying their great grand rising. I got a nice show for you guys today. We're going to get into some information today. I got some information I got lined up for you guys. So make sure y'all tap in and hit that like button. Support the channel. Support the channel, man. We're going to get into some fire information. Hopefully, you guys are going to enjoy it. Let's get to the intro song. Good looking, Darius. I didn't even know, fam. Good looking, fam.
I sold my heart right to the streets and I can't play with that. This shit that I did for the streets, I'm not gonna talk about that. I bought my youngins a new 40, told them play with that. So when them niggas spin the black, how you gon' play with that? Got a 4-5 with a new drum, bought a new vibe in the streets. Lay it down on the back blocks and I died in the streets. 4-5 with a new drum, bought a new vibe in the streets. Man down on the back blocks and I died in the streets. Bodies on my conscience and I won't let it. Paranoia taking over, I won't let it. Out your right mind, you won't sober. Well, the streets took a toll on you, but you a soldier. This shit I seen too many times before. Drugs taking over, they won't let them go. They make a wrong move, fuck it, we gon' let it blow. He just let me know that niggas' minds ain't right. Only killing for protection. My young niggas got obsessions. For that clout, they gon' press him. Consumed by the hate, another snake that's gon' bless him. He's supposed to be your brother, but he's screaming out that slime shit. Got a blood oath with my family, that's my tie. Y'all put your faith in me, and now we got it, we gon' all shine. And that's my word to the streets. 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 That's my word, yeah. I sold my heart right to the streets and I can't play with that. This shit that I did for the streets, I'm not gonna talk about that. I bought my youngins a new 40, told them play with that. So when them niggas spin the black, how you gon' play with that? Got a 4-5 with a new drum, bought a new vibe in the streets. Lay down on the back blocks and I died in the streets. 4-5 with a new drum, bought a new vibe in the streets. Man down on the back blocks that I've died in the streets.
Father God, first I ask for forgiveness. I ask that you look past our times that we have fell short. Father God, for there are ones who do not know your love, Father God. I know that is my purpose to be a lighthouse in your grace. Wherever you lead my steps, whatever obstacle or hardships to come, I pray that you give us strength in the face of the enemy. Father God, thank you for listening to my soul. Amen.
I sold my heart right to the streets and I can't play with that. This shit that I did for the streets, I'm not gonna talk about that. I bought my youngins a new 40, told them play with that. So when them niggas spin the black, how you gon' play with that? Got a 4-5 with a new drum, bought a new vibe in the streets. Man down on the back blocks that I've died. Now we on the beach with Shabanga. Whatever it takes. The alleyway. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention.
Got to everybody in the building, man. Hit that like button. Share the live stream. Tap in. Support the channel, man. We got the $5 challenge.
Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. They won't say my name, but they put it in a mention. Too much sneak dissing, yeah, we need an intervention. Right before the fall, I swear my niggas, they won't listen. Right before the fall, you took them pills, you got addicted. Right before the fall, you run your mouth, you turn to dentist. Free my niggas in the cage, know that shit get lonely. You was with me from the start, but you did me phony. Look my bitch right in the eyes, tell her she my only. Poppin' shit on Instagram, they don't even know me. Had to turn my savage up to turn me to the old me. Killers moving silent, so I gotta kill them softly. Lie better, little baby, but lie better. You playing the other side on God out. Trendsetter, no talking, I did better. They watching my moves, playing my moves. I did let up, I kept it 1,000. Niggas get shifty, I did something, I'm moving around. Had to get to it, this bread, something they want me to drown. Remember they told me I was nothing, I've been through some things. On God, baby, I can't front it. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. They won't say my name, but they put it in a mention. Too much sneak dissing, yeah, we need an intervention. Right before the fall, I swear my niggas, they won't listen. Right before the fall, you took them pills, you got addicted. Right before the fall, you run your mouth, you turn to dentist. Free my niggas in the cage, know that shit get lonely. You was with me from the start, but you did me phony. Look my bitch right in the eyes, tell her she my only. Poppin' shit on Instagram, they don't even know me. Had to turn my savage up to turn me to the old me. Killers moving silent, so I gotta kill them softly. Do better, you said that you do better. These niggas playing at 50, I really got moved better. I got these on my block, I can't play round. I position one my life, I can't play round. We gon' get it back in blood if they stay round. Know them niggas off the drugs, they gon' lay down. I was love, you put me right in the middle. Got niggas that screaming gang and niggas that wanna kill you. They got feelings from the past, pay attention. They only sending shots cause these niggas want attention. Won't be no RIP, heli in the mention. Putting threats on my name, make me turn them to a pension. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. They won't say my name, but they put it in a mention. Too much sneak dissing, yeah, we need an intervention. Right before the fall, I swear my niggas, they won't listen. Right before the fall, you took them pills, you got addicted. Right before the fall, you run your mouth, you turn to dentist. Free my niggas in the cage, know that shit get lonely. You was with me from the start, but you did me phony. Look my bitch right in the eyes, tell her she my only. Poppin' shit on Instagram, they don't even know me. Had to turn my savage up to turn me to the old me. Killers moving silent, so I gotta kill them soft.
Shout to the American Aborigines, man.
Whatever it takes. Exactly.
You can hear me fucking fire mode.
Crazy.
Today we got some
Feel
fire.
nothing at all. Put my pain and don't feel nothing at all. Yeah. Yeah, for my pain and don't feel nothing at all. For these niggas now, ain't nothing but God. I had to move around with nothing but frauds. I tried to bring the team together, get my vision involved. I gave a plan, but niggas scrambled, it's time to pick up that call. We can't get 1,500 in a 6-week span. Time to pay up, everybody goes, I be down. I should've seen it. All I got is Rain, Slim, Tim, you know it's Teach. I got Tay and I got Leaf. I got Deja and Salih. I got Foreign, they got Feet. They say your name, that's cause you creased. Them niggas folded under heat. No umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe in dream, just stand up, if not lay down. Let it rain down. If you my nigga, then just say it. If you ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Yeah. My nigga, then just say it. Let it rain down. Let it rain down. Right, you should crazy. Yeah. We gotta weather the storm. If you don't understand, get better informed. I'm from the trench, and my trust really weathered and torn. With my niggas from the sandbox, trying to put this shit on top some water, but we laying locked. We all want the same shit, but can't get on the same page. How bad do y'all really want it? Niggas just be saying things, replacing with y'all lives now. Everything that I pipe down. Yeah, I was chilling for a minute, but I'm live now. Niggas talking about the past, come get with me right now. Come and really see my grind. Come and see me live now. I'm live now. I'm live now. Come and see me live now. Ain't no umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream, then stand up, if not lay down. Feel it rain down. My nigga, then just say it. You ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Yeah, ain't no umbrella, let them shots rain down. You believe the dream, then stand up, if not lay down. Feel it rain down. If you my nigga, then just say it. You ain't got it, then just say it. Let it rain down. Let it rain down. Yeah. You my nigga, then just say it. You my brother, then just say it. Let it rain down. Let it rain down.
Shout out to the real in here, man, from D101. Drop some fire emoji. I hit that like button, man. I know the vibe. The brother Aboriginal Power, man. This is the way. It is tradition for y'all to let me know what state y'all in. Drop the city and state. Let me know what y'all smoking on. Hit that poll out there. Let me know if y'all are ready for today's live stream, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Man, I want to say shout out to all the American Aborigines, man. This is your brother Aboriginal Power, the voice of the Aborigines, man. Y'all know the voice. Man, y'all already know what's up with it, man. We already lit a little bit in here, man. We got some info we going to deal with today. Are y'all ready to get into some information bag? I know it's been a minute. I know it's been about a week or two. But hey, we're ready to get back into some information bags, man. I want to also, man, shout out to everybody that's tuning in that's not able to comment in the chat section. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. I really appreciate all the love and support. Like I said, we just recently hit 29,000 subscribers. So I just want to keep reiterating that, man. I appreciate all the work. I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the support. Let's keep running this shit up, you guys. This is our shit, man. This is our shit. You know what I'm saying? There's a platform we can say we built. You know what I'm saying? All of us. And we appreciate every much that from each and every one of you brothers and sisters, the family that plays a part to helping this whole thing grow, man. So shout out to you guys, man. Real talk. Shout out to Chief Serpentine, the Snake God. I want to shout out some of the brothers and sisters in the chat that took their time out to turn up. So make sure y'all drop y'all city, drop your state. Let me know what y'all smoking on. This is the Wake and Bake Show. Shout out to Chief Serpentine, Marcus Humph, Pokachu, Juice, Wood, Darvis Baylot, Dale, Rashad, Darius Matthews, Valenda, Mr. Aboriginal Smith, AM, Equator 7, Rodney Lewis, A-Dots, V-Dots, Big Dog, Philly OG, The Realest N-Word Alive, Christina, Decembers, Trout, you already know the vibes, Bronze, Rissa, Smoke, E-Knots, Khalil Finch. What up with it, fam? What's going on? Ricardo D, what's up with it, baby boy? You already. Sagittarius Jones, what's up, Barry boy? You already know what's up with it, bro. Shout out to Sagittarius Jones in the motherfucking building, man. On me. Shout out to my nigga Fresh One TV, Son of California. Shout out to Son of California. Roger W, what up with it? Hey, Ladariel Quintez. Hey, bro, you been here since my motherfucking 100 subscriber, bro. Listen, bro, we at 29,000, bro. Look how far we done made it, fam. Shout out to my nigga Ladariel Quintez. He know exactly the road nigga been on. Shout out to Day Day Senior. Jarrell. Phyllis Brown, what's going on with it? Boss Player. Truth Be Told. Aboriginal Think Tank. What up with it, man? Yeah. What, today your birthday? Nigga, I didn't know you was a motherfucking, what you is? What's today's day? You Aquarius. Shout out to my boy, man. Shout out to Khalil Finch, man. Hey, real talk, man. Shout out to my nigga Khalil Finch in the chat. Make sure y'all show my brother some love on this Earth Day, man. He in St. Louis. Turn up, man. Real shit, man. Nigga, on my mama, turn up, man. Turn up for bro. Y'all turn up in the chat. Show my brother extra love in the chat, man. He been rocking out for a while. Happy Earth Day, bro. My birthday right around the corner, too, man. My birthday at the last day of the month. So y'all know how we rocking, man. We turn up this whole month, bro. 28 years young, bro. Damn, bro. I remember when I turned 28 in the Aborigine community, bro. You can go back down there 2 years ago, and you can go watch my 28th birthday on Aboriginal Power platform, bro. I brought my 28 year birthday in with the family too, fam. Real talk. Real talk. Bronze, happy late birthday, bro. My sister's birthday was on the 4th. My granny's is on the 14th. Y'all lit in here. Shout out to all the February babies in here, man. Y'all know we the real Aboriginal Black History Month babies. You understand me? Make sure y'all turn up with Khalil Finch, man. Khalil Finch, you was like 25 then, fam. You understand me? Shout out to Big Bro, man. It's good to see the growth, man. Another year, man. Celebrate you, man. We appreciate that, bro. Make sure y'all show up to bro. Show love to bro, man. Real shit. But yeah, man, we in here, man. We got some shit we're gonna talk about. Before we get into that, man, I want to say, how y'all feeling? Y'all got anything to talk to me about? Y'all good? Y'all good? We got the up and coming debate coming down today. Me versus Lotus. It's going to be going down on Bout News. Chief Holiday will be regulating and running the whole show. Shout out to my brother Chief Supreme Holiday. He will be running it, y'all. Yeah, man. So shout out to y'all, man. So it's going down today. The debate is going down today. You know. I need to grab some coffee before I get into my show. Is it cool if I run and make me some coffee? It's gonna be a couple minutes, about a minute or two. Can I make me some coffee right quick? I gotta set it up. I'll come back in and chop it up with y'all. You understand? Can I go make me some coffee, family? I gotta ask my company before I walk off. It's 91 of y'all in the chat. Y'all don't all answer at once. Goddamn. Can I go make me some coffee right quick? You heard? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go make it. I'll be back in a second. Y'all chop it up amongst each other in the chat. I'll be back. Yeah, I got that shit going. So as it's going, no, nigga. I don't drink no tea, nigga. I drink coffee, nigga. My grandmama drank coffee. My mama drank coffee. My great grandmama drank coffee. I remember going over my great grandmama house, probably like 3 years old, 4 years old, still drinking out of a sippy cup, you know. And I remember drinking coffee then, sitting on my grandma's lap at a piano. An old piano used to be in her house. And every time I would go to my great grandmama house, I was raised by my granny, and my granny would always go over her mother's house, which was my great grandmama's house. And I remember being over there as a young kid and sitting on her lap, and she'll fill my damn little sippy cup up with coffee. I never forget it. I never forget it. So yeah, man, I love me some goddamn coffee. Straight up. Yeah, man, we got some fire ass information we'll get to today. Aboriginal history of America before the arrival of native Siberians. A lot of people like to say that humans only been in America for 20 to 23,000 years, 30,000 at its max. Dealing with the Bering Strait crossing, we put that to rest. We're gonna deal with one of the sites that first changed the Clovis first sighting. We'll get to that in a second. Let me go pull my cup right quick. Hold on. I think my current machine does. All right, I'm back. Goddamn it. Whew. Here we go. Good coffee. So, a lot of people claim, like I was saying, that human activity has only been in America for 20 to 30,000 years. And I want to get into a particular site called the Topper site. The Topper site is found in North Carolina. For those that may not be familiar with it, the Topper site is a good site dealing with Aboriginal information, especially pertaining to the Americas. A lot of these particular sites in America dealing with human activity does not have bones, but we can all jump to the conclusion, and research and science also says you don't always need bones to prove that humans was there or did something around a certain time frame. There's such thing as archaeology, which is one of the main tools to regathering the aspects of history. It is limited, and it's only one particular method and branch of science to prove our historical past, to try to regather and give a vivid picture. But archaeology does states that human activity is involved. So when we're dealing with human activity, we're dealing with archaeology. We're dealing with archaeology. We're dealing with archaeologists. All right. So I want to get into one of the sites that we want to get into before we go. I want to kind of get into the Topper site, and I'm gonna have some video to go along with it. Let me get this on the screen right now. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got the Topper site. Are y'all familiar with the Topper site? The Topper site is found in South Carolina. Topper site is an archaeological site located in the Savannah River in the Allendale County, South Carolina. It is noted as a location of artifacts which some archaeologists believe indicate human habitation in the New World earlier than the Clovis culture, that later were previously believed to be the first people in America. So I can understand why people believe that the Clovis first people are the first people. Well, I can see why they would think that is because scientists was once teaching that. They no longer teach that no more. We must update our science, okay? So I'm gonna continue to read this particular site. It said artifacts in this site predate the Clovis by 3,000 or more years, but these conclusions are disputed. And primary excavation has gone down to the level of the dates at least 50,000 years, searching the evidence of cultural artifacts until increasing challenges in the first decade of the 21st century. To the Clovis theory based on this site and others, it was unusual for archaeologists to dig deeper than the layer of the Clovis first culture. Now, listen, this is very key because this happens everywhere. All significant archaeological sites in America have this same pushback when digging and looking for ancient civilization. I told you yesterday when we was having a conversation with Kid Grebo that all archaeological sites does not look past Clovis first. It's because the main scientists who tell you not to look is their life works is involved into Clovis first. Their whole emotional attachment is attached to Clovis first. Hell, their own personal aspects and belief dealing with their archaeologists and what they think is attached to Clovis first. And when someone comes by with data that refutes that, it often gets pushed back by the uniformitarianism or the powers that be in the scientific community. But even in this source, it says that based off of archaeologists do not dig deeper than the layer of the Clovis first, as they believe that no human artifacts will be found older than Clovis. Among these objects from the pre-Clovis Satrum dated 16 to 20,000 years. That's one of the theories that Kid Grebo go with, even though they're not mentioning the White Sands, New Mexico site, the White Sand site in New Mexico, dealing with the 23,000-year-old footprint. This is giving it 16 to 20. We'll give it 20 to 30, okay? Is a large piece of rock. All right, so it believes Saturn about 16 to 20,000 years. Okay, using certain dating. It is a large piece of rock nicknamed the chopper. This apparent tool offers some of the most compelling evidence of human agency, including beneficial flaking of the edge. So now I'm not going to get into here and bore you. I want to kind of get into the site actually and get into this. Are y'all familiar with the Topper site in North Carolina? And this particular site is less than 22 miles from where they abstracted the DNA analysis of Albert Perry. Albert Perry DNA go back to 300 and something thousand years ago, and they have found the site going back 50,000 years ago. I can jump to the conclusion and say that those people are probably the same people in DNA lineage that Albert Perry's DNA lineage go back to, which is older than any known human DNA species. So we're all going to get to that in just a second. So I do want to get into the Topper site.
Everybody, I got a video.
Where it is proven that it was 50,000 years of human activity. So humans been in America in North Carolina at this particular Topper site at least 50,000 years. And like I said, archaeologists are not wanting to dig lower than 23,000 years worth of dirt. They don't want to go that deep. They said there's nothing there. Every time they say there's nothing there, we find evidence. It went from 16, now it went from 20. It went from 20 to 23. It went from 23 to 50. It went from 50 to 130. Dig deeper. Stop saying that there's nothing there because you bite your tongue every time. It's definitely something there. And not only that, we're going to get into this particular Topper site. So y'all look into this in South Carolina. I want y'all to look into this. Let's get into this right now before we get into
Go here for you today. We're going to talk a bit more about some ancient America, and we are going down to the Carolinas today, and we're going to talk about a few sites that really go back a long, long way. And the first one is in this area, and this is probably the most famous one. Now, I'm not sure exactly where the site is, but I think it's right in this area. It's east of the Savannah River. But I've had a couple conflicting sources on where exactly this is. Maybe somebody can straighten me out. And I know a lot of you saw this video on Geocosmic Rex channel, the channel that features Randall Carlson. But here they have about a 4-part series here from Graham Hancock investigating the Topper site, and I will leave links below. Now, I will leave the link below. This is from the Post and Courier. It says, "We're ancient humans here 50,000 years ago. South Carolina discovery reveals people were in region before previously thought." And here is work going on at the Topper site. And it says, people were burning fires at a quarry near the Savannah River as far back as 50,000 years ago. That would have been before the worst of the last ice age and millennia before South Carolina is thought to have been inhabited. The stunning finding from the Topper site near Allendale could rock the staid research world less than 2 decades after Al Goodyear's first dig there took the lid off conventional archaeology thinking. Topper is a lot older than 15,000 years ago, Goodyear said, referring to the date he established with his earlier work. I think this is going to be the next frontier of exploring human origins. When and where did our people begin? When and where did they disperse? There's a lot at stake here. Remains of charcoal deep in the ground were found to be approximately 50,000 years old when they were radiocarbon dated. Other stone tool artifacts were uncovered alongside of them. Goodyear and the Topper team are preparing findings for a peer review publication. And I believe Graham Hancock will certainly feature this in his book coming up. He talked about it to put it in context. A startling recent find of stone tools, animal bones that have been butchered and mastodon tusk at a Florida dig. If the dating is solid and the artifacts identified as being anthropogenic, which is man-made, without any doubt, this is a splendid addition to our knowledge of early human occupation of North America, says Philip Manning, College at Charleston, paleontologist. I have no doubt that this will be a hotly debated topic for some time, as the paradigm shifts often take a while to gain acceptance, but the evidence appears to be solid. And I will leave the link for this below. Now, I made a video about the Town Creek Mound in North Carolina, but South Carolina has about 5 different mound sites that are recognized. The Addison Mounds in Kershaw County, Blair Mound in Fairfield County, the Lawton Mounds in Allendale County near the Topper site, the McCollum Mound in Chester County, and the Santee Mound in Clarendon County. And I'll just show you here. We'll zoom into that Santee Mound. It's on a kind of a wildlife preserve here. And from overhead, you really can't notice it that well. I'll just zoom in here. This is located right on the water here. From overhead, you can't really make out too much. Here is the Santee Mound today with the stairway coming up. But this is, they theorize, a burial mound coming from about 1,000 years ago. Now, the mound builders is fascinating enough, but if you go back maybe 11 or 12,000 years before the mound builders, and you look at places like the Topper site and a few other sites I'm going to mention, we have evidence of human occupation going back 10, 30, 50,000 years. Do we really know anything about ancient America and the history of humans? Do we just have to dig down? Now, I will leave the link for this below, but it has kind of a general location of the site here. Some pics of the excavation, but here they go over the pre-Clovis dispute and some artifacts found. But what is clear, the environment of South and North Carolina was totally different 11, 12,000 years ago. It was a totally different world back then. Now, I'm just going to play a clip.
From 11 to 12,000 years ago. As a matter of fact, you can start seeing some of the signs dwindle down from 50. Look at the signs that was found at 50,000 years. We got jade bracelets, all kind of shit. We're going to get into that. Compared to the signs that was found later on around 10 to 12. Around that 1620 period. All right, we're going to get into that.
That goes over the megafauna that we have lost that were roaming in the Carolinas, maybe 11, 12,000 years ago and previous. And I think this is just fascinating. And the world did change 12,000 years ago, and this is proof of that.
And 10,000 years ago, or 11,500, depending, there were a lot of animals that would be called megafauna. And we ordinarily think of megafauna as animals like a deer or larger than a bear, really big. So characterized North Carolina 15,000 years ago was a great abundance of huge herbivores, so that we had giant bison, we had at least 2 different kinds of horses, we had tapirs, pretty husky looking animals, you know, they're compactly made. We had 2 different kinds of hogs, wild hogs. My goodness, we had camels, we had sloths, and some of the ground sloths were absolutely huge. They're probably in the range.
You hear what he said? And he said they had camels there. They had camels there.
Exactly made. We had 2 different kinds of hogs, wild hogs here. My goodness, we had camels. We had sloths. Sloths were absolutely huge. They're probably in the range of elephants, i.e. 3 tons. 3-ton animals, and they're all over North Carolina. The thing that really is spectacular, as far as I can see from my point of view, is we had 3 different kinds of elephants in North Carolina. Now, an elephant goes about 5 metric tons, 4 to 5 to 6 metric tons, depending on how large an animal we're dealing with. We had prairie mammoths. We had woolly mammoths. And we had mastodons, which lived in forests.
Now, in North Carolina, near Baden, and I think this is called Lake Baden here, but there are actually 2 sites called the Hardaway site. One is just called plain old the Hardaway site, and then the other one is called the Bochum Hardaway site, and this is the location for it here on this little map. But here is an article on the Hardaway site. Here are some artifacts found, and these go back at least 10,000 years. Here are some more. And then there is another site called the Boca.
These are those crystals become electrically
Hardaway site, and this is the place on Baden Lake it is located. And here is an excellent website on the Bochum Hardaway site that is, I think, about 20 miles away from the other Hardaway site, but really a father and son all by themselves did most of the research here. They weren't given any money, and they did a fantastic study, and I will leave this link below. You can click on different arrowheads and get different information and pics from the Hardaway site, the Bochum Hardaway site, and that is named after Heath Bochum, the site discoverer. Now here's the historical marker. It says Hardaway site, archaeological site key to understanding earliest native population. Its occupation dates to circa 10,000 BC. Now let's just listen to a clip from the University of North Carolina Archaeology, and they make their video shareable, which is really appreciated, especially on this video. But let's just listen to them talk about the Hardaway site and why people came here.
People came to Hardaway for reasons other than simply acquiring resources. One important reason they came together was to acquire information. We know from the kinds of artifacts that occur at Hardaway that people were coming here from fairly distant places. And because of this, they probably brought different ideas and also new information that could be shared with other people whom they met at Hardaway. Another reason why people were benefit that people would have or obtain from coming to Hardaway was in terms of obtaining a mate. For most of the year, the groups of people, what we call bands, who came to Hardaway lived in a very small group.
So it was people there when people started coming here. You hear it from the archaeologists. And we're not done, dog. I'm about to get into a bag, and I'm tired of people. I'm about to just put all this. There was no human evidence in America before 23. I'm about to put that in the bud. I need y'all to support the channel, man. We need y'all to support the channel, man. We about to get into a bag. I got some shit pulled up. I'm about to show y'all that not only we was here 50,000 years, we was here 130,000 years. Not only 130,000 years, I'm going to show you we was here 300 million years in America that archaeologists have not debunked yet.
Groups and ranged over very
Well,
large
some
areas.
shit, trust me.
And we think, based on contemporary ethnographic information, that people who live in bands generally practice what's called exogamy. And this is a practice of obtaining one's spouse from outside the group rather than from within the group. And so coming to Hardaway at certain times of the year, aggregating with other groups would provide more of an opportunity for obtaining a mate.
Now, I will leave a link to this video. This is another site, the Barber Creek site, but this goes back 10, 12,000 years, and they have only got down to a certain level, but I will leave the link for this video below too. And another video I will leave the link to is the prehistoric canoes of North Carolina, and they have found canoes as old as 4,500 years old and as long as 40 feet long. So those are.
So listen, they done found canoes 4,500 years old and as large as 40 feet long. 4,500 years old, 45 foot long. This is during the time that Egyptians is bringing. This is during the time that Sumeria has just failed. This is during the time Watson break is going on. Corral Soupe is being created. Do y'all understand what's going on here? There's some shit going on. Seriously. So how the fuck you get a 40-foot canoe, all one continuous piece of wood? That means they had to chop a tree down, carve it out, hollow it, make it where that motherfucker could be floatable, and did a thing with it. This is science, not primitive shit, man. You can't go from cutting a tree and carving it into that bitch into being a naval device. Something you traveling on the waters with. The predecessor to a fucking boat.
So really big.
Let's get a few people to hit that like button, man. We looking light on the likes, man. We got 113 likes. We got 180 people in here. We trying to get 300-400 people in here today. This one of the ones y'all gonna want to be a part of today. I got some shit I want to get into. I was up all night putting this goddamn bill together. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Y'all support the channel, man. Let's continue.
Big. And those are pretty large canoes, as we would call them. But I will leave the links to these below too. Now, when reading about these sites, one thing appears certain. There is a layer where everything changed, and it's described as a black mat. And I know those of you who have listened to Randall Carlson's videos know about that. It's like a period where North America was set on fire, and then everything above it is different than what is below it. And this is physics.org, and I use them in my Great Pyramid Energy Study video. But it says, did a massive comet explode over Canada 12,900 years ago, wiping out both beast and man in North America and propelling the Earth back into the Ice Age? And I think man was basically wiped out in North America 12,900 years ago, along with the megafauna. It says that's a question that has been hotly debated by scientists since 2007 with the University of South Carolina's Topper archaeological site right in the middle of the comet impact controversy. However, a new study published today in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences provides further evidence that it may not be such a far-fetched notion. Albert Goodyear, an archaeologist in the USC's College of Arts and Sciences, is a co-author on a study that upholds a 2007 study by Richard Firestone, a staff scientist at the Departments of Energy's Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Firestone found concentration of spherules, micro-sized balls of metals and nano-sized diamonds in a layer of sediment dating to 12,900 years ago at 10 of 12 archaeological sites that his team examined. A mix of particles is thought to be a result of an extraterrestrial object, such as a comet or meteorite, exploding in the Earth's atmosphere. Now, of course, we have Robert Schoch and others thinking it was a solar outburst, but the one thing we can all agree on, something really bad happened 12,000 years ago. I think we can all agree on that. It says, the Topper story, Albert Goodyear, who conducts research through the University of South Carolina's Institute of Anthropology and Archaeology, began excavating Clovis artifacts along the Savannah River in Allendale County in 1984. It quickly became one of the most documented and well-known Clovis sites in the United States. In 1998, with the hope of...
Hear that? This site that dated at 50,000 years, what we call in the Topper site, is the most archaeological dated stamped site in America. It has more work and data stored and to go towards it than any other site in America, bro. 50,000 years, it's over with. We're not even done yet. We ain't even get into 130,000 years of human evidence yet. Fuck all that 20,000 burn straight. Nigga, we've been here since the beginning of time. Archaeologists just don't want to dig that deep in the soil to prove it. And I'm going to prove it because we just read it into the goddamn what the science just said. They said they didn't want to dig no deeper because they don't believe nothing was there.
Finding evidence of a pre-Clovis culture earlier than accepted 13,100 years, Goodyear began focused excavations on a site called Topper, located on the property of the Clariant Corporation. His efforts paid off, and of course, the further down they went, the dates just got older and older and older, dating back really as far as they've gotten to 50,000 years old. People were making fires and pits 50,000 years ago, studies have found. Well, I think this is all very fascinating. This is the history of the very ancient Carolinas. Now here's a timeline of what they discovered at the Topper site. 98 is when things really got going, and then it just got older and older. And then in 2004, radiocarbon dates to fire pits comes back at 50,000 years old. How much do we really know about the ancient United States, and how much is just simply buried and we just don't know? What does academia think about these sites that really are rewriting history? Well, I'm just going to finish it here with a clip from the University of North Carolina Archaeology Department and their shareable videos. I thought they were great, but I just screenshot this one. The audio isn't the best, but the information is still there, and it kind of wraps up this video. I hope you thought this was interesting, and you all have a very nice day.
How long have people been in the New World? We really don't know for sure, but archaeologists are asking this question and have been asking it for years. Most archaeologists will readily accept that man has been here at least 10, 12,000 years, maybe a little bit longer, certainly since the end of the last ice age. But some archaeologists now are claiming that they have evidence that man has been here much, much longer, say up to 30,000 years, 50,000 years. And some of these sites are not too far from North Carolina. There are sites in Virginia, sites in South Carolina, and elsewhere. Now, most archaeologists tend to take a more cautious view. And while they may be ready to accept the possibility that man has been here much longer, they're very cautious about accepting the present evidence as being irrefutable evidence that that is in fact the case.
Let's say with that particular site, man, we ain't gonna get into more of that. We'll get into something else in a minute. But yeah, I do want to kind of get into the 130,000-year-old evidence of humans in America, though. So I want to kind of get to that right now. So let's pull that up. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hopefully y'all enjoying the live stream. Hopefully y'all enjoying the live stream. Humans in California, 130,000 years. New study has dropped a bombshell from archaeology claiming signs of human activity in America far earlier than what they thought. 130,000 years. Let's just say that Clovis first went to 130, right? Let's just say they did say humans was here only 30,000 years. Let's just say Clovis first said it. We give them a few extra years. That's still 100,000 years older than what they first initially claimed. That means school books has 100,000-year-old false evidence that they have not included into our history of the Americas. 130,000 years makes it 50,000 years before people made it to Australia, because new research came out that Australians been in Australia for 80,000 years. They've been here for 130. That's 50,000 years. You understand what I'm saying? Not only that, they dealing with the sophistication. They didn't even want to dig this low. Now you got skeptics, and like I said, this have not been debuted, but it is being refuted. It has not been debunked. It is being looked at and examined, and different people are putting their peer reviews in. A lot of the skeptics angles are being quickly dismissed by the scientific community dealing with the 130,000-year-old evidence in California. So not only does that change his history or rewrites history, but it gives you a different understanding of human genomes and the migration of human people. All they got to do is dig it 400,000 years, and they're going to find human activities. Those human activities are the direct bloodline from which Albert Perry's 380-some-thousand-year-old DNA is connected to, because his DNA is not connected to Africans of ancient times that ever was there. It's connected to modern Africans that occupy in places where Americans in modern time went to, as in earliest times of 1800s, as recent as 1800s, excuse me. So what I'm saying is we should no longer allow people to come over here and say humans only been here for 20 to 23,000 years and they was Native Americans. They didn't look like how you guys look. No, they was here for 130,000 years, and scientists says that they do look like me. As a matter of fact, almost every species of human that I believe only humans exist would have looked like us. And it would have looked like Africans and Australians with various different combinations. Don't ever let these people tell you we wasn't here 130,000 years ago. You just heard goddamn Turtle Gang said they came here 50,000 years ago. My peoples had already had a site here built 50,000 years ago in Topper, South Carolina, 25 miles from where Albert Perry's DNA was found. You understand what I'm saying? We've been here forever. Shout out to Ricardo D, man, for the $5 cash out donation, man. We got one person to support the channel today. Shout out to Ricardo D for being the person to support the channel, man. We really appreciate the support over here, man. Shout out to Ricardo D. Man, y'all support the channel too, man. Don't let Ricardo D be the only one to support Big Aboriginal Power channel today. We cooking up some shit today. This should be one of the ones y'all should be, you know what I mean, enjoying. So, where the history of the Americas is probably one of the most hidden, kept away from history and dealing with archaeology and anthropology than any other place in the world. It's not ironic that all of a sudden we got the world's historical archaeological sites found in this particular world. No, it's not definite, but it is established as facts. It is argument. Only thing that is not definite is what they're bringing up is whether or not these things are hominids, Brother D Red. I would love for you to hit the link here in a second after I get done. And we can have a conversation, brother. I would love to have this conversation. Dealing with the Topper site in North Carolina. We want to deal with the Cerruti site in California. We'll get into some other things as well. Shout out to D Red, always bringing a good perspective in and making sure things are ironing out. And I disclosed as I read in this, there are skeptics that's bringing a different opposing theory. And a lot of those are been strictly dismissed by the scientific community. Might I add again? So 130,000 years, you find various different things. At 50,000 years, oh yeah, we did, didn't we? Yeah, I got the Nature's magazine report. I got everything about this whole site. Hell, as a matter of fact, I've been in contact with Tom Demaray, you guys. Believe it or not, I've been in contact with Tom Demaray, and we are setting up a build. I didn't want to disclose it, but hey, you heard it here first on Big Aboriginal Power platform. I have been in contact with Tom Demaray, being archaeologist for the University of California, and we are trying to get that brother on the channel. So shout out to everybody that's putting in this work, man. That's why we do what we do when it deals with science. We try to take a methodical approach. We try to be as non-biased as possible. And we approach it correctly. Oh, yeah. I already know, D-Red. The Topper site is the most documented archaeological mound site in America. In the world, probably, I think. So, yeah, and that particular Topper site is established at 50,000 years. But what's significant about that site is even the scientists said that they didn't even want to look deeper than 23,000 because they said there was nothing there. So that lets me know that they are doing a form of uniform terrorism where they keep shit the same. They don't want to change something because a lot of the changing will ultimately affect their workings, and then the workings become emotional attack, and it almost seems like a personal attack. So they put up a personal defense against these particular signs, and this is known. This is why it takes so long for certain sites to get established, and scientists to say, well, we knew this already, we just wanted them to prove it. This is the conversation that often get halves. Trust me, I'm having conversations with archaeologists, leading archaeologists that's on this particular site. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. So yeah, listen, dealing with the Tom Demeray site, the 130,000-year-old evidence in America. I do want to kind of get into another site. Now you can take this one with a grain of salt. You can take this one with a grain of salt. Let's re-clear this page. All right. Let's get into it. Let me see if I can share the screen a little wider. Can y'all see the screen? Let me know if y'all can see this. Pittsburgh student finds 300 million year old fossil. Now, y'all can take this with a grain of salt. Now, you know how this goes. Pittsburgh, a fossilized skull found by a former University of Pittsburgh geology student on the Pennsylvania land owned by Federal Express is the Clovis amphibian that some scientists believe predates dinosaurs. Official in the Carnegie Museum. So this is the wrong goddamn site. This one is talking about goddamn dinosaur bones. So this ain't even the correct site that I had lined up. My bad. I got another one from Pennsylvania. Hold on. Hold on just a second, you guys. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your day. Yeah, man. I can't even find the goddamn site. But shit, what I will do is drop the link in the chat, though. That's what I will do. I will drop the link in the chat. But before I drop the link in the chat, I do want to kind of get into one of the Laventa sites. Are y'all familiar? Are y'all familiar with the Laventa site found with the Olmecs? The site found with the Olmecs. This I think it's one of the oldest Olmec sites found at that time. Laventa, found in Mexico, like northern Mexico. Let's get into some of that right quick. I want to kind of get into the Laventa conversation. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let's get it in the building. Let's get this on the screen real quick. Shout out to everybody in the building too, by the way. I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Make sure y'all support the channel too, man. Y'all be slacking, man. Y'all be wanting to support the gods. We be putting that in heat. We got some more shit we gonna get to too. Oh yeah, shout out to Darvis Baylot. He said for South Carolina supports you. And you already know, man. We fuck with South Carolina from motherfucking West Ashley to Folly Beach to Goose Creek, nigga. You already know what's up with it. Straight up. We out in lines, man. Shout out to Big Dog Philly OG. He said for damn it feels good to be Aborigine. I mean, I can't even say it better myself, my brother. I couldn't have said it better myself. Damn, it feels good to be Aborigine. Shout out to my brother Old Dude for the $5 cash out donation as well. Shout out to Old Dude for the $5 cash out donation. Shout out to my brother Old Dude. Yeah, man, we got to continue this, man. Let's get back to this heat, man. We got some shit lined up.
And if you want to put a comment on this guy's video saying thanks, I guess that would be appreciated.
Hoy estamos en La Venta, una ciudad importante de la cultura olmeca. Estamos en un o pirámide, ¿no? ¿Quién sabe qué sea? Habrá que preguntar. En general, un
See,
montículo.
what killed me is that niggas be thinking that these are the real Mayans. These are the real Olmecs. These are the people that they say came through the Bering Strait. When they came here, these people said, man, these structures was already here. These are the same people that came into Mexico 1,500 years ago and was snatched up by my ancestors. See, the little guy that's getting snatched up resembles this guy. Look at his face, phenotype, hair. Look at this guy's face, phenotype, and hair. This is his ancestors that's getting snatched up by our ancestors. They have changed the story. They have changed the story. And we cannot continue to allow them to do that. Look at more of his phenotypes being snatched up. You understand me? We ran this land. But yet the motherfuckers who came and invaded are now speaking on behalf of our shit as if it's their shit. And you look at me with disgust as if I don't have the right to be upset, angry, or disgruntled? How dare you? How dare you?
Representa que había una pirámide ahí. Ahora ya todos saben. Estamos justo, casi prácticamente encima del museo de la venta. Pero muéstrales la imagen. Esta es la visión que tenemos del lugar. La venta es uno de los primeros municipios en Tabasco. Es pequeño, pero bueno, es muy famoso por este lugar, la arqueológica de la venta. A unos kilómetros.
I might have given them a little time because I always be open for any time margin, but those particular murals that I showed you from the Mendoza Codex go back at least 1,000 years. I believe this is 1,000 years old right here. You know, it's like 1,000 years old, documented by my ancestors.
Kilómetros, unos 100 kilómetros, tal vez menos, no, tal vez 50 kilómetros ya tenemos la costa otra vez. Y toda esta zona antes de llegar acá es zona petrolera ahí.
Man, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to hear this shit.
Something you haven't heard before.
Run this shit all the way back.
Petrolera ahí.
I don't want to hear little. Get out of here.
Petrolera ahí. Hay petroquímica. Bueno.
Get out of here.
Now, we don't have a lot of written documents. We just have their images and their symbolism left on artifacts. And La Venta is a pretty good site for it, but here is what they call an offering. Offering number 4, and some of these are just numbered for documentation purposes, I guess. But here,
look at this. This is the plume serpent, the feather serpent in the America. This is the Amaru. This is the land of the serpent. This is what we're talking about. And in the middle of this serpent, you have what we would classify now as an Olmec, whom I call an indigenous Aboriginal to the Americas. And in his hand, he's sitting as if he in a vessel that will travel and take him somewhere. You know, a plume serpent is metaphorical for traveler. A plume serpent is also referred to as a dragon. So, on him sitting in the side of the dragon, prepare for travel to be able to take this information on the road. And we get into that in another information bill.
Here,
but just take
this is important. But I've had a lot of question on handbags. And here you see the feathered serpent god and this guy down here. And he is holding what they say is an ancient handbag. That's just the common term for these because people are trying to put.
Yeah, it's not a scientific term for this particular thing. It's a common term. We all call that a handbag because it looked like a bag and it's in his hand. So that's what we use as common terms. It's not a scientific established term, but we can all identify as
and that might be mistaken. I'll go into that in just a second here. But this symbolism of these handbags is found in some of the oldest sites from around the world. What does this mean? Turn off your phone. But I've had this question asked quite a bit in my Q&A video, and I really don't know what to say about that, because I really don't know what these are. There's a few things I want to say about them. Maybe something you haven't heard before, but I'll just leave that open for debate. And I was going to go into quite a bit of my Q&A video, but I'm just going to tie it into this video, because I can make it on the Olmecs and a site that I haven't talked about before. But what exactly are these? What does this represent? That is a great mystery. Now, I mentioned this in one of my previous videos. This is Brian Forrester's Hidden Inca Tour website. But he goes over the Olmecs here, and he goes over some different sites, but this is a pic.
I mean, it may not be a handbag, but it's commonly referred to that. I like to call it a tool bag. And in that particular bag, metaphorically, it would have had the things that you would have need to jumpstart or to restart civilization from scratch, wherever you are on the planet. And these coming from the builders. Builders need a tools, and tools go in a particular bag so you can store it and take it with you. And us being mound builders, pyramid builders, and builders of civilization understands that.
That just gives you an idea of what is under the ground. This looks like a ancient city with many pyramids, a ball court, obviously here, but check out Brian's website here. This is excellent. Pick up one of those heads.
Hey man, listen,
where
niggas that you got to do better with the scholarship. Beast mode, you got whooped bad last night, and you didn't stand on your square with your information, brother. You got to do better.
Where did the Olmec come from? Where did the culture before them come from? Some theorize that these are leaders or important people getting ready for what is known as the ball game in the Mayan courts. That is just a theory. Here is another one of those heads. But that'll give you just a peek at Brian's Hidden Inca Tour website. I think it's excellent. Well, let's go on to the handbags now. Now, here is what they call Monument 90 at La Venta. And here you can see this guy clearly holding the handbag. And these handbags are seen at Göbekli Tepe and other very ancient sites, or I believe in Ethiopia. Now, this is ancient code, and I will leave the link below. It says, Mystery Handbag of the Gods, depicted in Sumer, America, in Göbekli Tepe. How is it possible that 1,000-year-old depictions of the Anunnaki show the gods carrying a mysterious handbag, and halfway around the world we find the same thing depicted by ancient Mesoamerican civilizations?
Now, people will ask why. I have my own theories of why, and I go into that in a countless amount of videos of why you see those particular handbags and why you see certain science and culture traditions that's similar to the Americas in other places. I get into my own. I did countless builds of how ancient Americans gathered their science and took their shit to the other side. Why did they take it to the other side? That can be up for debate, and we can get into those conversations as well. So let's go.
Of the Anunnaki, the mysterious handbag of the gods, is seen in several cultures in America and Göbekli Tepe. Is that a coincidence? And I really find it fascinating when something is found at Göbekli Tepe, just because that is so many thousands of years older than anything we have learned about. And going on here, this guy is obviously a fan of Graham Hancock. It says, compelling evidence found in the last...
Hey, I'm not going to challenge any of y'all guys' theories, but it's not obvious from anybody's theory. Nobody's theory is obvious. I don't believe it's none of you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, D-Red, that's nothing. But it's a lot of Pan-Africans, D-Red, that's challenging this theory. I don't know where they came from, so we just going to have to walk them down very methodically and take them back to the basics with this.
decades has proven mankind is a species with
I'm
amnesia.
going to drop the
The
link in the
countless
chat in just a
discoveries made
second.
all across the globe has forced us to question everything about the origin of mankind, ancient cultures, and history in general. Slowly and piece by piece, we have been exploring and gathering small pieces of a massive puzzle that have driven us in the right direction when searching for answers mainstream scholars have not been able to fully answer. How do you explain the countless similarities among civilizations that inhabited Earth thousands of years ago, which were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers? Why did nearly all ancient cultures on Earth decide to build pyramids? And why are so many pyramids eerily similar? It's as if nearly all ancient civilizations followed the same blueprint. It's as somehow ancient cultures were interconnected thousands of years ago. Now here are those handbags. This is the one found at La Venta. Here is the one coming from Mesopotamia. Those are the ones that a lot of people are familiar with.
So yeah, man, y'all see it here, man. I'm not even going. We do so much information on the OMAC, and we add in so much primaries that go along with it, man. He doing a good job at it. Shout out to my boy. Shout out to him, man. He do a good job when it comes to some of this information, and I appreciate some of his work. You understand me? I was also in contact with him, but he had a tragic death in the family, who kind of put a lot of his stuff on hold. But yeah, man, he was supposed to be on here last year, in the middle of last year doing the show, man. So yeah, man, shout out to everybody in the building, man. We're gonna get to some more heat. I got one more video we're gonna get into before we open the panels. So I want everybody to hit that like button, and let's get a few more people to hit that like button, support the channel, man. We're gonna get into some shit today. Like I said, we're gonna deal with the 130,000 year old evidence that's found in California, what they call the Cerruti Mastodon site. We're gonna get into that in just a second. Shout out to everybody in the building. Make sure y'all hit that like button, thumb up the video, support the channel.
I'm going to do an individual story on this today. This is a follow-up to a video I made maybe a year and a half ago. The Cerruti site in San Diego. Discovery made in the 1990s, right down here when they were putting the highway in. Here's the location of the discovery, right in here. And the Cerruti site is named after the archaeologist who did the initial work here. But the dating of this really kind of caused a controversy. Graham Hancock wrote about it in his.
Shout out to Beast Mode, man, but your information sucks, bro. I had to send you to the nigga hole. That's where niggas go that have no information and it's just out of their mind pseudo nonsense. Go there and think about the shit.
America Before book. That discovery goes back, they say, 130,000 years, really pushing back the whole timeline of when people might have arrived here. Or as I said in one video not too long ago, were people always here? Why is North and South America, these large continents, any different than anywhere else on Earth? I just really wonder about that. When I say we're humans always here, I just mean as far as human history goes. A lot of things we don't know. We can't even figure out what went on 1,000, 2,000 years ago in this country. So as far as 130,000 years ago, well, we're just guessing, relying on new techniques to figure out how old some things are. Let's go over to a couple stories here. Here's a local story, SanDiegoNews.com. Mastodon discovery in San Diego shows evidence that humans lived here 130,000 years ago. And even though these were discovered in the 1990s, the real announcement on this didn't come out till 2017. It says until recently, the oldest records of human sites in North America.
You hear that? They had been on this site since the 80s. They didn't officially put out the article in the Nature Report until 2017. Y'all do the fucking math. The site is older than me, man. They've been studying this shit longer than I've been on the earth, bro. And they just put that shit out in 2017.
Generally accepted by archaeologists were about 14,000 years old, but the fossils from the Cerruti Macedon site were found embedded in fine-grained sediments that had been deposited much earlier during a period long before humans were thought to have arrived on the continent. Now, video production has moved into Sunday morning. Just didn't get it done last night. Had other stuff going on. It says, when we first discovered the site, there was strong physical evidence that placed humans alongside extinct Ice Age megafauna. This was significant in and of itself, a first for San Diego County, said Dr. Tom Demaray, curator of paleontology and director of paleo services at San Diego Natural History Museum and corresponding author on the paper. Since the original discovery, dating technology has advanced to enable us to confirm with further certainty that early humans were here significantly earlier than commonly accepted. This is a look from my video I did in the fall of 2019, a little over a year ago. Wasn't that a more simpler time? This right here is where they found the mastodon bones and the stone tools. Just for review, here's another story coming from the summer of 2017, the extraordinary case of the San Diego mastodon. When news of the published study report in the prestigious scientific journal Nature broke, it became bombshell headline for media reporters. Humans in California 130,000 years ago. Get the facts. Flash one widely read headline by National Geographic. A 130,000-year-old archaeological site in Southern California, USA, reported the study abstract from Nature. Ancient humans may have reached Americas 100,000 years earlier than thought. Here's a look at the site dig back in the 1990s. That would have to be from. Here is another look. This is Richard Cerruti, who the site is named after, right there. Here are some ribs and a vertebrae. Not all the bones were found here. And here's a diagram of the ribs and the certain bones that were found near these stone tools. But there was something else tantalizing, peculiar about these remains. As they continued to excavate, they could see that many of the bones were fractured or broken in a way that was not typical of bones broken by forces of the natural environment. So they were thinking this was man-made intervention here, man-made intentional actions. Here's another story from 2017. First humans arrived in North America 116,000 years earlier than thought. Here is the mastodon remains at the Cerruti site. They also have a video here. Let's just play a little.
In the picture it reveals.
Now listen, before we get into this video of the Cerruti site, I see some people in the chat having conversation. I would like for y'all to come on too. Maybe this was considered Asia. I see somebody said that in the chat. Maybe it was, but I don't think it's the way it's spelled today. And I believe the definition of the word Asia, not Asia, Asia, is a different meaning. You know what I'm saying? Has a different meaning behind it in general. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, scientists in the early 1800s, even Thomas Jefferson himself, even thought that the seat to the human race was in America, according to the wise Thomas Jefferson. I want to get into one of those particular literature segments from Thomas Jefferson. This is from the Americas, the first inhabitant of the continents. This is the book, Traditions of the Earliest Americans. America, the first inhabitant of the continents. All right. And it is of the belief of the wise Thomas Jefferson that America was the first seat of the human race, and that the Eastern Hemisphere was peopled of the Western Hemisphere, meaning, in other words, people from here, Western Hemisphere, the islands, the Americas, Pacific Islands, made their way to the Eastern Hemisphere. A letter written by him to the President Styles of Yale College in 1786, while he represented the United States at the court of France, was published in the American Museum of November 1786. You can look on page 492 for that. From this letter, following extract taken clearly stating that Mr. Jefferson believes that the first inhabitants of Asia, who so much resembled the American Aborigines, went from America to Asia instead from Asia to America. So, you know, it could be. It's a very good possibility. You know, all I know is that we took these shows on the road and we dropped the science. That's all it is to it. you know. And that's just what we do as Aborigines. This science and us is going so far. Like you're gonna find emphasis where it's always gonna almost lead back to the Americas. We have overwhelming sources saying that people from here went over there and brought science, brought agriculture, brought traditions.
Just might change everything. As Cerruti explored the site with Dr. Tom Demaray, they found fragments of distinctive molars showing that they had discovered the bones of a mastodon. But something was puzzling. Many of the bones were strangely fractured or missing entirely, and there were several large stones that seemed out of place in the surrounding fine-grained sediments. To Richard, this was starting to look not like a paleontological site or a fossil site, but instead like an archaeological site, like the preserved evidence of human activity. As work on the site continued, questions about its age remained unanswered. At the time, the oldest evidence of humans living in North America came from sites that are around 14,000 years old. But mounting evidence suggested this site was much older.
So 14,000 years is the Clovis first. Clovis first was debunked with the first introduction to challenging this theory, which is the Topper site. Topper site is the most documented archaeological mound site in the world, and it says that it's 50,000 years old. It has evidence of human activity in North Carolina, South Carolina, at 50,000 years. This is significant when we're dealing with rechanging the history of humans in America and who they was. We know a particular gene that's credited to its pale skins, a certain gene that plays into a certain hair follicle did not exist at this particular time. And I can get into that too.
Possibly dating to long before any humans were thought to have arrived on the continent. The first step to solving this riddle was to confirm that the site was, in fact, an archaeological site. Dr. Steve Holen had the expertise to help. Using the femur bones of recently deceased elephants, Holen had conducted 2 separate experiments in which he demonstrated that a stone used as a hammer causes fresh limb bones to fracture in a distinctive way. No known geological process or animal scavenging produces the same fractures in bones. In 2008, when Holen first traveled to San Diego to study these specimens, he confirmed the same breakage patterns. Furthermore, the San Diego site had 5 large rocks that could have been used to produce the breakage. The broken bones were concentrated in 2 separate clusters, each around 1 rock.
People working on this site, Richard Cerruti, Tom Demaray, the others, I knew they would get tremendous backlash, criticism, skepticism about this find, this remote dating of this site. But some news stories did come out recently. Now, there was a couple stories that came out at the beginning of December here. Here's one of them. 2 stones fuel debate over when America's first settlers arrived. Microscopic bone residue on rocks, possibly to smash mastodon remains, draws new scrutiny. It says microscopic bone residue found on this stone supports a disputed claim that the rock was used to break apart mastodon bones at a Southern California site around 130,000 years ago, researchers say. It says scientific debate about the most controversial archaeological site in the Americas has entered rocky new territory. In 2017, scientists reported that around 130,000 years.
It's controversial only because science says that there was nothing there past 25. That was this debunked with the Topper site. They found something at 50,000. Scientists said it's impossible. It's controversial because they said there's nothing past 50,000, and they found something at 130. So we know that we have to dig deeper. That every time science open their mouth and say it's not, they bite their words only to be proven wrong with science. This is why we have to be content. We have to constantly research, and there's a root word and a prefix that's added on to that. Is read. The word read is to constantly do, to keep doing. And the other word is to search. So to constantly keep searching. That's what research is. Only thing that's established fact within science is change. That's the only thing that's going to happen. That's a fact that you can count on with science, is that things are going to change. Perspectives, ideas, datas, etc. I'm going to drop the link in the chat in like 10 minutes. I'm going to drop the link in the chat in like 10 minutes. Make sure y'all support the channel, man. It's very important for you guys to support the channel, man. For those that enjoy this build, enjoy my commentary, enjoying some of the information we bringing forth, support the channel. Cash App and PayPal information is at the bottom of the screen. Moderators, drop that in the chat for those that do want to support the channel and show love to the channel and to Big Aboriginal Power platform. Shout out to Taylor Whaler. He sent in a $2 Cash App donation. He said, loving the information today. I'm glad you are. I appreciate it. We're going to try to line up some more heat all this week. We got heat all this week. We're going to be touching on. So shout out to everybody in the building. Hit that like button. If you can hear my voice and hear the audio, drop a fire emoji in the chat. That lets your brother Big Aboriginal Power know that you can hear everything. The audio's good. And also drop a fire emoji, you know what I'm saying, if you're enjoying the live stream. And also hit that like button, man. Let's get it.
Years ago, an unidentified Homo species used stone tools to break apart mastodon bones near what is now San Diego. If true, that would mean that humans or one of our close evolutionary relatives reached the Americas at least 100,000 years earlier than previously thought, dramatically reshaping scientists' understanding of when the region was settled. Says critics have questioned whether the unearthed stones were actually used as tools, and other researchers suggested that the supposed tool marks on bones could have been created as the bones were carried by fast-moving streams or caused by construction equipment. The new studies kind of confirm the findings. I suppose there will be some people who won't even believe the new findings.
They was trying to make up all kind of shit. No, this shit ain't old. The machine put it that far. No, water washed it down and it mixed up with settlement. They try to make up all kind of lies. No, it was a hominid species. It wasn't no real humans. Nigga, there have never been a hominid species found, bone, anything found in the Americas. There's never been a hominid species found in the Americas. I just want to make that clear. We can't go with the speculations. You have no data to support that theory. All we have is human evidence in America, not Homo sapiens. I mean, not hominids. Excuse me. Only humans like us. So to go out your way to say that the 130,000 years ago it was not humans like us is just faulty. And I understand the decorum. Like I said, this is openly disputed. A lot of these things has been shot down by the scientific community again.
Findings based on some good research and some good research tools. A new analysis bolster the controversial claims as a team that includes some of the researchers involved in the initial finding. Chemical residue of bones appear on 2 stones previously found among the mastodon remains at the Cerruti Mastodon site. The scientists report in the December Journal of Archaeological Science reports the 2 Cerruti rocks also show signs of having delivered or received hard blows where bone residue accumulated on them, the team says. Larger stones may have served as a platform on which the bones were smashed open, with the smaller stones possibly to remove marrow for eating or to obtain chunks suitable for shaping into tools. So new research on some of the things found at the Cerruti site. It says in a new study, they used microscopes to determine the chemical and molecular structure or residue on the 2 stones, and they matched that of the bones in general. That residue must have been acquired by pounding apart mammoth bones that were found scattered around the stones, the team argues. Since microscopic remnants of bones appeared only when the stone showed signs of wear and hard impacts, it's unlikely the stones accumulated the residue by accidentally coming in contact with the mastodon bones after being covered by sediment, the scientists say. Parts of the broken Cerruti mammoth bones are also covered with hardened crusts that formed thousands of years ago or more. Survival of these crusts, the researchers contend, contradicts the arguments that the Cerruti stones and bones must have been damaged by construction activity. Here is another website I will leave below. Paleontologist Richard Cerruti, San Diego Natural History Museum, has some pics here, talks about his discovery, a few things from the find. This is a very interesting story. And of course, when you have dating this old, some people are not going to be happy with it. Some people are going to push back and try to discredit it, no matter what they say. Here's a story from last fall. Richard Cerruti, San Diego paleontologist whose mastodon discovery drew contention, dies at 78. his work apparently is being carried on by other individuals. So that's kind of a solemn addition to the video. But a tip of the hat here to Richard Cerruti. I could tell Graham Hancock liked talking to him.
Shout out to Richard Cerruti, who actually found the site in the 80s, and shout out to Tom Demaray, who took his work and led off with it to where we are today, to the point where it even got established. Because Cerruti site, when he first started talking about in the 80s, it did not even get mentioned in scientific community. It was no Nature report put out, nothing. It was only put out after Tom Demaray constantly brought up the case of its significant facts. So yeah, man, shout out to Richard Cerruti and Tom Demaray for bringing this
Tom Demaray
as archaeology.
doing his research for America Before. Now I'm going to read a little bit from Graham Hancock's America Before here, just a couple paragraphs where he goes over the evidence. I launched straight into the subject of the tufts. What's so special about it? I asked Tom. The way it was set into the ground, so it would have stood upright. The other one lay in a natural horizontal position beside it, but this one was found like you would see it on display, vertical, and that to us immediately looked like an anomaly. Why? One suggestion is that perhaps it was left there as a marker to come back to you on a site, on a floodplain where everything is in low relief. I mean, who knows? I don't know what sort of non-cultural process would put a tusk vertical. I just don't understand it. So what you're saying is that this looks like the result of human behavior, that it's evidence of deliberate, intelligent act. It seems like that to me and to many others, though I have to say our critics aren't persuaded. I take this as my cue to ask Tom and his team if they have been surprised by the level of skeptical response to the Nature paper. I expected that we'd have pushback, he replied. I just hoped it would have been more objective. I suppose that in any profession and any career, people get very emotionally involved, apparently. I'm not used to it from the paleontological standpoint. I mean, there's a passion in paleontology, but I'm not used to this sort of thing. So sounds like they had pretty serious pushback to their findings, that this went back about 130,000 years into history. Here's a story from a year and a half ago.
I'm gonna end this show right here, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. This is the part of the live stream where I drop the link in the chat. Anybody can come on, build, add to, or even critique some of the information that you're hearing. You know, we open for any critique, you know what I mean? So, you know, let's get it in. Shout out to everybody that's in the building that's supporting the channel. Man, let's get a couple people to hit that like button, man. Let's get a couple people to hit that like button, man. We looking light on the likes. Let's get a couple people to hit the like button, support the channel, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Now, we're not going to deal with no plebiscite babble. We're not dealing with no nigga shit. Come with your highest intellectual capacity and scholarship, or you will be immediately kicked off this motherfucking panel. All right? I just want to make that clear. What's going on, Rob Noxious? Rob Noxious. All right. Kick him off and let him come back. Yeah, man. Anybody else want to come on, man? The link is in the chat, man. So, yeah, man. So, dealing with evidence in America, it goes back a lot farther than this Clovis first module. And what's key to me is that we see a lot of Pan-Africans and people outside of the Aboriginal culture and perspective has not kept their research updated. They are horned and focusing on the old, outdated site and source, which claims to human activities in America. As of now, Clovis first is pseudo, and that's according to science. Anybody want to argue with that? Let's get it in, you guys. Shout out to everybody in the building. I got one of my favorite brothers to build with coming on here, man. I got D-Red, the blue collar scholar, man. Peace and blessings to you and your family, brother.
Shoot, what it do, homie?
What's up, Bat?
Man, what's going on?
Hey, man.
Hold on, Rob. We'll get you in a second. Go ahead, brother D-Red.
Oh no, man. So I mean, even when you look at see, that's what we talked about on the phone a while back. I was trying to explain to you. You got to use everything that they that they present against you. Like, that's why you need to. I don't know if you read it, but you probably have. You read, so you probably read it. David Wright's genetic work, but he already said the basal genetics, the base of the population. Even when he looked at the people of the Amazon because they were untouched, the basal population for them was Melanesian, or what they call Afro-Australians. You see what I'm saying? Melanesian, Oceanians. So the base population, so that would mean the root population. That would mean the founding population. You see what I'm saying?
Almost, because with the site, it kind of brings questioning, right? D-Red, the 130,000-year-old human evidence in America kind of questions whether or not Australasians or Afro-Australians made their way here, because this would have been 50,000 years before they even made it to Australia.
Yeah, no, I mean I understand that, but I'm talking about what this is why
you talking about just the DNA? You talking about just the
I'm just saying genetically. When you because when people be talking about, see, y'all don't believe in genetics. Well, the genetics even say that the Native Americans went first, because they placed David Wright says it was multiple migrations to the Americas, and he said that the first wave came from Oceania, Melanesia, or from that particular area. So that would predate the Bering Strait theory by at minimum, because he said 30 to 50,000 years, which corresponds to the site of North Carolina. So I put it at the 50,000 year mark, because it would correspond with the archaeology. It would correspond with a lot of the other stuff that we find.
Right. And so now let's get into some of the terrain. Let's get into the geography, right?
Yep.
Ocean shorelines would have expanded miles into what we see the ocean is today, going back 50,000 years. Ocean levels would have been maybe 300 to 400 feet lower, which is drastic.
Yeah, that's why you find cities along the beaches, like in the ocean, buried.
Yeah, that's why you do find heavy populated, recently newfound cities and civilization and sites right off these modern shorelines, what they call oceanic shelves. But going back in time, dealing with oceanography, we understand that these things expanded. They would have been farther into the ocean, where the ocean is today. The lands would have exceeded and expanded farther into those areas, making those areas that's in the water now archaeological hotspots, right? Because we know that populations usually gather around what? Coastlines, still to this day.
Hey, Bab, hey, have you mentioned that there was no human remains found at that site, though?
Absolutely. We had the conversation with the brother yesterday, right? And what's key to me is that he brought up a site that humans was only in America. Kid Grebo, you was there when I had a conversation. He brought up that human activity was only in America as old as 23 to 30,000 years, right?
Well, Homo sapiens.
Hold on, Rob. I want you to hear the story. He brought up his source proving that, and you can pull up a source proving that too, and we can get into data as well. So now his source brought up the White Sand site in New Mexico, which deals with a footprint, which is ultimately human activity. And I looked at it and I established it. I agree. I concur. I accept his source of human activity. I then brought out the Cerruti site, which is what we're looking at now, Brother D-Red, the Tom Demeray site.
I know, but there's no humans there. There's no humans there, though, man.
And both of those sources that was brought up, mine's and his, there's no human bones found in any of those sources. But we came to the conclusion, also science have as well, that we do not need bones.
That's not accepted. It's only accepted by him. It's not accepted.
Rob, we do not need bones to prove that humans did something. Because science can mark off all the species that ever lived on this planet and mark off, can they do this? Can they do this? Can they do this? And they could do this. And they come to a rare number of species that can only do a certain amount of things.
But we're not talking about doing something. We're talking about being somewhere.
Yeah. And so this is what we're going to be looking at. So we're looking at human activity being somewhere in America. We don't have the bones, but we have the activity.
Yeah, of crushing bones. But first of all, that was a construction site, and there's no, like I said, there's no evidence that humans crush the bones. These are hypotheses.
Well, listen, Rob. Obviously, you're at your league, and if you're not looking at Science Nature magazine, dealing with the Matrodon bones, dealing with the fracturing of the bones, dealing with how bones fracture, compared to when they're alive, dead, or time after that they were dead. You need to really go and zoom into that particular site.
Oh, I understand.
No.
Oh, Bab, I want to say something. But like I said, why would these people crush bones when they're dead already? It makes no sense. The reasoning for having these bones crushed makes no sense as it is.
But AP, see, this is why I don't deal with that side a lot, because it is a lot of controversy. Because the president, to what the dude is talking about, happened in Dallas when they found some prehistoric bones at a construction site, and they crushed it in the site because it was a construction site.
Hey, listen,
it messed up some of the remains.
That's Gallagher. That's
no, I understand, but Steve, I get what you know. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, so you can understand what I'm saying. So because there is that particular controversy around that particular site, I don't use that site. You know what I'm saying? So I look at the genetics and I look at the genetic work David Wright did on the genetic study. You know, I look at that. Then I look at other sites like the site in North Carolina. I look at that. I look at other sites throughout the Americas. Then I look at the cultural correlation and the cultural continuum of groups like the Chumash, who use a particular boat that you find in Melanesia, the type of fishing hooks they use, and the genetic ties that they have to groups like the Taino in Puerto Rico. And I look at those the correlators, and I say, okay, we have the site in North Carolina. We show human activity there, which corresponds to David Wright. So that's why I personally use the 50 to 30,000 years.
Hey, if they're that old, they wouldn't be Homo sapiens.
Hold on, Rob. Hold on, D-Red. I want you to establish something. We can remove the 130,000-year-old site because obviously it's been under heavy controversial for that site to be under work study since the 80s and only have a Nature magazine produced in 2017. That's a wide variety of span from a historical site dealing with archaeology, right? And have data. So it took a while for them to even establish it. So we can remove this for a while. Not saying it's debunked, we just saying it's controversial, right? But the Topper site, one of the most heavily dated, documented archaeological mound site, proves that humans was in South Carolina at 50,000 years minimum.
Yeah, that's the one right there. That's the one you can't really you can't really refute that. That's pretty much, it's hard to get around. And so when you like I said, when you use that particular site, you look at the genetics. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, you look at the cultural continuum of groups like and the Chumash, because the Chumash are isolated. They don't really breed out. They don't usually breed with people outside of their particular group. So when you look at them and look at groups in the Amazon and you see the genetic continuum between the two groups, and then you look at groups like the Taino, who they correspond closely with, it's hard to get around. And the Chumash, if you look at them, they phenotypically look like, you see what I'm saying, or Negroid, Polynesian.
And listen, this is just scratching the surface. There's other sites that we get into that has been shelved, that's forbidden or out of place archaeology, and this is when this discernment comes in. Why is it put into this particular category? It's because scientists claims that nothing was here after 25 to 30,000 years.
Yeah, but Bap, you're using the Topper site, and that's another disputed thing. Like a majority of scientists don't even believe it. They believe it's a natural object.
That's not true. It's labeled.
And you guys claim to be so advanced back then. You guys claim to be so advanced back then. Why would you guys be crushing mastodon bones?
Hey, listen. Can you pull a site? Can you give me a source where it says that that's not established?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. 1 second.
Wow, I appreciate it, man. Hey, man, we got a couple people on the panel, man. We got D-Red, the Blue Collar Scholar. We got Chief Holiday, Sister Soul, and Alabama. What's going on with y'all?
Greetings to everybody on the panel. And what you going to be in 2023? If you keep following the narrative, the lie, and the propaganda, what say you, copper-colored grizzly? Keep them running.
You already know. Shout out to everybody else. Sister Soul, Chief, what's going on?
Hey, peace to the guys, man. Bap, Alabama, who we got here? Sister Soul on here. D-Red, the Blue Collar Scholar, and Rob the Slav. Peace to everybody, man. It's the GOAT. Hey, that Hager Creek, we did a build on that a couple years ago, whatever, and we showed the evidence of ancient horses, ancient elephants here in America. And I know they like to say that they brought horses here, but they didn't. They did not. Horses come from America. Elephants come from
that's
America.
a fact. As a matter of fact,
Right.
one of the oldest historical archaeological finds of horses going back, I think, 12 million years is found in America. And they virtually look the same as they do today. The only difference is the hooves were softer and they're a little harder now. That's the only difference.
And then also, bones do decay, right? If you're not being mummified or calcified or fossilified and all the other things that will preserve bones, right? But some things that you can't, like certain things happen, like straight lines, the heart shapes, you know what I'm saying? Things like that only human beings make, intelligent human beings make. And we've been intelligent for a long time. There's evidence, there's irrefutable evidence that humans have been in the Americas for millions of years. Respect it or check it. Please respect it or check it. And the same reason why y'all can, if I ask anybody this, I asked Rob this the other day, I'm gonna ask anybody this, how do you know people of color came from Africa first? That is my question. I'm gonna need the answer to this right now. And if people of color came from everywhere first but America, please make this make sense, you dumbasses. When we only have the bones here. Please make this make sense, you dumbasses.
It's not so much that the color matters, it's the actual species. The species didn't come to North America first. That's just the way it was, Holiday.
You know, when you keep using terms like species, it's like I'm hearing nigga. You know, everything that's coming out of the mouth of any European, particularly one that is demelanated, genetically recessive. And by the way, this is not calling you out personally. This is the science community that says genetic recessive genes create a particular people. Chief, you remember that article I sent you about the French judge that said that these people have no origin story, God forbid, in what they want to call Europe today, but nowhere on the planet. So when we have people who don't even know where the fuck they're from, for one, and any origin you would have would be barely at us giving residue, leftover genetic material. I'm not going to get into whether or not they're test tube babies, cabbage patch dolls, etc.
We're not talking about the origin.
No, I was not even talking about you. See here, you're making it personal, but I was trying to state what you want to hold as scholarship.
No,
now again, this is not directed at you,
You're totally
Rob.
projecting.
I'm saying, no, you're the one that's projecting, as people like your community
You're trying to tell me how are you going to tell me what I'm doing?
You like to project authority when you have none.
That is absolutely. I have no authority. I have no authority.
You
How
like
can I
to project intelligence when you are copying, as the rap community says, is it AP, biting on a motherfucker?
Not at all. I don't
you
bite no
like
shit.
to project that you actually have moral character when your history speaks to cannibalism.
You don't even know my history.
You know, you want to talk about, well, you don't want to go into why Lithuania came out of the Khazar Empire in between the Mongol hordes of Genghis Khan. You don't want to go into that because you yourself said, until you came running like a puppy dog behind members of this community, you bothered to even for a moment look up who you are, and then you have the nerve.
I knew who I was. I didn't know how far. I didn't know how far it went back.
People in this community who they may be. So yes, I will point out time after time how you are projecting. You personally are projecting, like your conversation with Tayshawn the other day. You wanted to project that you're not as racist as your own father who sired you. So I don't need to prove anything to you,
I'm not saying
Mr.
you do.
Slav.
I'm not asking you to prove.
Whether you may have slave origins. I don't have to prove that to you. The record already speaks for itself. You ignore it because, you are projecting that you got some nigga kind of values, that you've listened to a culture, that you have glommed on. I think y'all used to call them white niggas or wiggers. Someone asked you the other day about Eminem. You said Eminem stole from another wigger. who
No,
stole from
stole from a black
our
guy.
Aboriginal culture. So I don't need you to tell me nor confirm that you are projecting, as people of your community do, that you're not a thief. And I yield.
Okay, then you yield. Thank you. I'm not a thief, nor is my people, and you have everything wrong. You're totally trying to paint me in
He
this
said
light.
Slavic people ain't thieves. See, that's some Slavic shit to say right there.
I'm not Slavic, you guys, for the 100th millionth time. And then all this is totally deflecting from the conversation. Why are we talking about me and my origins when this is the Aboriginal community? Why are we talking about Slavic origins? If you guys say I'm Slavic, why? Because it's to deflect from the real talk. Like I just said, I brought up a perfect fact, and you guys just deflected to another topic.
That's a contradiction of terms, perfect or fact. Now, facts are
That's a word
things that are
salad.
agreed upon. No, perfect is more like saying the absolute truth. Now, facts, again, are things that are agreed upon, and the science community evolves facts. Do they not, AP? Do they not, Chief? So that's a moving target. Like y'all love to say the phrase, moving the goalposts. Facts are what are agreed upon. Truth is unassailable. Truth doesn't care about your Slavic origins.
That's why
Truth
I'm
doesn't
here.
care about whether you're in denial that you're a genetic recessive. I tell
That's
you
why I'm
what,
here.
take your ass out there and dance around with the sun and see what happens with the vitamin D deficiency.
I've worked in the sun all
your
my life,
people.
Alabama. I've worked in the
And
sun all
over
my life. I'm a
time,
construction
I'm
worker.
sure that melanoma will probably find its way to your doorstep.
Can we get back to the topic of the actually debating the build and the information? Because I don't, because that's what we would call in the debate circuit appeal to emotion. So what that does is it'll get people riled up and against the dude because he's white or whatever he is, and then then he'll leave and go to his channel and say, you know what I mean? So
You mean what they've already said for centuries and the lies and the propaganda that they've already fostered?
I don't have
Now,
a
you
channel.
were
I
talking
don't
about,
have a motive, D.
see,
I don't have a channel.
his problem is his problem, but you're correct, my brother.
No.
As you were saying, what would you like to speak on since he continues to ignore the factual discussion? What was it you wanted to say, brother?
No, I just was trying to say that, man. Look, because Chief and AP, they know I've been around for a long time, so I know how sometimes it goes on pretty much in every community. If you're in the Israelite community and the white Jew gets on the stage, it gets to you stole this and then he goes and then the conversation don't go nowhere. So it's like if the guy wants to have a scholastic discussion about
But
the
he don't want to have an intellectual scholastic. He want to do. You see what he doing? You see what I'm saying? So.
Okay, well, let him hang himself, but we don't have to feed into it. We can keep it on because we got the information to debunk whatever he's talking about. So just let him do what he do, and then we just refute it. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly, D. But every time I ask a question, they try to do the personal shit. And they try to move it on to a different subject. They never directly answer any question I've ever asked.
All right,
now, see, this is the exact tactic of projection that I was describing earlier.
As long as we feed into it, but as long as we feed into that, he's gonna have that narrative to say. So let him ask his questions, and let's just deal with the questions.
Okay, English. How is English created in America when it's named after the country England?
That's one of the ones I don't subscribe to that. We talk about the genetics, linguistic. I believe everybody had their languages.
Yeah, if it came from America, it would be called Americanese or something. It wouldn't be called English after a fucking foreign country called England. It makes zero sense. Like I told Bap and Holiday before, and I don't really talk to Alabama because he just hates me. But I have talked to the big dogs. Hey, they know hold on.
Rob, let me ask you a question.
Let me get it out, please, man. I'm gonna explode the fire. Let me get it out, please.
I just want to ask you a question. You asked a question, and I want to ask you a question.
I was right in the middle, homie. Damn.
What was England called before England, bro?
Like I'm not. It's irrelevant. I'm just telling you the language comes from England. That's all there is to it. I mean, there's no. You want to get into
the place you call England wasn't always called England, bro.
Okay, cool. A lot of places have been called different things. It doesn't negate from the fact that the English language is from England.
Okay.
I mean, and like I said, I told you guys before, I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to believe you guys can. I'm willing to come on here every day and be converted to a certain point. I'll never be converted on certain aspects, like about the electricity and the fucking all that type of shit, because that was kind of crazy. But you guys can convince me, man. I'm not saying you have to convince me. I should. That's the wrong word. I can be convinced for sure that the black man is naturally from America, but I have to be shown evidence. I can't be shown semantical, emotional memes and pictures. A picture is not evidence. My grandma's word is not evidence. I need evidence. And I will walk with you guys. I will start a channel and I'll call it Aboriginal fucking community and I will preach all this shit. I know you don't want that, but I'll do it. I'll do it anyways, just to fucking, because if this is right, this is the biggest story in human history.
This is Rob.
This is bigger than going to the moon. This makes the moon look like nothing.
It is, Rob.
I mean,
But
the
you
world
see,
are,
but you see.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. But you see, but I want you to listen to what he said. What he said was, if we can show the evidence. This is why I only stick to stuff that I can definitively prove using all of the tools that people that claim that they go by academia subscribe to. This is why I do that, because if you do that, then there is no irrefutable evidence. I mean, there is irrefutable evidence for that. But if you get it going off into the some of the stuff, like, I ain't gonna lie, some of the stuff, the Latin comes from it. Like, come on, bro, like, you can't definitively prove that. But you can. Them people can take you to whatever BC on the walls at the Etruscan tombs. They can take you to that. You see what I'm saying? You can't find that no script, no Latin script. Or you can't find it here. See what I'm saying? So this is what I deal with. I just deal with personally. I deal with the stuff that I can prove. I can use David Reich's genetic work and prove genetically what I'm talking about. I can use certain archaeological sites to prove what I'm talking about. I can even use certain groups.
D-Red. Is there overwhelming sources that I can prove that black people was here?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay.
But if you get to talking about Latin come from America, you ain't got no overwhelming evidence for that.
No Latin, no damn America.
You know what I'm saying? Like, English is America, come from America.
First, he want to prove whether or not black people was here.
Okay, well, you can take him to David Reich. You can take him to David Reich's work.
Okay, see, that's where the specious arguments are based. First of all, whether you argue over Pangea, Gondwana, or one world continent, okay, then you're getting into issues of geography, geology, and tectonic plates, right? Then we're still not dealing with what is a timeline? The Mayan calendar, this white Christianity telling us it's 2023 currently. You know what I'm saying, bro? So when we're talking about any types of intelligent so-called scholastic discussion, the context is never agreed upon. You feel me? That's first. Secondly, there are no origin stories of the so-called pale-skinned people, Caucasoid, Europeans, whatever term they want to create for their self-identification today, does not predate ethnic origins of melanated people. So then does not language come forth from where the people are, wherever they are, and how they created culture and language and their dialects over time, right?
Yes,
these are supposed to be simple things that should be agreed upon, right? So there is no dating of whatever culture these people want to glom onto, and I would still argue they either co-opted, adopted, or stole it. It can't be predating the people you stole it from. Does that make sense or not?
Yeah, but Alabama, how about this? Do you concur that the English language is a conglomeration of
it is already referred to in some studies as what pidgin languages are. Do you know what pidgin languages are?
It's not a pidgin language.
See, this is why this conversation typically doesn't move off a dime with you, because you just you bloviate. You kind of just spout stuff out of your mouth. You're saying you're contradictory in just the last two sentences. I just told you what should be not even something that's arguable is that melanated people inhabited the entire planet, whether it was one continent or whether it's these separate land masses that we are quarreling over today by drawing them down on a piece of paper and calling it a map. No matter who the original group of people were, they spoke something. And other languages that have now been broken to. Now, do you want to go to the Tower of Babel? You want to go to these other mythological books
No.
that'll tell you
I'm speaking of
supposed
English in
references?
America,
I'm
Alabama.
pointing out examples here, Rob, if you would actually listen. That a lot of the scientific communities are based on these mythological things: Greek mythology, Roman mythology, the Bible, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, and I can go on with a number of supposed religious motifs, books, and tomes that are very ancient. Now, which came first? The language that was spoken out of a person's mouth, or what was written down on a piece of paper?
The language, the oral language.
All right, so see, these are simple things. Can we not agree these are simple things that should not be disputed?
Exactly. I know, Alabama. It feels good to finally talk to you. Like we always yell at each other.
But I think the problem with trying to use the oral language is you can't prove. But it's like, okay, let's use, like, so we talking about English. Let's use English. We know that a lot of the language comes from Germanic languages because we can trace it back to other groups in Europe who have kept those Germanic languages, those
But
Eastern Germanic.
why is there supposedly proof that it's Germanic as a basis? Let's put it this way: the so-called root language, right?
I can answer.
Go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
It's the structuring of the word base. Like it actually comes from like Latin. It's a little bit of, like you said, Germanic, and there's one other one I had to look up the exact thing. But yeah, it's like because it's like the base of the words. I'm not a what do you call it?
I'm not a linguist, and I don't play one on TV. I'm trying to keep the conversation simple so that maybe we could have intelligent discourse, because it's not something that's babbling and people are arguing over nonsense. Okay, first and foremost, the original whatever is thought. Before you utter it, before you think it, how is it framed to be in what is called language today? Now, are we talking about pictograms? Are we talking about symbols? Are we talking about alphabet? Now, I forgot who the other brother was. Forgive me, brother. You know, I didn't get your name. But all of those have a timeline to that, correct?
Agree.
Based on whose authority?
It's not so much authority. I mean, I guess it's just based on how we find them and how we date them. So
then it's a preference. That's where you get into things of prejudice, and you reinforce prejudice through power and race, which does not exist.
At one
Never
time.
did exist. It is a concept that basically, I would argue, technically, is only maybe at best the 16 or 1700s.
Yeah, but Alabama.
So before, hold on, Rob. You need to actually listen before you just shoot from the hip. Okay? All these people that we keep referencing, by the way, many of whom are supposed German scholars, whether you want to talk about Blumenbach, or you want to talk about Linnaeus, whomever it is you want to talk about. All of this stuff is in the context of pseudoscience based on racial classifications, including Darwinism. Now, when you have people, I'm not asking you to subscribe to it, Rob. See, again, you know,
I'll listen.
That would work, you know, sometimes if you actually were doing it. You know, this is the problem that these type of conversations continue to elicit. We are speaking within a context that is already bogus, fraudulent, and should be dispelled in the ash heap of history. And then move from a clean slate with a truth, not an opinion, not a theory, not a philosophy. The truth, which is coming from a certain community that has continuously been maligned, disparaged, and called out of their names on multiple occasions. There are no people in the history, I would argue possibly in the history of this planet, certainly on the current state of this planet, that has been disabused as a particular community.
You're out of your mind.
Now, while this intent and agenda of others not in this particular community to prevent it from self-understanding, true introspection, and independent scholarship, using that word loosely because scholarship is kind of a bogus word, but independent scholarship without external invasion insinuation, and all these labels are coming from racial classification. Now, these are some things. The other brother, again, I didn't get your name because I like to prefer speaking to a person out of respect on who they are. Did you say D. Ray, or I heard someone maybe call you that? Is there anything that I said that is not clearly or should be clearly understood for us to be having these types of conversations in the future? Because I'm hearing the same thing I think I heard you say, young brother, that all you are doing is listen to people argue over their attitudes and their opinions, not getting to the source of the truth
He
of
was
the matter.
talking about you, Alabama. To be honest with you, he's talking about you, brother.
You know what? I'm going to get to the point of where I would typically do is ignore ignorance and ignorant people.
Come on,
But
man.
since you are a guest of someone else's show, that is
haven't
why
done
I
that.
try to direct an intelligent conversation at you. If you would bother to
You're
engage
talking the
with one.
most, Alabama.
But the
You're
person
talking
I
the
kept
most.
talking with, that you keep interrupting me out of the disrespect and disregard that you exhibit regularly in this community. Was your name good brother D-Ray? Because I don't like to call people out of their name.
Oh yeah, it was
Other folk
D-Red.
do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was D-Red.
But did you get what I was saying while I'm constantly being, like a flea or a tick, on a person? We're having to listen to people who are parasites to our existence, have the
What you said
gall
was
to
on point, my
describe
brother. I
who
bet
our existence is.
Alabama. It was on point, brother.
Oh, is that Big Dog? Philly. I ain't gonna jump on your Eagles, brother. We'll talk about it another time. How you feeling, bro?
I'm good, brother. Grand Rising. Much respect to everybody. Much respect to the host, the panel, and everybody in the chat. Grand Rising. Damn, it feel good to be fucking Aboriginal. Y'all
It
got it.
absolutely does. And should that be indisputable one day?
And another person shouldn't come up. Y'all got it. Grand Rising.
Wait, what are you scared of?
Brother, I ain't scared of shit.
So
I
why are
just
you scared for
chose
me to
not
come
to
up
say
then?
it. Because we got some ignorant, closed-minded people on this panel.
I just don't understand. If you guys are so Aboriginal, why do you guys gotta misrepresent evidence and cherry pick sources?
It's
That's what I'm wondering
you
about.
believe in the scientists that's known liars. You believe in a system that's known liars, that's thieves, that are still right out your fucking pocket while you watching. You believe in these motherfuckers. We don't. And
Well,
I'm
I was
landing.
told that humans were in the Americas 130,000 years ago. I got the source. The actual source said there might have been some another hominid, maybe because they found some rocks. That's called That's actually straight up lying about your source. Like I wasn't gonna read it.
What source is he talking about? What he talking about?
Supposedly some mastodon bones were found 130,000 years ago, which some guy said might be evidence of some other type of hominids using it to kill for food. And then it was misrepresented as humans were here 130,000 years ago and they had evidence of them cooking, like human activity.
So there were like tools and stuff, is what you're saying?
No, rocks, a rock or a mastodon bone. And they
and
said
what else?
maybe some hominids, not humans, used it.
So you say a hominin shaped the bone into some kind of spear, knife?
No, not even that. It was just a bone, and some guy made a guess that maybe it could have been, but there's no fossils from 100, not even close to 130,000 years ago. And so I'm just saying, if you got the info, why do you got to cherry pick your sources and lie about your sources?
Can you post the source you're talking about? Because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, no problem. I have it right here.
And I just posted. I've been posting since we've been on this subject about language, and I just posted one of the books. It's called "The Germanic Languages." It's from, and I try to post sources that people can actually get, because everybody don't want to spend a whole bunch of money on this information. So, but it's sources you can use like Academia EDU, and it's a book. I read it. I ain't read all of it, but I read like more than half, like 80% of the book. And it's 640 pages, and it goes into the migration of the language, all the evidence for the language. This is why I say like certain stuff I don't get off into when it comes to saying what language started where, because the people who've done some of the studies, they can kind of tell you where some of the stuff come from and how it relates to certain Indo-European groups. You see that with the Indo-European people migration, culture. I mean, you see, you know what I mean. So they cross-reference it with culture, language, even with
Can I ask you a
genetics.
question,
So,
D-Red?
yes, sir.
Those two sources are in the
All right,
chat.
so
The two sources are in the chat.
all right, cool. Because I came up here about the language conversation, right? All right, since we talking about language, so let's talk about North America specifically. I want to talk about the accents that come along with this language. You know, niggas in Louisiana, they got an accent that don't sound like niggas in New York. Niggas in Baltimore sound different from them niggas in New York. Niggas from Baltimore, niggas in Cali sound different from them niggas in Baltimore. You see what I'm saying? Niggas in South Carolina sound different from them niggas in Cali. Niggas in Illinois sound different from them niggas in South Carolina. You see what I'm saying? Niggas in Georgia sound different from them
Yeah,
niggas in Illinois. So where do these
dialect, yeah.
accents? And check this. It's not only just the niggas, the white people in the area, the Asians in the area, all have the same accent. So you tell me, where do those accents come from if all these languages came from elsewhere? Why are we not speaking like people from England? Why are we not speaking like people from fucking Great Britain? Why don't we say you fucking wanker, shit like that? Instead, they talking like us when they come here. Why is that?
And from my understanding, real quick,
Go
basically
ahead, brother.
English was the language, and they added 12 other bastardized languages on it, or 11 other ones, including. But English was always the main language here in America, and I land my mic.
Can
Well,
anyone show any evidence of English
I
being
would answer
involved in America? Just show us.
to the brother who asked me the question, what I would say to you is, it's a book by Thomas Sowell, black guy Thomas Sowell, who wrote a book called Black Rednecks. He talks about how, because you got to remember, King Alfred the Great in England. That's what they called him. King Alfred the Great in England was the first to give the island of England or Great Britain a homogenized language. The first, before that, they had different various dialects of Germanic language. He was the first to codify it to where they all spoke the same, used the same vernacular, the whole nine yards. This is written. You can read King Alfred's work and writings on how and what his goal was for unified England. You can read it.
Hold on, D-Ray. Hold on. So you saying right now, I can take a nigga from Louisiana, a nigga from South Carolina, a nigga from New York, take them over there to Europe. Hold on, wait. Okay, my bad. I thought you were done. My bad.
No. So what I'm saying is he was the first to codify the English language. You see what I'm saying? Into one homogenous thing. Okay, once these people come, because you remember the first people that arrived in America were not literate people. They were not the most articulate from their social class. So when a lot of these people come here, they're already speaking broken English, quote unquote. You see what I'm saying? So by the time they get here and then they start intermingling with us, you see what I'm saying? They're trying to teach us this language. You see what I'm saying? Because my great grandmother on my dad's side, my great grandmother Mary Hill. Hold on, my great grandma Mary Hill, my great grandmother. Then her mother. Okay, she still spoke the Tuscarora tongue. She didn't speak English, bro. So the problem that I be having, and even though I know a lot of my history I know my mom's dad's side complete history, and I know my dad's mom's side complete history. I know my dad's side to a point. You see what I'm saying? They spoke the language, bro. They didn't speak English. So I think the problem I be having, this is my issue with a lot of the Aboriginal community. They'll say grandmama.
Hold on, wait, because you about to go way off. You about to go off to another.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Just, you don't know where I'm finna go, brother. You gotta let me finish what I'm saying.
Bro, you just rambling at this point, though, bro.
No, I'm not, because I'm trying to explain something to you. When we say our grandmother, but your grandmother can't teach you anything but you Choctaw, but she can't teach you the language, she can't teach you the culture, she's not teaching you nothing. Like, I know the creation story, the Tuscarora creation story. I know the language. I know Ya'ate from my mom's dad's side, her telling me the greeting. That's not English, bro. So we gotta do. That's not English. That's
All right,
a
I'm
totally
back.
different
Y'all,
language.
my bad. I stepped away for a second.
So,
everybody good?
yes, sir.
Yeah,
we
me
good.
and D-Red going back and forth.
Yeah, we just talking, brother. We just talking. And so I know that that's not English.
But
All you
what?
gotta do
Does
is
that
But
make
you
sense,
didn't.
man?
You didn't
There's
answer the
no
question
instance
about
of a
the
colonizer
accent.
colonizing
Hold on,
people
Prebo.
But
Hold
but
on.
that, but I, but I,
adopting
but
Hold
I
on.
did if you listen to what I said.
Hold on. Yo,
The
Prebo.
accents, the
Prebo, shut
accents,
up,
the
bro. Go
accents,
ahead, Dre.
accents,
Hey, Brebo, them brothers having a conversation. Let them
the
get it
accents
in.
evolve over time. You see what I'm saying? Accents, like I said, even in English, they had different accents. Even the Irish don't talk like the Scottish, and they don't have the same accent as the English.
But
And they
you
don't have the
said
same
something.
accent as the people in Denmark. So when those
Hold on,
people
but
come over here with these
damn,
different
bro.
accents, they bring them with us. They brought them with us. And so when they start
Hold on,
teaching
bro.
us
Bro,
English,
slow down, cause you saying a lot of shit that I got a question, and you just keep going. Now I'm
okay, my
forgetting
bad,
my answer.
my bad.
Shit,
Go
you
ahead.
said, cause you said something about.
My bad, bro.
Damn, I done
My
forgot.
bad.
It was a couple of days. I done
Okay,
forgot now. Honestly,
bro. My
you
bad, bro.
good, bro. It's all good.
No, but
But no,
here's the thing. Even when you were trying to get him to explain dialects and accents, the context of the language is what I thought the original conversation where we were going, originally.
yeah,
D-Red.
my bad.
No, no, no. I
All
mean,
I was
it's
trying to
good.
say,
No,
all I was trying to tell the brother, all I was trying to tell
Tayshawn
the
had
brother.
the question that he had because he's saying what we
Mm-hmm,
call Aboriginal now, which
mm-hmm.
was called whatever it's been called. We know we have at least a dozen different names, labels that have been used to specifically target this population of people. Okay? And all of these people from all over the world with all their languages and all their cultures are all agreeing to come here with an agenda to exterminate the Negro Project. I'm sure you're familiar with that, with Margaret Sanger, and you know what eugenicists and their agenda is about, right? At the end of the day, it's to remove us, completely wipe us out, which they aren't able to do, and to steal the land that we sprung from. Is that something? I hope everyone on this panel is understanding that. I don't care if you disagree with it, because you're not from here. You're pretty soon going to be escorted out. But for the people that are here, that are from here, and that are clueless to that, what language would you suggest would bring clarity on that, D-Red?
Bring a unified language for us over here in America.
Clarity of purpose. I don't want to talk about unified, because as he just pointed out, there's going to be dialects, there's going to be hood rats, there's going to be nigger speech, etc., however you want to call it. It's going to
Mm-hmm.
have to be communicated in how it's received by whatever
Mm-hmm.
part of the population. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I think I get
So
what you're saying.
what does that make sense to you?
I
Or should
mean,
that make sense, by the way?
I
So you
mean,
jump to
I would
conclusion.
say it should make sense, and I think that the reality of the situation, we speak the language we speak because of the people who, according to, and that's why last time I was on here, I was talking about the ruling that Ruth Bader Ginsburg did against the Oneida tribe when they tried to exert their sovereignty, that she evoked what they call the law of conquest. You see what I'm saying? So
Okay,
I
tell me about
personally,
that. Besides, I'm white and I say so, and possession is
that's
9/10 of the law. What
yeah.
was this Ashkenazi wench, since she has passed on now? What was it she was intending to do from a position of
What she
power and
was
authority?
intending to do, what she was intending to do was to basically say, and she leaned on another case from I think it's like 1839 that had the same ruling that when I think one of the people of one of the Pequot nations tried to declare their right to the land, and she said that particular judge ruled, and I'll find the links and I'll post them in the chat.
One
Uh,
variation of 9/10 of the law. We
yeah,
stole it. We got it. We got the
yeah,
guns.
yeah,
Fuck you.
basically,
Is that essentially what I'm saying?
yeah.
Okay.
That's the law of conquest. You see
Okay.
what I'm
All
saying?
right. So
So,
then, how should that be communicated on the corner with this nigga shit going on, gang banging and turf
well,
wars?
we should be telling them that we shouldn't be beefing with each other. We should be turning our angst and our anger at the colonizer.
Does it matter the origin of the language? Right? I think you get the point I'm going with
Yeah,
here.
to me that don't really matter. That's why I don't argue that. Like that's why that's never my argument because that don't really matter because we speak what we speak.
Okay, so
You see what I'm
explain to
saying?
me what the fuck is Ebonics supposed to be as a political issue?
I mean, Ebonics, if we see, that's the thing. How I look at stuff. If a person is saying, "Well, I took your shit, so I say so," basically that's what the law of conquest is. Okay, well then what we got to do is say, well, we got to kick their ass, and then once we kick their ass, we can say, well, we say so. You know what I'm saying? But until then, it's just you know what I mean. We just kind of going in the circle, if that makes any sense, because it's always been like that. You see what I'm saying? It's always been like that. You know what I'm saying? If I expand my if I'm Comanche and I want to expand my empire and I go to war with whatever tribes around me and I take their land, it's mine. You see what I'm saying? It's always been like that. It's been like that in Africa. It's been like that in Asia. It's been like that everywhere.
So it sounds, my good brother, like you saying it's some shit taking going on.
Yeah, that's all
And
it was.
it's the Tayshawn, you still here? My sharp sword? What
Yeah, I
smoke
just want to ask
signal?
him one last question when y'all done.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
listen,
No, I
hey,
just he didn't open the door for the wild Indians, did he not?
before Tayshawn asks his last question, I just want to say peace and blessings to you brothers that's on the panel, and y'all building peacefully and harmony, and even disagreeing peacefully and harmony. I really enjoy this build. This is great. Shout out to everybody on the building. Even Kid Grebo is showing some decorum, and I appreciate that. It goes a long way with this platform. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat as well, man, that's tuning in. We got 340 people in here. Peace and blessings to everybody. Make sure y'all hit that like button if you're enjoying the live stream. Support the channel. Support the channel. Cash App and PayPal is at the bottom of the screen. Checking the cross, man. We got some heavyweight hitters on here, man. We got Tayshawn, Ahanu Kiel, Supreme Chief Holiday, D Red, 111 True Searcher, Not a Coincidence, and fucking Smoke Signal, Alabama, man. Hey, it's a lit one in here today, man. It's a lit one today, man.
Hey, peace to the guys.
I'm gonna allow some of these new brothers.
Before you roll on that, Tayshawn, I didn't want to step on it, man. The wild Indians loose. Keep them running.
Shout out to everybody. I'm gonna allow Tayshawn to get his question in so he can get it in. Go ahead, Tayshawn.
Yeah, it's kind of a question for the whole panel. I heard somebody else ask this like 3 weeks ago, but I wanted to ask it again. So say the colonizers they came over here with say a Bible, right? Would it be harder to teach these people what's in this Bible if you had to teach them your language first and then give them the Bible, or if you knew their language and gave them the Bible in their language? That's the question, since we're talking about language right now.
That's a good
You
one,
mean
bro.
like the Algonquin Bible? I will defer to the chief on that, but just go ahead for the example, my brother.
Yeah, let me grab that one real quick because I read that so-called first Bible they gave to the Indians in America, the Algonquin Bible. And one thing that I noticed that majority of those words were what we would consider today as English words. So if they gave that Bible to them in a language, why is at least I'm modest? I'm gonna say at least 55% of the words in that bitch was English words. Even though you had different spellings, but the way it sound, because we know that words change, definitions change over time. Certain letters was taken out, certain words were shorted, some words was compound together and shit. You feel me? But one thing that I'm noticing is the pronunciation and actually the way it looked, it would be considered today of what we call English, even though there was some words in there that I was like, what the fuck is that? But when I went to go see what the fuck that word was, it looked like some old German Frank ass motherfucking shit being spelled out. That's just my own take on that. I'll mute up and let y'all get it.
True Seeker, can I throw a little log in there for you? Could you explain to me about why certain tribe, whoever that was talked to, they asked him what that was, and he said wata. And wata was referring to the canoe or the vessel on it, but they presume water was the liquid substance under it. Could you point out other examples like that, my good brother?
I mean, it's just translation, bro, when understanding. That's it. It's certain words that we think that, for instance, like you might run across a Spanish person and they might have said certain things and they pointed out and you assumed it to be that, but they was really giving another form of description of what they was really trying to say that was attached to that. So it could just be some shit lost in translation. That shit happened and they supposed to work that shit the fuck out. But then, with certain narratives about how certain shit happened, that's where like the confusion come in. I think that need to be ironed out and shit.
Well, this is pretty simple. I mean, all you guys got to do is show us a peer-reviewed source showing that English started in America. That's it.
Man, we ain't gotta show you no peer-reviewed source, brother. Do you
Well,
fucking
that
stand?
means
Hold
that
on,
you have
hold
no
on.
evidence, and it's
Do
not
you?
true.
We do got evidence. We do
You don't
got
want to
evidence.
show it. I got
We
it. I don't
have
want to show it.
evidence that is cross-referenced, brother. These people are
Let's see it.
liars.
Let's see
These
it.
people
Pick
are.
one.
Hey,
So
look,
you
we
have to
can't
show.
believe it. We can't believe it. I mean, we can't. I mean, we understand that these people came up with the narrative. We can't help if you believe the narrative. You're
I'm just
not
saying
one
I
of
don't believe
us.
the
So
story.
we
Well, I
expect
said
we're
the
not giving you
Algonquin
nothing. We're not
Bible.
showing you
Well, I
nothing.
said the
Of course
Algonquin
not, because you
Bible,
don't
We're
have
bro.
to.
You
not
could hold on. I said the Algonquin Bible, bro. You can go Google it. You can get it basically for free to read it. Just read it yourself, bro. You ain't gotta take my word for it. That's why I
How
said
does
the
the
Algonquin Bible.
Algonquin Bible prove that English started in America?
One, bro, I said, nigga, that Algonquin Bible was supposed to have been a Bible given to them in their own language, for them to understand what the fuck they was trying to relate a message to. And I said when I read it, it's mighty funny that majority of the words in there will be what we consider as English words today, and even other words in there would be like damn near the beginning of certain English words. You know, majority of most towns, cities, a lot of streets and shit that we would consider as English today was actually indigenous words up over here. So all you gotta do is read it. Fuck, take my word for it, bro. I don't want to debate back and forth about some shit that another nigga wrote. I gave you the book. Go look it up and just read it for yourself, bro.
But that's not
It
proof
ain't
that
it
English
ain't it
started
ain't
in
it ain't that
America, though.
difficult. It ain't that difficult.
That's not proof that English started in America. It's not.
Bro, listen. So, all right. So, look. Let's deal with this real quick, right? So, what countries over in Europe that actually deal with what we call English? So, you got Germanic, right? And then you got English that's coming out of Britain, right? All of the other countries, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Sicily, all of them other countries speak a totally different language. And even when you get up into Western Europe, they speak in ancient Slavic, right? So now all of these people came here, okay? When you look at all of these so-called the 13 colonies, and beside the 13 colonies, even things that's written outside the 13 colonies are all written in English. So you think English just spread it like that throughout the whole United States, just from one group of people coming over here? No, that's bullshit. It was
Well,
already the dialect.
you
It was
disqualify yourself.
already the dialect over here, bro.
You
People,
disqualify yourself for
They
something you said. I'm
adapted.
not
Ain't
telling you
no
to have to
people
do it.
come over here and adapt, brother.
You
Listen,
disqualified.
show me, show me evidence that you're helping your people over there in Liberia, brother.
hey,
Oh,
this,
now we're
hey,
gonna
hold on. We
deflect
ain't even
now.
got to go
Got
there.
it.
Hey, we ain't even got to
God
go there.
damn, boy, you
Nah, hey,
keep the
what?
aboriginals in your mouth, my
Hold
dude.
on. Hey, what?
Nah,
Hey,
hold on,
we,
nah.
hey,
I
nah,
ain't done yet. I'm not done yet, Truth. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Hold up,
no.
hold on.
Break it down,
You
A1. Break
come
it
over
down.
here. You come over here, bro, and you keep the aboriginal. You're so like amazed by this history that we
Obsessed.
teaching.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, you
amazed by other
obsessed, right?
people
No,
actually
no, no.
believing this
Listen,
nonsense.
you know
That's
what's
what amazes
amazing to
me.
me? What's amazing to me is how would a motherfucking African that came over here and then their place where they came from is a shithole. And you over here questioning the gods. And you ain't
Yeah,
doing
first
nothing.
up,
You ain't worried. You're not
first up,
concerned about Liberia. You're not concerned
I'm
about
concerned
none of
about
them
you switching
fucking
up and trying to run around and dance
fifth
and
world, sixth world countries over
avoid
there in
hide.
Africa. The only thing you concerned with is who the fuck we are. And do you know how disrespectful it is for an African to come over here and challenge research that we put together, that we had to find our history? This is not a game. Like you come over here like this is a game or something.
Classic appeal to
Like
emotion.
like like in real life, a nigga will put you in a sleeper hole and put you the fuck out. Like ain't nobody gonna be sitting up here playing with no African. You sitting up here questioning our history like this is a fucking joke. And that's the problem, man. It's too many of y'all motherfucking trolls that be coming around who want to come over here and question our history and make it seem like we don't know what the fuck we talking about. And then you implement the same colonizers mind state that we trying to get away from. Your man not a coincidence on the panel. He does the same thing.
Right. I was just about to
He
say him.
he enforces the same thing that the European and look, he stand on it. He stand on it, man. He stand on his European masters. And look, instead of joining the information that his brothers put out here, he rather join the information that the Europeans put out there. And
I was
and
leaning
never
more
question.
towards D Red though, because I know D Red is an intelligent brother that think for itself. You feel me? I wasn't really speaking for him, but speaking towards the little guy. You feel me? Because I'm just saying, there's questions we gotta ask. How did somebody give you something that they didn't have, and then the alleged people that created it, the Germans, they don't even fucking speak it.
And
So
how was it translated? Yeah.
how the fuck did they give you something that they didn't have and something that they don't even utilize today themselves?
Yeah,
That's a legitimate question, I think.
but how was it translated to English? Like even when you get into understand this, bro. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. Bro, 100 years ago, well, what is 2023? 100 years ago, we still had our own towns that wasn't even inhabited by Europeans. So we were speaking English then. All of these so-called tribes, we sit up here and say, oh, all of them had a different language. No, they didn't. Because if they did have a different language, some of that shit would still be in their culture. So it's like,
That's very true.
Huh?
I said that's very true.
See, none of these tribes speaking. All these motherfuckers sitting over here, man, oh, we spoke this, and we spoke to prove it. Show me some people doing their genealogy going back in the 1500s. Why is that shit still in English?
And A1, that's an extremely important point you just made. What is the dialects of just one nation? I believe Nigeria is it something around 6 dozen?
Yeah, they got
And
all
what does
types
that?
of.
Okay, so what does that call? Does that not cause strife, civil war, tribal intimacy? Where would we be as unified as the civilization that existed here tens of thousands of years ago? That other people are trying to either lie about, steal, claim they created, which is how is it possible you created some shit somewhere else than where you're from? And what unifying language would we have? The measures. I can't think of the actual organization right now, but there's a governmental agency about weights and measures. You're familiar with that, right? Why do we use foot pounds and everybody else in the world use metrics?
No.
Great question. Great fucking question.
I just want to point something out as an example. I'm not saying whether it's true or not, or whether it came first or last. I'm saying, shouldn't something like that give you pause? There must have been something unifying and cohesive for these magnanimous civilizations to be at the standard that they are, yet to be replicated today. I mean, if I'm missing something, please correct me, and I yield.
Salute. Shout out
Peace,
to the
peace,
channel,
peace.
to the panel, and to the chat, man. Power to the motherfucking people. I got a question for D-Red, the scholar, bro. He still on the floor?
I'm here, brother. What's going on?
Yeah. Shout to D-Red, shout to Smoke.
You said your great grandmother, right? She spoke a different language.
Yeah, she spoke the Tuscarora language, and it wasn't English.
Hold on, what her name was?
Mary Hill.
Mary Hill, huh? But she spoke a different language. See, this be confusing to me. How did she speak her name, bro?
How does she accept the name Mary Hill if she ain't speak English?
I mean, but she spoke both, bro. She spoke English and she spoke her native tongue.
What was her native name? What was her native name?
She was Tuscarora. Tuscarora.
What did she call herself in her native tongue? Well, you may not be privy.
I was little, bro. Yeah, I was little, bro.
I'm talking about, what did your grandmama say she called herself in her native?
I mean, that was my third great grandmother. So, my actual grandmother, she didn't really talk too much about her great grandmother, because that was her great grandmother, if that makes any sense. So that was like my third great grandmother. So she didn't really talk about it a lot, but she spoke a little words like here and there. Like I said, over time, you kind of start losing your language. And so she spoke a little bit. She would say little greetings here and there, but she couldn't really speak it as fluently as my great grandmother.
But the thing about this, real quick, right? Look.
It sound like, I'm dying to hear what it sounds like, honestly.
Hey, look. The question like this would be this, right? How was they losing their language when we wasn't in these people's schools? These people wasn't even teaching us until after like the early 1900s. So how was we losing our language? They wasn't in our communities like that. So these are questions that people got to ask. And the Tuscarora, which one? You saying the ones that went and joined the Iroquois, or the ones that was still in the Carolinas or the Georgia area?
They migrated. She migrated from the north. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Again, that was my third great grandmother. So she migrated from
like
the north.
In the Detroit region.
I would say more Iroquois.
Okay, so and that right there, even when you get down and you start reading all of this stuff, man, you go back to the Articles of Confederation. That was written by us. That is in English. That wasn't written by no Europeans. That was written by us.
And
So
don't
you go.
forget, since people want to argue about sources and stuff, the Congress stated that in 1988 that it was based on the Iroquois Confederacy, right? We already know the Confederacy is at least 5 or 6 nations. What? Onondaga was one, Mohawk was one, etc. I'm quite certain they had the Mohawk language, did they not? They had
The Tuscarora,
the
Onondaga, yeah.
it was one. Didn't they come on later as a part of the Iroquois Confederacy?
Well, the Tuscarora did. They joined them. They was part of the
No,
first. I
what
mean,
I'm pointing out here, A1, is that people want to say source up and facts. The congressional record in 1988, would that be considered a source? And would them stating that this document, the Articles of Confederation and the United States Constitution, were based on government operating under the Iroquois Confederacy? You see what I'm getting at here? A1? People like to ignore simple things like what's supposed to be facts. So it's not an issue of it's a fact. Is it the truth or not? You feel what I'm getting at, A1?
And everybody doing their genealogy. All these niggas in this community claim that they can go back to the 1500s. Now I have yet to see anybody go past the 1700s, right? But all these motherfuckers going back saying that I got ancestry go back to the 1500s. So what language is it written in?
Bro, you just took the words out of my mouth, A1, because I was going to ask you, would that be oral? And where does the paper trail end in the 1500s? Is that mostly Spanish documents through domination and colonization after 1492? So when we're arguing these things, and I'm not saying you are, I'm saying when I listen to dim-witted people try to profess certain things, and until we have the record of the speech, the language of the nations, the government bodies that existed. You think I'm going to take that from some pale skin, fork tongue speaking, two-timing thief? You think that? I mean, I don't know. Just a thought.
And look real quick, right? Think of it like this, right? Just like with cursive, or how letters is connected, right? When we spoke, we could say a whole sentence in one word. So it's like, and all they did was broke the sentences up and made individual words for it. You understand what I'm saying? When we spoke, we said we said stuff like how we say in the East, like 100. You know what I'm saying? There's other words. Know what I'm saying? Like we still do that shit today.
Yeah,
We'll say 3 or 4 words in one word.
That's another point I was gonna bring up too. How we create our own words damn near every day.
And then I don't even think we creating. I think it's we're tapping back into what we was originally doing. You see what I'm saying? I don't even think we creating them.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. You can read King Alfred. If you know anything about King Alfred, or they call him in England, they call him Alfred the Great. You know what I'm saying? Alfred the Unifier. You know what I'm saying? He goes back. So you be talking about 15, go back to the 1500s. Again, all this is appeal to emotion. Reality of the situation, Alfred go back to 880 something. Eight. I think when he penned the whole thing about unifying England and how we were trying to unify the language, him and his son Athelstan, they did it, and it's written, it's documented. So this is the problem that
I
you
gotta
have.
challenge you. I gotta challenge you on that though. There is no 1800. I mean 800. There's no 800. The Gregorian calendar was created in 1570.
Okay,
I'm just saying. If we're gonna deal with this shit, let's be real about it. The Gregorian calendar. Hold on, whoever talking in the back with their mic chopped up. Hold up, just hold your mic for a second. Look, the Gregorian calendar was created in 1570, and that shit go over most people's heads. There is no 1800s. We don't know what we was calling that shit.
Brother,
the Gregorian calendar didn't go from.
See, the problem that you having is when you read the document, he put the dates on the document. That's what I'm saying. You got to go read the documents, bro. Because what ends up happening is we be having a appeal to emotion argument the whole time, and then if an Israelite is on the Israelite channel, and he started doing an appeal to emotion argument. Everybody in the Israelite chat gonna be like, yeah, because you're appealing to the emotions of the audience that you're talking to. But the reality of the situation is, they got the writings from dude. They got the writings from his son. They got this, bro.
So what year
And you
was that?
can't get around it.
But all right, so no, all right, hold up. I mean, we just trying to listen. We just trying to make sense of it. What year was that again that you said?
It was like roughly around. I think he was born in like 866 or
Okay,
868.
so
So
866,
around
866 could be the 14 to 1500s. Remember, they added time on to create the Gregorian calendar. They added time on. So we don't know if the 800, all of that shit, man. There's really no even history to prove any of that, because they saying a lot of these books that's written now was written within the last 500 years.
Hey,
So I don't care what's it.
Hey, hold on one second. Hey, D Red. Hey, let me ask you a question, bro.
What's up?
What was the language? What was the what language was they speaking and writing in England in the 1500s?
What they call Old English.
What do Old English derive from?
It's a hodgepodge of Germanic and Scandinavian languages.
All right. Do they give credit to the English language being created by the Germanics, right?
Yeah.
All right. Do Germans speak English today?
Huh?
Do Germans speak English today? Not no translation shit. Just as original language. Do they speak German? Do they speak German or do they speak English?
Who Germans?
Yeah.
You breaking up, bro.
Yeah, the Germans, bro. The Germans. My bad.
Yeah, you breaking up bad.
The Germans speak German. Like, I'll give you an example. Volkswagen.
No, I agree
right?
with you, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Because Volkswagen, I'm just giving you this example for the people. Volkswagen means Volkswagen. What does folk mean? Folks is people, right? So Volkswagen means the people's car, the people's wagon, or the people's car. You know what I'm saying? Just like we say folk, kinfolk,
right.
It's the same. You see the correlation in the language. That's how they look at the language.
But we follow. So Germans get English. They don't speak English.
Unfortunately, Truth, you got signal issues going on, Truth. We can't really. You're distorted.
Yeah, True. We want you to get your mic together, bro. I know you're trying to bring some heat. It's a good conversation. Shout out to everybody on the panel too, man. Hopefully, Truth get his mic together, man. Shout out to everybody in here, man.
Can y'all
hit that like
Copper Color Grizzly? I forgot who it was. Brought it up later because you kind of stepped away from the mic. There were certain things that was quarreling about us getting on this supposed linguistic discussion. And whether or not, and there's people who will argue, whether it was called Pangea, whether it was called Gondwana, was there a Tower of Babel incident from this holy mythological book? Was there one unifying language? I'm not saying you can answer this. It's kind of a rhetorical question, AP. But I'm saying, shouldn't the evidence of a civilization as ancient in antiquity, as vast and as magnanimous as it here in the Americas, that has yet to be replicated, and the people who are trying to steal it and co-opt it, calling it architecture today, saying they made it here and they ain't do it where they're from? So would you agree that it must have been something that was unifying to cause such greatness to get to such high level NIU?
Appreciate you for coming on. Mike Truth, you got your mic together?
Yeah, y'all can hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
You good, Truth.
All right. So basically what I was just trying to break down to, right? And I'm not even saying that this is a definite, but these are questions that I got. So when I look at what the English was speaking in the 1500s, it wasn't considered English. It got labeled Old English towards the late 1500s, but allegedly we get English before that. So the people that they give credit to creating English, they don't speak English. I don't find none of their writings in English. I don't even find none of their writings around the time they allegedly gave us English in that time frame. So then that become a problem about how was this language created? Who are they giving credit to it created to? And then just also looking at the people.
Truth. Who are the Celtics and what did they speak? And was it Albion or was it Brittany, et cetera, et cetera? You know what I'm saying, bro.
They spoke Norman Frank. They spoke a Franco language, a Germanic language, but none of those languages that we speaking of would be considered as English today. Even when you look at Old English, that shit look like Yiddish.
Yeah,
We
they
think
was
that
they was using the old Germanic diacritic marks. Like I'm gonna give an example. I was having a conversation with a brother about Arabic, right? And I was trying to explain to him about the Nabatean script and how Nabatean and Arabic is the same, except Nabatean didn't have the diacritic marks. It didn't have certain periods. It didn't have certain it didn't have certain things to separate it to give certain vowel sounds and things of that nature. So when we talk about like I'm agreeing with you, Truth. So old German or New German, or they had different little colloquial words for what language and how it evolved. It was separated as just certain marks and certain dots and periods and grammatical shit. So, but yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, because like even when I went to go look at Old English, a lot of us think that Old English is like that writing we see where like the F look like S and shit like that. Like, nah, that's not Old English. On some G shit. You know,
No, it's not.
right. You know, when I looked at Old English, it damn near looked at like Yiddish. It didn't look at like English to me at all. It looked like some Slavic, dramatic ass type shit. And so when I started looking at the English, even the form that we see from the 16 and the 1700s, it don't even look like that. So now I'm asking, okay, well, if the story is they bought that shit to here, but when you look over there during the time frame, like even before, like you got to give a little space before to try to see where it led up to during the time frame, and afterwards, the one thing that I notice is that we don't start seeing that shit till you start seeing interactions in America. Then you start seeing that shit leaving America, going over to there. So whatever was going on in the Americas, whether and this is not North America, but even South America and the islands, whatever was transpiring over here, we see it being taken into Europe and actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Influencing certain things as far as language. You feel me? Writing system, because when you look at the writing system and the language they had, it's hard to find similarities and shit. You feel me? So when I see that, that's when it make me question, like, did they really bring it here or did it left here and go there? And like I say, I could be wrong. You feel me? But based on just that understanding, it's kind of hard for me to accept the narrative that they gave, that they bought that shit here, they gave it here. When they weren't speaking it, they wasn't writing it over there. And you don't even see them acting and speaking or writing until they was here for a little bit of time. And basically, I feel like they was a little bit influenced, and that's how I got over there. Just
And
my
just
personal opinion.
What I would add to that, is you right, but I think you're not looking at the fact of it's not about it being starting from it, because English is what they call it. When the brother brought a pidgin language, it's kind of a Creole language because it mixes. Because when you get, and I do agree with you, they did take certain Native American terms and phrases and add it to the English lexicon. But they didn't just do that with the English. They did it with the Dutch. They did it with the French. They did it with the Spanish. They took these words. So when in grammatical markings, they took some of that from the Spanish. They took certain words from these different. This is how come when you talk with, if you go to English, you go outside of the country and you talk to somebody that's English, they'll say you Yankin. You're a Yankee. You see what I'm saying? That we talk different. You see what I'm saying? Our English, how we structure our sentences is different because you had so many different people here. You see what I'm saying? That they borrow that the English language that we speak over here formed from, like I said, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Germanic people. That like the whole Christmas that we celebrate, that people celebrate. That's Germanic. You know what I'm saying? In origin. So a lot of the stuff that we do, we combine all the different people: the Irish, the Scots, the Indians, all the different groups of people, and that's how come it looks different. It sounds different. You see what I'm saying? The things of that nature. So
Well, all of
it
them
took us
are not
100
white.
Add on to that, pigeon languages is ultimately developed because of, like you said, different people speaking different languages, having communication barrier. So they create a language where they can all understand one each other. You know what I'm saying? That's ultimately what happens.
So, but and
That's
all of
that's a
them are
fact.
not different people though. All of them are not different people. See, we keep on falling under the same mind state. Oh, the Dutch are white people. The Germans are. Them are all niggers. The people who were speaking British was what we call the Moors. That was in Britain. These are not white people. And it's just so funny that the only country or the only country over there in England or in Europe, right, that predominantly speak English is Britain. And I'm gonna say the Germans too, because the Germans speak English too. They speak English too, and like they say, like oh man, I can't remember exactly what book was this. I think it was Ancient Modern Brits, man, by Mac Ritchie's, right? He was saying that the Germans spoke English too. The Germans spoke English, and the so-called Britons spoke English, right? As well as the people that was in Ireland. The Irish speak English too. They just speak a different type of English dialect. These
Yeah,
are all
dialect, yeah.
these are all places where niggas was at. Ain't no white people. So the people that came here, if they was Dutch, they would have been niggas. If they was Britain,
Right.
they would have been niggas. If they was
Nah,
Germans,
because you got to remember the time frame though, A1, because you got to remember what happened. Me and a brother in the chat, I think his name was X8, whatever. We was talking about that when it had when around the time you talking about. By the time the people start coming here to America, they was white because Pope Nicholas V passed what was called the Reconquista. When you look at the Reconquista, they was running the blacks out of
bro,
Europe.
Pope the
That was the
Nicholas.
whole
Nah, nah, that's not. All right, let me give you an
purpose of
understanding
the
of that. All right,
Reconquista.
all right, let me give you an understanding of that. Since you still going by the old narrative, brother. Let me explain something to you, okay? The Moors ran the whole entire Europe, brother, all the way from the Middle East, all the way into Portugal, Spain, and all the way back up through Britain, London, and Germany. All of them places is ran by Moors, bro. The Pope in the 1500s, Charles V was a nigga. How the Holy Roman hold up? How is the Holy Roman Emperor at the time when they showing you white people come over here a goddamn nigga? They only pushed the so-called Moors out that was in Spain that didn't convert. The other people they was warring against was other Moors. So it wasn't white people that came into there and pushed the Moors out. It was other Moors who was making people convert to Catholicism. It wasn't white people who pushed nobody out of there. Now later on, huh?
That's not necessarily true
Bro, that's a
because
fact. It's a fact.
when you read the book White
We don't care
Gold.
about the book. We can't read the. We don't take none of these books face value. D-Red. We don't
I
read
mean,
the whole entire book and take. Nah, brother.
What are you going by? See, that's what I'm
We
saying.
go. It's
Cross
called
reference.
It's
Cross
called
reference,
cross
bro.
referencing, bro. It's
Okay,
called.
okay,
I
but
could read one
that's what
book, bro. I could
but that's
read
what I'm
one
saying.
book. No, I understand what you.
I'm reading the actual edict, bro.
Brother.
When you actually read the Doctrine of Discovery and the edict, he talking about we finna move the Moors, the Saracens, the Jews, and it's like to a couple other groups.
But
We
all of
gonna
them are
remove them.
what?
We gonna
Faith
push them.
based. Okay, but all of them are faiths. Look, all of them are faiths or what we call cultural practices. It has nothing to do with ethnicity or race. We know what the doom divide is.
But the Moor at the time was considered a black person. It wasn't considered because the Saracens were considered the Muslims. You see what I'm saying?
Saracens ain't nothing but sons of
Sons of
Sarah,
Sarah.
bro.
Okay,
Sons of
well, I
Sarah,
know.
Abraham, right? So, okay, so exactly. What I'm trying to tell you is this, brother.
But they separated them from the Jews.
Ain't no Europeans come here and do shit. The Europeans was on slave. The Europeans was in shackles, nigga. Ain't no white people come here and do nothing. The people who came here was Negroes. And all the way up until the Civil War, all of them people that was coming over here was still Negroes. Now I know what they teach. Bro, I know what they teach us. I know what they teach, brother. The Moors was in. The Moors was in. They
I'm
they
not reading
teach you
what them
that.
people.
All right, let me ask you a question though. Did they tell you that the Moors was just in Spain and Morocco, right? No, the Moors was running.
I
The
mean,
Moors
we
are
know
the
that we
business.
know about Saint Maurice and all them in Germany. I know about all that. But what I'm trying
Okay,
to
then.
tell you,
So,
but that's still that. But I know the time frame. I'm looking at time frames, bro. I'm not time
bro,
jumping.
I
I'm looking at
keep
the
telling
time
you though,
frame.
you going by their timeline that they created to see what Europeans is doing is this. It's simple, right? Let me just say this point right here. What Europeans doing is simple as this, right? They don't want nobody questioning their existence in Europe. The further you go back in Europe, the further you'll realize that there was no white people in Europe. It was all Negroes who ran it, and the Negroes did not come from nowhere except the Americas. So they're hiding the history. You have to come into, when you read any of these books, you have to have that in the back of your mind. You
But if
cannot
you
come
had that
into,
in the
you
back of
cannot,
your mind, but if you had that in the back of your mind, A1, then you suffer from confirmation bias, and you can't do that. You actually got to clear your mind and just look at the information. You can't read the
nah,
book with
but
a
the
preconceived notion, bro.
information,
Then that's confirmation
bro,
bias, and that's the
but what I'm
first. That's
telling
the
you,
first. That's a violation of the first rule of scientific research methodology, bro. You got the
bro,
first rule
son,
of
that's
scientific
all
research.
made by
The first
eugenics,
rule of
though. We don't,
scientific research.
So the Pan
Eugenics ain't
Africans,
got
that's
no
what Pan Africans do,
black,
right?
but black people
yeah.
created science, bro. Black people created science.
But
So
we
stop
didn't
just trying
create
to
it
make
in a form
everything.
that eugenics came up with these terminologies. The eugenics came up with all the terminologies to science.
The eugenics is just added on to what was already being done. We
Bro, but
created science,
okay.
bro. Like they just added
Okay,
on to what we
so we
did.
create. So all right, okay, so we created science, right? And everything is transliterated in English, right? So we created science, everything is transliterated in. I'm not telling you. I'm telling you they created the terminologies. I'm not telling you that the science wasn't here. The terminologies in which we use was created by eugenics. All of these terminology, all of the scientific terminology that you learn in any biology or any you could read in any medical book or any biology book, all came from eugenics in the early 1900s, brother. All of them. Now back to what I was saying about Negroes leaving the Americas and going over there to what we call Iberia or the Iberia Peninsula or what we call Europe, right? So what I'm saying is this. We're reading these books. These people are creating these narratives, brother. Wasn't no Europeans running nothing in Europe. They weren't running shit all the way up to the 1800s, bro. Up into the 1800s, all of them castles over there was occupied by niggas, man.
I mean,
All
we
of
got
them.
that, but you time jumping, A1. You time
What you mean?
jumping.
But how I'm time to, if I'm telling you
What
the
I'm saying,
18. All right,
what I'm
so let's
saying
just
is,
make this clear.
if we got the document, if
Did the
we got the
Christians
document,
and the so-called
mhm.
Muslims have the same calendar?
Go ahead, brother. What'd you say?
Did the Christians and the so-called Muslims have the same calendar?
Do the Christians and the Muslims have the same calendar? No,
Exactly. So the time period they match.
but that don't mean that you can't use the two calendars to coincide to see where they match at.
Right.
Oh, you know
I
they
ain't gonna
different.
lie. I want arguing crayon shit about like I don't give a fuck what color they is. I don't believe. I think that it's up for debate about the formation of English language, just point blank period. Like regardless of what color, it's some niggas in other places that don't speak English and got no ties to the English language. So the credence is that these motherfuckers came over here and gave us English. That's all. Like I don't even want to play with they black, white, none of that shit. I'm saying no matter what color they was, they did like it's very suspect on who really originated and formed this language and how it done. Like I would even be more open to say, you know what? Yeah, some niggas from another place came and linked with some niggas in America and they got together and created it together, right? But the fact of the credence of the way that it's being pushed in the narrative, it's too many contradictions when we start looking at the linguistics, the transliterations of language, and just the transliterations of writing. And the writing and the language that they were speaking do not match up to the timeline. They would have been better off saying that they created the English language in the 1700s and gave it to niggas. Other than the way that they saying that it come from Old English. I looked at Old English. That shit look like Yiddish. It don't look like fucking English. And Yiddish look like Slavic language, just to
But I
keep it a
think
buck. The
But true, but
sounding
I
of
think,
this. My bad,
but
bro.
I
You
think
got
you're
it.
not looking at the fact of how something is written and how it sounds and how it's actually spoken is not the same thing.
Yeah, but see, this the
It can
thing.
be
I
written.
agree
It can
with you.
be
But
written because written language change, and that's why I try to use Arabic because you can see the continuum from Aramaic, from Paleo Hebrew to modern Hebrew
right.
to
Aramaic.
Aramaic
Well, all of them are
to
Abrahamic
Syriac.
language. I
But
mean,
but but
Abrahamic
but see,
languages.
D Red, this the
All of them,
problem that we
Aramaic,
got.
But that, but
Like,
that, but that, but,
Arabic,
that, but
and
the same
Hebrew.
process,
hey,
but
but D,
the same process they use. This is. That's what I'm saying. The same process linguists use to see that continuum through
right.
from that ancient language all the way to modern Arabic is the same way. The same process they use to track uh,
The
English
English language.
from the English language all the way back to Indo-European languages. It's the
But
same
see, D,
process.
this
Like
the
lingua
problem that
franca.
we got right here, though, D. Like, cause what you just said, I don't disagree with none of that. So this is what I did. Those words that they was showing me in so-called old English that I said in Yiddish, bro, I was copying and pasting them in the Google search and then trying to hear how they sound. Like I even do that in my genetic literature when I run across words I try that I don't understand. I try to find out what they mean so I can put a proper context of why they're in this sentence and how they're in this sentence, and also how it's pronounced, so I can make sure that I'm pronunciating it the correct way. Cause I ain't got time for semantic niggas like, oh, this nigga can't even read and shit. So I do that, and when I did the pronunciation and how the shit sound, it sound very dramatic and Slovakic, bro. You feel me? It don't sound like modern English. Like for instance, right? The word Khan, right? Now there are linguists that saying that the word Khan is a title of nobility, and honestly, it's a lot of scholars that saying that it really originated in America. I ain't even gonna play that game, but the reason why they showing the connection that you can find this title of nobility Khan from like in places like the Americas, places like in Asia, Southeast Asia, Cambodia, even up into the dynastic period of Egypt, is the way that that word is pronounced and also the definition of the word. So I don't disagree with you on that part. What I'm saying is when I went to listen to how the phonetics, the phonetic sounds of these old English words sound like, they still don't sound like English. They sound very dramatic, bro. So
So
that's a problem with me.
real quick, right?
Just me,
Real
you
quick.
feel me? That's just my opinion. I ain't saying that's a definite fact. You feel me?
All right, look, real quick, right? Listen, out of all the Abraham languages, right? Which one was the first? Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Hebrew, out of the so-called English alphabet, 22 of the 22 letters is taken from the Hebrew language. So even when you get into, so now you can start thinking like, okay, we find Arabic in America. We find certain forms of Aramaic in America. We definitely find Hebrew in America, but it ain't even Hebrew, it's phonetics. See, they will have you believing the Hebrews, the Phoenicians, and the Sumerians are all the same fucking people. Or they're different people, but when you do the research, you find out that they're all the same people. The Sumerians are the Phoenicians. They're all the same people, as far as my research now, I don't even want to go that far to say that I don't even believe that no such people as Hebrews ever existed. I don't believe that they ever existed. You understand what I'm saying? And especially to have their own language. Now, if 22 letters out of the Hebrew vocabulary is what they use to make English, then now you can start saying, okay, we could see some connections here. We could see connections because if Hebrew birth Aramaic and Aramaic birth Arabic, right? Then we gonna say what? English was birthed from what? Also Hebrew, or what we call phonetics or Phoenician. So that's something that's something, and like I said, and the reason why it's only 22 letters because we can see that a lot of other letters like the K, the C, the F, the R, some of these other letters was created later on. Now I might not be right about the R, but some people say the R and the L is the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But however it go, you have to pay. You have to put that in perspective. The oldest Hebrew script that they found that was Proto-Hebrew. Now you got some people pushing back on it. All right. Anytime that they find shit in America, they always want to make it controversial because they don't want to. They don't want to leave the person with that mind state stating that, oh, America's supposed to be the new world. So why would it had? Oh, why would it have old world languages? But most people on the outside looking in is saying that, oh, that's because people came in. No, the shit was already here. It didn't come from nowhere.
But see, that's what I say. That I got to push back on that. You'd have to go look at the proto-Sinaitic script when you can see them actually writing the language and trying to figure out what direction they're gonna write it in. They was writing it in diagonal, trying to figure out if they're gonna write the script diagonal. They were writing it up and down, started out up, writing it up and down because the Egyptians wrote their stuff up and down. They actually used Egyptian motifs for the Paleo Hebrew script. You see what I'm saying? They use the ox head and all of those type of stuff. You see that. You see them trying to figure out which direction they're gonna write it in. And then when they finally came up with it, they had what's called the Moses of Minor inscription, which is the oldest documented uh thing on the script on of Hebrew script that they found. They debate if it's Phoenician because you don't find Phoenicians in that part of the Negev. The Negev is an area between Egypt and the Levant. So you don't find Phoenicians really in the Negev at that time, at that particular time period. The Phoenicians hadn't even, because people attribute the Phoenicians to the sea peoples that came into the region at that particular time, who were of European stock, and we know when Europeans came into the region because it was a group. What's them people name? The Hurrians. We know when the Hurrians come in to that particular area. You see what I'm saying? They come in the area at a particular time in the Bronze Age. I mean the early Iron Age. They come in the area late Bronze Age, early Iron Age. So we know when them people come in. And those people are contributed to what we could call Phoenician culture and Tyree and all that other type of shit.
And what area is that though?
That's in northern Israel. That's not in the Negev. That's why they don't attribute the script to a Phoenician script. They're kind of leaning towards a Hebraic script as opposed to Phoenician script because.
But Israel over there is pseudo. There was no Israel over in the Middle East. That shit was just created in the 1940s.
But brother, they found a Moabite stone that talks about that we got the Meron Patah stela. You know what I'm saying? That actually talks about how the Egyptians say that they went in and crushed the Canaanites. They named all the different groups, and Israel was on the stone, bro. So like,
you saying that they translated the Moabite stone?
Yeah.
Who translated?
I mean, the linguists, they translated it, bro.
Some Europeans lying again, huh?
I mean, like I said, bro, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't, everything that go against your narrative, you can't say it's a lie, but then everything that fits your narrative.
It ain't even about the narrative, though,
D-Ray. I'm just telling you. We don't.
Look.
Because you subscribe to that book that talk about Atlantis, right? But that's a European, but it fits your narrative, though, right?
What book? Hold up. What book are you talking about?
The book that you quoted in your presentation about Atlantis.
And okay, listen. I'm gonna put this out there. I'm gonna say this again. No. I'm gonna say it again, okay? Half of the books that I read, I do not agree with 80% of the shit in the book. What I do is, as a researcher, I cross-reference research and information. I do not take all of these books verbatim. I do not. Because I know that a lot of the history in a lot of these books are meant to keep people confused. So if I make a reference to something, sure enough, I got other sources other than that book. That ain't the same sources of people. That's how I do research.
I get that. I mean, you're supposed to use at least 2 or 3 sources to substantiate a point. I get that. But my point is, you can't believe the points from Europeans that fit your book, fit your narrative.
Europeans was not running nothing in no. Europeans weren't running nothing. But no. What I'm saying is this. I'm just making this point though, right? Europeans wasn't running nothing until after the 1800s. So all of these places where you're putting them at, they was not there. And a lot of this shit that's being created was just created in the early or late 1800s. They came back and rewritten history. Why you keep thinking the first thing they say is what? Oh, they destroyed all the documents and destroyed all the libraries and burnt all the books, right? So who you think came in and rewritten new books? A lot of these people, and a lot of these same books got the same narrative of Europeans being in places where they basically could not be at that timeline because they was never in power. They was never in power in Europe until after the
I
1800s.
mean,
So anything,
even that's not true though. Everyone, that's not true.
bro.
We know
So where
we can
was
trace
Europeans living at?
we
So
can
tell
trace.
me.
Hold on. I can tell you, brother.
Go
If you
ahead.
just relax.
Okay.
What I'm trying to explain to you is when we know when white people burst on the scene 57 around 5700 BC. We know that when the population bottlenecks happens and these people spread out and you start spreading out in Europe, we can trace these people to a group of people called the Urnfeld culture. The Urnfeld culture comes down from Scandinavia and starts spreading their culture. They mix with a culture called the Villanovan culture. You know what I'm saying? In Southern Europe, they start mixing with those people. Then those people because those people were warlike and Germanic, they created what was called a slice and sword. They were the first people to create the slice and sword. Everybody else was using daggers at that particular point. They come down with this they come down with this new warfare technology at that particular point in time. They come down, they create what's called a Bronze Age collapse. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who studies history of that particular region, you'll find a period where they call the Bronze Age collapse. Why? Because the population replacement was happening. Because those particular people, those white people, skinny people, came in and replaced the indigenous people of Southern Europe, the Italians, the Greeks at the time, who were the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans were black. The Etruscans were black. Those are the people who occupy Southern Europe. The population replacement happens. Once the population replacement happened, because those people who came down to those particular areas were illiterate, those people, you know what I'm saying, it created a collapse, meaning there was no writing at this particular period in time. There was no art, there was no culture, there was no nothing. You see what I'm saying? For like 300 years. Then these people burst on the scene. You know what I'm saying? With what you call what they call classical Greece. This when these people burst back on the scene with some form of writing because they were taught to write. They were taught all this stuff. Then once they come on the scene, then after that point, it was on and popping with them.
So who taught them to write? Who taught them to write?
Obviously Negroes, because they didn't know how to write at
And
the
then
time.
okay, so Negroes taught them to write. So Negroes let them basically invade their lands. That's what you're telling me.
I mean, they didn't let them. I mean, them people they were
Hey
warlike.
D, hey,
So
you ever
them
heard
people
of
came.
the Huns and the Mongs, bro, from Attila?
Yeah, the Huns, Attila the Hun, yeah.
Yeah, so one went in direction of what we would call east, which would be considered Asia, based on the location where Attila was at.
Because they was in the steppes. Yeah.
Right. It was deep in the steppes. They got chased there. They damn near went into extinction. But then war and started happening all in other places and shit where people forgot about them and out the blue. They allegedly burst on the scene. One headed west and one went east and shit. The Mongs went to the east. The Huns went to the east and the Mongs went to the west and shit.
Yeah.
And they was considered wild men and shit, right? Furry, pink pigment, and all of that shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, those people didn't have no culture originally, but we started teaching them, you know what I'm saying, during that period of time where nothing was being done, nothing was being rebuilt. They burned everything, they destroyed everything, they killed most of the people who who the leadership, and they assumed the leadership roles, and they used the people, the scribes and all the people at that time to teach them how to write, teach them culture.
So they killed off all. So they killed off all the people who was residing, which would have been Negroes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you telling me that Negroes came back and taught them?
I didn't say Negroes came back. That's what I just said. I just said they preserved the scribes and the people that learned it, people who could teach them.
Man,
culture.
come on, D-Ray, you believe that?
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
You believe that shit? You believe that pseudo? And no, you're very look. I'm not listen, brother. I'm like I said, we agree to disagree. We still can do it respectfully, right? But yo, man, like you too smart. That was some pseudo shit you get said, bro.
Brother,
that's some pseudo shit. You believe people,
cultures, bro.
Brother, I'm not studying. I already know about them cultures, and I already did. What I did was I threw that shit out my mind because it doesn't make no sense. So they killed off the Moors, and then they took they remember They telling
What
you
I'm
these
talking about
people was
predates the Moors, though, brother. What I'm talking about is
brother.
before the Moors.
And what you saying? How they? Okay, so you're telling me. So this what you telling me, right? Nothing predates Negroes. Negroes was already in Europe for. We don't know how long they was in Europe, my
I
dude.
agree. I
We only
agree.
know what white people. We only know what white people trying to do and write themselves into history. Because if they're not from if they're not from the region of what we get said, Sicily, Italy, Rome, and Spain and France, then people gonna ask, where the fuck did they come from? Them people were Slavic slaves, my dude. These people, we've been told all this time that they was running around on all fours grunting. So you think they had the science to transliterate some glyphs or some writings that was left over? Come on, bro. That don't even sound right,
I mean,
man. That don't even.
but them translating that stuff is relatively modern. So I'm still not understanding what you're saying.
If they couldn't read, how they come up with military strategy?
So
And
you
pass it
saying
along?
basically their transliteration and understanding of the writing system that was already around is more of a modern. It has nothing to do with ancient
Yeah.
times.
No, what I'm saying
Like,
is,
I'm not understanding what I'm not understanding.
this shit didn't happen like that.
But again, when you're having a discussion or a debate with a person, you would have to prove that. Just because you think that, I'm telling you stuff you can go look up. It's called the Urnfell culture. It's another one called the Bell Beaker culture. You know what I'm saying? The funnel beaker culture. You got to go study these cultures in Europe, and you can see the cultural continuum when the stuff comes down from Scandinavia, where the first European bones were found. These people come from Scandinavia, and they come down through Europe.
So would it be safe to say that these names are necessarily the names of the people, but basically the names of different time? No, basically like they give names to certain time periods of the same people. Like these people never
Basically, yeah.
change,
Yep,
but the names
basically.
change depending based on what time frame you discussing.
Exactly. You see what I'm
What is a
saying?
culture? Any words?
It's the Urnfeld, Urnfeld, the
No,
Urnfeld culture.
but the definition of that term culture, because you said the culture you're talking about, they describing the culture, they ain't describing the actual people, are they?
But we know that these are it could be because once they sequence and they find the LC2485 and the three genes that make up white skin, this is how they know that these people are white. Does that make sense? It's three genes that make up white skin. It's the LC2485 gene, the LC245 gene, and the OSC2 gene or the HERCA2 gene. Those three genes come together to make white people. What we consider white people. Those are the three differences between white people and black people.
So it's not a mutation on the humanilin gene that these people share that they pass down to their children and shit, and that same mutation appear right there on the humanilin gene
Yeah,
that
but
we
you're right. You're
don't
right.
get.
Now you just went more scientific with it because I tried to keep it simple.
Well,
But
who took their
yeah,
DNA to test it though?
huh?
Who took the DNA of them people, those cultures?
Well,
People that
because they
cultures
found
and test it.
because they found where they found these specimens at in cold climate. The cold climate preserved the genetics, just like when they found the girl in the cave in Mexico. It was the climate that was able to preserve the DNA for them to extract the DNA. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing up there.
Yeah, but are you fully aware that girl that you was talking about found in the cave and shit, that really the craniology is more accurate than the DNA study because the piece of fragment of DNA they found was so small that they had to clone the shit almost 5 times to stretch it out in order to read it. But they basically got 5 readings of the same small delicate sample and shit that they found. So is that really a full spectrum read of a genetics and shit due to the fact that they didn't even have a full specimen in order to be able to get a true read?
Well, yeah, in that particular situation, yeah, I agree that you're totally right about that. That they had to stretch it out, but even when they did it, she was more related to Melanesians than anybody else. But that's a whole nother conversation. But what I'm saying
But what I'm saying is that I don't think it was the DNA evidence that gave them credence to. She was more close to related to Melanesian or Australians and shit. I'm saying that the craniology basically motherfucking before that DNA came, they were saying the craniology measurements basically
but the genetics, but you know, truth, the DNA matched the craniology. So they didn't have no choice but to go with that read.
I want y'all brothers to continue. I just want to interrupt real quick to just shout out to everybody on the panel. I'm really enjoying this build, man. It's a lot of information from both sides, a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different angling, and y'all brothers are building peaceful. I actually enjoy these builds. These are builds that I look
Man,
for.
these are my brothers, man. Y'all know y'all my homies.
Yeah, I fuck
So
with
shit.
D, bro. D
Yeah,
always been
D
cool.
Will
My
already
nigga,
know,
bro.
man. That's my boy. You already know what's up, man.
Hey,
But
Hey,
yeah,
but
man.
AP,
D, hey,
remind me because I got to see my new number too. AP, I'm glad we on the panel. So I got to send it to you.
All right, for sure, for sure.
hey, D. So let my bad. AP, you done, bro? I ain't mean to cut you
Yeah,
No,
off.
I
my
just
bad.
want
I
to
fucked
get out
up.
to the chat real quick to say, hit that like button, support the channel, man. These are the builds y'all look forward to, man. These are dope conversations, man. We getting to the bottom of it, chopping it up. We getting to some shit, man. These are some good brothers on here with some good information and scholar and research, man. So shout out to you guys in the chat. Hit that like button. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let's get it, man. Go ahead, Truth. You got it.
Copper color
Hey,
grizzly.
so D, so peak game, right? So this what I was basically going at with that, right? Is that the narrative that this person that the little girl in the cave was Melanesian and Australoid and shit, that narrative was already painted before the DNA specimen, right? And it was based on the cranial measurements and shit. So when they found the DNA specimen, then they tried to, they said it was reinforced, but honestly, me personally, even though technically my ideology and shit, um, you feel me? It's saying that this little girl is a Negro. That's something I agree with, but I don't agree with the DNA specimen and shit because I know it's not a full specimen, bro. I know that they cloned that shit 5 times to stretch it out in order to be able to read it. But the main reason why I disagree with the DNA specimen, even though it might go with my narrative and shit, right? Because I don't play that shit. You feel me? If I see some suspect shit, I'm gonna call it out, even if it go my way. The thing is that I know about DNA, especially when they find small fragment of so-called ancient DNA, is very delicate and it can easily be contaminated through human errors, right? The DNA aspect of it didn't come about until after not only her specimen, but I think almost like 80 other specimens that they found uh, was caught in a fire in the building that was being stored in. So with that being said, that it was caught in a fire in the building that they were stored in, it's safe to say that it was smoke damage in those areas. And I feel like that DNA specimen is contaminated and they just need to be a little bit more honest and just call it for what it is. We're basing this narrative off the cranial measurements, and the mathematical equation of cranial measurements has been tested over and over and over. That's how they know what the measurements is and shit. So I don't necessarily believe with the DNA spectrum of it and shit. I think some of this DNA shit be highly speculative. And on top of that, when they run a test on DNA, the whole reason why they bought up the PCAs is every time that they run tests on DNA during the process, they lose pieces of DNA. Even with the PCA analysts of running DNA specimen, it's just that they lose less DNA when they run a PCA than the traditional way. With that being said, that was a small fragment, delicate specimen. How much of that did they lose running the DNA sample that they didn't get, yet along with all the missing components of it due to the fact that it was a very small sample size? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. See, this is the thing though. I totally agree with you, but this how I go with it. They put it on the record. They put it on the record. I didn't put it on the record. So again, when I brought it up, I was just trying to use that as an example to talk about what I was talking about as far as over there in Scandinavia. But discussing what you were talking about, I mean, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and you probably. You can look at it from a situation where, hey, it's contaminated. I'm gonna throw it out. But the only reason why I don't throw it out is because the cranial metrics match. Do you see what I'm saying? Because of the match, I'm like, okay, well, yeah, it probably was contaminated, but you see what I'm saying? It matched. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you choose to throw it out, I mean, amongst each other, I can throw it out and we can have that conversation. However, if I'm having a discussion with a native, with a so-called native, I'm gonna use it because they're not gonna throw it out because of that. You see what I'm saying? Because some of the finds that they have about their particular, some of the finds that they have, some of those sites have been contaminated, and they're not gonna throw that out. So it just depends on who I'm talking to, if I'm gonna throw it out or not. You see what I'm saying?
No,
So,
I respect it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, can I?
but as far as over there in the Scandinavian Europe, that's what separates along with the process you talked about, Truth, as far as how they sequence the DNA and the processes that they go through, the thing that separate us from them, along with the absence of melanin, but what contributes to the absence of melanin is those three genes. Because like groups like the Khoisan have a light skin variant. Different groups have light skin variants. Even when you find Cheddar Man, the reason why he had blue eyes is because he had the OAC2 gene. You see what I'm saying? So when these people that carry these three separate genes come to converge and come together, they created the mutation. You see what I'm saying? And so we know that how the mutation continued, you see what I'm saying, and spread, and what culture spread it. And so that's what I was using when I was talking about the Ernford culture. That was the culture that spread that white gene throughout Europe. You see what I'm saying? We always had light skin variants, and that's what I'm saying. We always had light skin variants, and that's why I keep going back to the Khoisan. We've always had that, but we didn't have white skin on the planet where we classify white skin until 7,700 years ago.
Bro, can I
been around that long,
quick, yo?
man.
Peace to the gods on the panel, yo. Y'all hear me?
Peace.
Yeah, we hear you. Salute, bro.
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Gods, yo. What's up, D.A. Red, A1, Smoke, David, let's see, Ali Bamu, A1. Yo, AP, what's up, bro? Yo, I want to go back to Europe, right? D-Red, because I'm trying to see, when you say Scandinavian, you gotta understand that population, the Scandinavian, is known as the Slavic. You know what I mean? So I don't get into all those names. They Slavic people, period. End the story with these people. So when you talk about Europe, right, and let's go to war, because you saying you was talking about how these people conquered through war. So what was the first standing army in history? Because you remember when we went to war, it was all of us went to war, right? But what was the first actual standing army in Europe? Was the first standing army in Europe? Because remember, the recorded history is that we warred as an empire. You know what I mean? Somebody fuck with us. You know what I'm saying? We all warriors.
Mm-hmm.
But in Europe, they're known as these people were specifically trained to be just the standing army. You know what I'm saying? Whereas though that's all they was used for. And those was the Slavic people, those Janissaries. They was called the Mamelukes. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Astrados, these type of people was used by the Moors as proxy warriors to fight when the beast went down between the Moors and other sectors. When you talk about the church and you talk about the Roman, can you remember? Because that's where the conflict came from. The Islam, the Christianity, and they was using the Scandinavian Slavic Moors, slaves, as their proxy warriors to fight battles. You see what I'm saying? So when
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to point out is I kind of go into what the Hebrews say. I just don't like y'all see what the Hebrews do, right? They kind of put the Bible into the history timeline, and I think that's where y'all make the biggest mistake at, bro. You know what I'm saying? And they have a lot of good information. Like I learned that a lot of these people really came up in Petra. You know what I'm talking about. So speak on Petra real quick.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Well,
That's
Petra.
overlooked, and that's an important part.
Yeah, Petra is in the land what they call Edom. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And those people, they built within the rock. They built a lot of their temples and housing inside the rocks, or mountains. You know what I'm saying? For lack of a better term. And so that's what the word Petra means. Petra means rock. You know what I'm saying? Or stone. And so these people built they habitation and dwellings and temples and shrines and stuff inside the mountains. And so I don't know if you want me to say anything else about it,
Nah,
but
because I think when people say that's where these people, these pale faces, actually learn through the science, right? Because we in America, I just know that the science of the whole of building, right? The masonry. You know what I mean? Because that's why it's so important that we recognize that the architecture started in America. You know what I mean? Because we have older buildings, we have the science here. So we actually have evidence in Petra that they was teaching these Slavic people the masonry that was sacred to over in America. That's what I'm on right now. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
mean, we definitely can prove that at a point, the people of Edom was teaching white people various things, but or what I would call the predecessors to white people, because at a certain point in time, like I said, those when those white people came into Europe, they was being, and this is what I was trying to explain earlier, they were being taught. You see what I'm saying? Nobody goes off and kill people. Nobody goes off and kill all the people. That's not smart, because you need to learn. You need to learn how to. You need to know how to deal with the land. You need to know what animals you're dealing with. You need to know who the enemies are in this land. Who also often tries to invade it. Nobody goes into a land and just kills all the people. Nobody do that. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't know nothing about you don't know as much about the terrain as the people that live there. So nobody goes into a terrain and just kills all the people. You see what I'm saying? That's silly. So nobody's done that really in history. You keep some of the people alive because you need certain bits of information. You know what I'm saying? You need to know what they know. You need to learn their ways, their science. You need to learn all that. So when I was talking about the people coming into areas like Greece and Rome and Italy, they had to come into these lands and keep a certain amount of the people. You see what I'm saying? Because if the only thing you know is how to fight, that's not going to teach you how to hunt on the land, about the terrain. It's not going to teach you how to build ships. It's not going to teach you how none of that. You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? It's not going to teach you none of the high sciences. So these people had to go to these coastal areas. Remember, they not coming from the coast. You know what I'm saying? They coming from the snow. So these people, when they get in these tropical areas, they have got to learn. You know what I'm saying? They had to learn this science. That's why when they talk about Alexander the Great, the Greek coming from Macedonia is northern Greece, is north of Greece. That's okay, bud.
Well, it sounded
Okay.
to me it sound like it didn't happen at all. But it's just the way it sounded like to me. Because if you saying that they came in there with the knocking heads off, but then they wanted to chill because they needed people to, for them to take over the land, then why the hell they coming there knocking heads off? Like, don't none of that shit add up to me. I think it's all a fabricated ass tale to keep niggas distracted from what the hell really going on. But
I
yeah,
agree
go
with
ahead. Yeah, see if you can break it down and make some sense. Because right now, it really ain't making no damn sense.
Well, think about it. Think about when the United States went to war with Iraq. They killed all of the soldier class, and they kept the civilians. Why? If you study the history of China, I think it's brother Truth, or was it brother Nunn, brought up the Mongols, right? When you dealing with the Mongols, when the Mongols invaded, they didn't kill all the people. You see what I'm saying? They didn't just wipe everybody out. When the Muslims invaded, uh, they didn't just kill everybody in those lands. They kept some of the people. You see what I'm saying? No, in the history of warfare, you don't see nobody
Well, you
killing
see,
everybody.
I understand war. I understand modern warfare to be political and theatrics, in any combination thereof. That's what I consider modern warfare.
I get that. I
Right.
get that.
Hey, and I brought up the Mongols and the Huns to show that white people and Asians are the same people and shit.
Yeah, they share a lot of the same genetics.
Typical today ones. Yeah.
I would agree that the contemporary ones may be white, but
Where
the
they came
original
from the
ones not.
same. They came from the same. Yeah, I ain't talking about the melanated ones. I'm talking about pale skin white people, Europeans, and pale skin Asians and shit. Just based on
Well,
some shit
the
that I
proof.
did. Based on some shit that
Not
I
well.
research I did and shit, they almost
Uh huh.
got wiped out to extinction and ran into the steppes of Attila Mountains and shit, which is right on the border, right in the smack in the middle of Eurasia, which would be like the border region between Asia and Europe. Due to other wars that was going on with the regular people and shit, they fucking regroup, revamp. One group headed west, one group headed east, and they both went on a fucking tirade and shit
Mm-hmm.
and on a war of conquest and shit. I could be
But
wrong, but that's the
no,
shit.
you're
That's the
right.
narrative that they giving out.
No, you're right. True. Because even if you look at World War II, the Germans was allies with those Mongols. They was the ones attacking. If you look at World War II, you will see that these Mongols and these Germans was the ones that was terrorizing Japan, all those Asian countries, even all the way up into the mid 1900s.
That's why to this day, right now, two white people can have a baby, and its genetics will be more closely aligned with Asians than his own European parents. Has been test studies done on it. It's not saying that is happening in every case, but there are a large sample size case of genetically matching as far as population groups go. That two Europeans can have a baby right now, and if that baby took a DTC test, it would tell that baby that it's mostly fucking Asian instead of fucking European, which the two parents it came from. And they can't explain why it came up. They can, but they don't want to because they want to put the separation of race when actually certain people are pretty much the same people. They just phenotypically different. And just like amongst the melanated people, all of us are not the same because phenotypically we are different in shit in certain aspects. But based on this race class that they created today, it goes against the narrative and shit. And y'all know what happened when shit goes against the narrative. You got to really dig for that shit.
Yeah, so yeah, why did we drive so far? Like, how did we get so far away from English though? I thought we was banging on the English language, old English. How we get how we get way in Scandinavia and Khoisan and shit. Like,
Well,
them motherfuckers none of them speak English at all.
No, I feel you, Smoke. But see, I think when people talk about English, right, you got to understand that in America we was known up north, like between upper New York all the way up to Maine, was known as New England, right? So when you look at America, America don't. When people say, "Oh, my bad," look, when you talk about English, America doesn't have an official language, bro. It's not really a language here. You know what I mean? That's why I try to point out to people. We don't have a language, and the United States doesn't have a language. That's a fact. There's no official language in America. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at
You wouldn't say that,
huh?
You wouldn't say that English would be the lingua franca of the United States,
but it's not official. You see what I'm saying? Like go look at certain countries. Like okay, if you go even Africa, is there they'll have certain countries in the west coast of Africa like Sierra Leone, I think Liberia.
Yeah.
I don't know if Nigeria has their official language is English.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They'll have it on their website. They'll have it on their website.
Yeah,
see,
that's the lingua franca.
Right, but United States doesn't. That's for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Because English is not English. Because you have different definitions that are equated to Latin, the Latin language, and what's in Spanish. You know what I mean? All of that is American. You know what I'm saying? That is what makes up the English vernacular, for lack of a better term. I just made that shit up. But you know, y'all know what I'm saying. In a private in a social, we have a social language and we have a political language. You know what I'm saying? We have certain ways to speak. Like when I talk to my children, right? Because my children, my family is deep into music, right? We are rhythmic people. So when you look at sounds and how we transform sound into rhythm, that's our language. We speak in rhythm. In sports is rhythm. And when we get out of rhythm, everything we get discombobulated. Y'all see that? A motherfucking team, a sports team will lose because they out of rhythm. You feel what I'm saying? We get thrown in churches. We wasn't going to church for just the Bible. We was going to church for the rhythm, the gospel. You know what I mean? The singing. We put words to music. That's our language. You see what I'm saying? So when you
but the word that we put the music is still English though.
It's English, but it's actually a sound. Sometimes we're trying to portray a story to sound, to put into our minds what our plans are. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the way you memorize things without writing it down, without giving out the enemy what we're doing. They have to be in the same rhythmic as us to understand what we're saying. Well, what our plans are. You feel what I'm saying? That's who we are. Period. You can't even argue that, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
we still get, I understand what you're saying. I understand the mysticism about it, but what I'm saying is though, the lingua, we still have a lingua franca that we use in this place they call United States.
Right, but yo, look, we communicate with sound, bro. That's who we are.
Yeah, but everything, all languages come from sound, though.
No, no. What I'm saying is, okay, if I like, you know how we talk, right? We say things like, "Well, man, he was talking all this whoop de whoop and shit like that." You feel what I'm saying? So we know what you mean just by the sound, the rhythm of it, bro. That's what I'm saying. So when these people come and talk, they get on here, they want to have be sound like news reporters and shit. That's out of our rhythm. That's, you know what I mean? We will force rhythm into our communication no matter what. We will force rhythm in everything we do. That's our sound. That's our way of communicating, bro. And it goes deeper than language. You see what I'm saying? It's deeper than language. That's why
I basically understand what you mean.
You feel what I'm saying? So I think that when you say language, it's deeper than that, bro. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they write and what the words are. We will rhythmically create a communication system without it being written. You see what I'm saying? So even if they try to force upon us a way of life through whatever forms of communication, because that's why they only want us to communicate in a certain way when we dealing with certain municipalities, because they know it's going to throw us off. You feel what I'm saying?
It isn't necessarily that. Is that a lot of us don't really study language that much. When we start talking about legal English,
well, that's
the meanings are different.
Exactly,
you know
exactly.
I mean?
Because that's not, but that's not English though. That's not English.
Yes, it is, but it's more of a denotative form of it. We
It's
speak
not,
more of a connotative, the thing we call slang or American heritage.
It's not really. It's really Latin, because the definitions and law comes from Latin.
No.
These words are defined. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm trying to tell you that it's not English. That's Latin for real. Law is Latin.
You understand what I mean by what I say lingua franca, right?
No, go ahead. Well, clarify what you mean there.
When I say lingua franca, that's the language that we use basically for trade or whatever, or not a common language that most people could use that. And that would be lingua franca. We understand that Latin was here. We understand all the plants, all the laws basically came in Latin. Understand that. And
Right.
Don't get me wrong, I understand that. But we talk about the lingua franca. That's the common language that the people use to communicate with each other. And we talk about English. There's different forms of English.
But don't we communicate different?
That's legal English.
I understand what you're saying, but look, don't we communicate different in trade? We have a trade language, right? You have a trade language. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we also have a law language, and we also have a social language. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
We have a spiritual language as well.
American heritage, because the people in America use a different form of English, and they gave it a name. They call it American heritage.
But
you different.
Do you agree that we have several different ways to communicate according to whatever venue we're occupying at the time?
Yeah, but
hold on, man.
The connotative detail,
yeah,
hold on for y'all drift. Hold on for y'all drift too far off course, man. Do the man got a point with the we didn't speak English or English ain't from her shit? Do we got a point with it?
No, bro. What I'm trying to say is,
I mean, the language we use stems from a lot of different languages. We got
it's not really a language, bro. That's what I'm trying to point out. It's not really a language.
Wait a minute, hold on. See, now this is where we gotta tighten up there, right? Because language is based on being able to communicate with someone using a particular pattern of speech. So if I'm able to do that by utilizing English, then we got to consider it a language, bro. Well, now, all I want to know is, where did this particular pattern of speech derive from? Is it from over yonder or is it from over here? What is the conclusion to this, bro?
Cool.
It's about
I
communication,
subscribe
bro.
to the fact that it came from here. We started taking these pieces of different languages. We came on one language that everybody could understand, and we used that here. We went over there. We took that over there. You can look at these older maps, and you can find these names in these maps, and these names are used in other lands throughout the world.
But look, when you talk about language and communications are not the same thing. Communication is, you see what I'm saying? Communication is involved with language, but communication doesn't necessarily mean language. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. I understand what you're saying.
You have communication. You have people who specialize in English, and you have people who major in communications. However, communication is a higher form of language. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to point out is that we go beyond just language, bro. We communicate different. Huh?
No, we're not arguing. We're not arguing our ability to. We're not arguing our ability to use rhythm and vibrations to understand each other. Even body language. Even even body language, right?
Yeah.
Wow. All we trying to discover is what is the origin of this tongue that is now being asserted as English? Is it from over yonder, across the pond, did it originate here? Because we know we speak in English right now. That's how we communicate right now. Where does it originate from?
Like
I
said,
believe.
I think it's
Go ahead.
lingua franca. We start using here first. That we use it by taking pieces of different languages and making up one language that we all could agree with. And as we start dealing with other people, other places, we use that particular thing they call lingua franca, and that would be English.
But look, this is what I want to point out, right? I guarantee you, most of us on this panel right now, we can write a paragraph, right? We can write a sentence. We can write anything. Go to an English class. They will fail all of us. And say you using improper English. You using the run-on sentence.
But it's all based on connotative and denotative. I understand what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? We're not experts in English. None of us. But according to the construct and these so-called scholars, they read our shit and say, "Oh, who taught you English?" You go anywhere. These uppity motherfuckers will swear down that we don't know how to talk English. So what are we speaking here? You know what I mean?
American heritage. That's the name of the form of English we speak here in the Americas. And it's based on a lot of different
communicating. Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can any of you guys bring up an instance when the colonizer colonized the people and then picked up the people they colonized language and abandoned their own language? Can you give me an example anytime in history of that happening?
No, we can't give you no example. And hold on, wait a minute. Hold on.
I would love to hear it. I would love to hear
it. Wait a minute, real quick. No, do not give. Hold on. Do not give him an example. He's not going to accept it anyway, bro. But I'm gonna let you waste your time because you think you're gonna be able to communicate with this fellow by utilizing English, and it's been proven that that's not going to happen. But I want to see you try it. And I want you to give me my flowers when this shit ends up bad for you. Go ahead. Go on and do it.
Well, what I would say is the Hurrians came into the Levant, and not only did the Hurrians abandon their language and picked up because they brought what people call haplogroup J into the Levant.
They colonized the group and then they abandoned their own language
and
adopted the people they colonized.
Yep. I'll find. Hold on. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll gladly wait for it because as far as I know, when you're colonizing, you think you're superior, so you colonize. These people are going to take my language. That's kind of like you marrying a woman and you take her last name. That don't make any sense. But I'll wait for this source to come up because England colonized the world. That's why the world speaks English. Spain colonized what's called Latin America. They speak Spanish because you feel you're superior and you conquered everybody. So it's your rules. But I'll wait for it. I won't say you're lying, but I'll just wait for that source.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Well, because
my question was going to be, what does that prove in and of itself? You know, the exchange of ideas, languages, trade goes on to this very day. Whether or not people adopt one or the other is not the issue. The issue here is what the discussion that we were having before your constant interrupting. The fact of the matter is, the language that is the dominant existence of today, and this is ironic. English is the language of numbers. That's what's used for computers and ones and zeros. It is the dominance of finance because the US dollar, which, by the way, you same ignorant Negroes who want to try to transport us from here to Africa, the only reason this is dominant is because our Aboriginal origins have caused the dominance of the language that is referred to as American English. And they say that to differentiate it from British English, I might add. So, no, regardless of what you have with the agenda that you and Rob the Slav and all these other people come over here and try to disrupt the conversation, I think in answering your actual question, Smoke, I hope I attempted to do that by pointing out some facts. The American dollar, the USD, is the bulwark and the actual foundational basis of global economy. And what is called American English, if you do not communicate in English, you're not able to transact, conduct business, or have financial transactions. And I'll yield on that point. You brothers keep going on with your bill. Ignore the child in the corner that should have a dunce. He should have a dunce cap on his head.
They say what could be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So everything he just said gets dismissed. And so England colonized the entire planet, and that's why we speak English mostly throughout the world. It is common sense. And the thing, it's like I said, this is not hard at all. Take a 2-minute search of the history of English, and it'll say it's a Germanic language. I mean, I don't understand.
So what do Germanic mean? What do Germanic mean?
Man, why y'all biting? Why y'all biting that fish?
Wait a minute, bro. Let me ask
what do Germanic mean?
What does Germanic mean? It means the language of people from Germany.
Okay, so why ain't people in Germany speaking and writing English?
Exactly. You have to ask them. Why don't you have a source?
But no, you got to ask yourself because you saying a person that don't speak or write English unless they are taught it from an outside source gave you a language that they don't speak and write in their own self.
Well, now what you're doing is trying to run away from the fact
that I'm not running shit, bro. I'm just speaking.
Let me ask you something real quick.
Brother, I put those sources. Hold on, y'all. I put like 3 sources in the chat. I'm putting some more on the hurry, and so you can read about.
Let me ask
It's not the back chat. It's in the main chat on the channel.
Hey, bro, hold up. Let me ask you this, bro. Okay, you just said that England dominate. They colonized everything. When did England colonize America, bro?
What did you ever do 13 colonies?
No, bro. Tell me when
13
England.
Colonies.
No. You said
from England.
No, you said that England dominated America. When did England dominate America?
When America was a British colony.
Oh, you just said okay. Thank you, dummy.
And so they also
no. It was Africa. The Brit. No, it was great. It was called Great
Island.
It was called Great Britain, which consists of what?
Who are the Britons?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't England.
It's England, Scotland, and all those countries.
Oh, so wait a minute. What language do Scotland speak? What language do the Irish speak?
So again, where is a source showing English starting in America?
No, we should be speaking. No. Don't try to weasel your way out of this. Don't try to weasel your. Why are we not speaking?
Show me the source. I just want to see what you're talking about. Show me the source.
According to your indoctrinated story, it says that the British came and the America was fighting against Britain. So why are we not speaking British?
Why are we not? What do British people speak?
I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, you don't know. That
they
means
speak
you're
English.
An idiot. So, truth. Tell me just one source that's peer reviewed showing English started in the Americas. Why can't not a single person on this panel?
How many? Okay, what do more people speak English in America than in England? Why don't Irish speak? Well, so the Irish speak English and Scotland speak English, right?
Why can't you show me a source? Why is this so difficult? Because the source doesn't exist. That's why. That's is it. You don't have a source. Stop talking about it because you're making it up. Period.
What you mean? What you mean? You said we don't have a source.
Yeah, show me a peer-reviewed source that states English started in the Americas. You can't because there's no source that exists that says that. If it did, you would have showed it already. You don't show it because you don't have it. So why are you talking about it,
bro?
Oh, okay, so hold on.
Okay, Grebo. I don't have a source to prove it, but I do deal with a little
if
history.
you don't have a source, that's it, man.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hold on, David.
So the
Hold up,
dictionary.
dog.
Wait a minute. So
Hold up,
Noah
dog.
Webster. Noah Webster.
Hold on.
Hold
on.
Noah
Okay, hold on.
Webster is from where?
No, let's
Where's
give.
Noah Webster from?
Let's hold on. Let's give him that and see where he can take us from there. Okay, there's no source.
We got
can't prove a source.
dictionaries.
Hold on. No, we're gonna let's just see where he gonna take us with the fact that he just won that particular battle. There's no source. Okay, you won that particular battle. Now what? We can't prove English started in America. Now what?
Your entire claim of English starting in America disappears. It's dismissed. So
okay, it's gone. Okay, it's gone. Now what?
Okay,
it's gone. Now what?
So officially, okay, stop saying it.
Okay, we just stopped saying. Okay, we just stopped saying it. Now what?
Okay, so I guess Smoke is you guys' daddy, so I guess he speaks for everybody.
Yeah, I'm their daddy. I'm their daddy. Now what? I'm their daddy. Now what? What else you got to bring to the floor? What else? What else do you have to bring to? What else do you have to bring to the floor?
No. What's the next topic? Because that's debunked already.
No, nigga, you the master teacher here. What else do you have to bring to? We are now under the tutelage of the great Kid Grebo, nigga. Bring something to the floor with your overly intelligent ass. What you got? What do you have?
Okay,
what do you have?
The topic is why did AP lie about his source yesterday, saying that there was evidence of human activity 130,000 years ago in the Americas? Why do you have to lie
we talking about language, bro.
What he said yesterday that there was
debunked,
human activity.
Man, you don't want no smoke with AP. Shut up.
I'm calling AP out right now. Why do you have to lie about a source you gave me yesterday about human activity in the Americas 130,000 years ago? And when his source clearly doesn't say that.
What he said was they had proof that people was cooking, and he said that
was a lie. That was not in the
human activity. And you brought up a footprint, correct?
No. In the source itself, it didn't say anything about humans. It said maybe there is a primate, early primate related to Homo sapien, maybe, because all you found was some mastodon stones that supposedly could have been used to hit food or hit animals to kill them. Nothing about cooking. Nothing about humans being there or human activity.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, but the gist of it was that there was human activity. That's what he was saying.
It said it might be not humans or Homo sapien. That article did not say these.
If you subscribe to the Darwin's theory of evolution, then you go with that. But if you don't subscribe to it, you don't use that.
He misrepresented his source. It didn't say
humans. The source said that. He went over the source. It said that. It proved that there was human activity. Let you know.
No.
Another
it said it may
animal or something like that cooked.
Early ancestors to the Homo sapiens. So Homo sapiens are the only humans that exist.
No, you're not.
Listen, man.
So why you don't call them human then? If you say humans, if you say Homo sapiens are human, why you don't just say human? Why you say Homo sapiens?
So he said that
because that's based on that natural selection thing.
Right.
Anybody time you hear that term,
he's full of shit.
He didn't even say that they were cooking.
Darwin's theory of how everything started. But if you don't subscribe to Darwin's theory, you wouldn't use that.
Right.
So a lot of people don't subscribe to that.
It didn't say that they were cooking
either.
Wait, listen. It didn't say that they were cooking. So you just made that up.
No, you making up shit because you saying that Homo sapiens are humans, but you telling us that English is not our language, even though they name it English.
Said not to talk about the English.
See how hypocritical you are, bro?
No,
you hypocritical.
Said not to talk about the English topic.
You a hypocrite. You a hypocrite because you're a hypocrite. But we're proving you're a hypocrite.
So
how you gonna change names all of a sudden?
Why are you misrepresenting your sources and why are you cherry picking your sources?
No, ain't nobody misrepresenting anything because all of our definitions come from an American source.
No evidence of people cooking 100,000 years ago was not.
What we're saying is our words are from an American source, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me see the source.
Look at the
He just
dictionary.
gave the source yesterday.
Yeah, look at the dictionary. Dictionary
The
is
source he
proven.
gave said nothing about people cooking and them being human.
But cool. Listen, though, AP, you're not told AP right in a second, though. All right, let's get back to what we were talking about earlier when you said,
"Well, your people can't cook." Hey,
the topic was done.
okay,
You said that
your people can't cook.
Where do you think English came from?
Started in America.
Name me. Hold up. So you a Native American? Hold up. You a Native American?
What does that have to do with English starting?
Are you a native? Because y'all people can't cook better than us. So are you a Native American?
What does that have to do with English?
Because you don't talk about cooking because your people can't cook. We can.
So now you're buck dancing. You're break dancing.
No, I ain't buck dancing. We talking about facts. We talking about stuff you can prove. We can prove that we better cook than you, which means that you don't need to be talking about cooking. Y'all didn't come.
No, but seriously, man. Source up.
So where do you think English came from, King?
Hey, am I speaking English? What language did I just speak when I say you? When I say you, what language is that?
Germans. The people were in the
but we understand the Germans did. But the Germans.
I got my own language. So look, let me tell you something.
They say English is equivalent to German. It's different. It's different. Old High German.
Ain't no Native American restaurants nowhere.
Show me where it says.
Put them all together.
About
Americas. A lot of Latin, a lot of French, and then we put all these particular words together and came up with a lingua franca.
Drop a source.
Common language that everybody can agree to use.
Then show the source.
And we call it English.
So why aren't you showing the source where you're getting that from? Because you don't have one because it doesn't exist.
Well, we understand. I don't know, but you understand what lingua franca is, correct?
I'm waiting for you to drop a source, which you haven't. And I think I've been on there, what, 15, 20 minutes?
But you ain't dropped a source either,
single source up.
But you ain't put one up yet
either. That says a lot right there.
I would put up a source.
Sources are not. Look, all these sources. Every source is not official, bro. You know what I mean?
Every source is official. I just asked you to drop a source, and no one has done it because that source doesn't exist.
You the source, King.
That's it.
Right. Okay. Let's go by. Let's go by documentation that we have officially about who we are. How can you prove that your people officially is from America?
So we're not talking about the language thing anymore. You can see that you.
No, because we're talking about what we know. What we got personal information that we got in our hands. We got in our house.
Well, show me so I can
from our own family.
You're saying this. Well, your family said that English came from America.
Cool, but do you got a source that say English didn't come from America, King?
Right, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
Where is it?
And I'll show it.
Cool.
I'll show it. Hold on a second. It's easy.
So it started in England. That's what you're saying.
No, I said it's a Germanic language, so it's a place where it's called Germany now.
Well, why they don't speak? They speak German.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull the source, something you guys don't know how to do or refuse to do, and I'll show it right now. In 2 seconds. I got the source. I put the source in the chat, something you guys can't do because your source doesn't exist. And that's it. Sources in the back chat.
All right, cool.
That's it.
So what you try to say that your source,
you want to pull it up?
Your source is official.
It's in the back chat. Yeah, it's in the back chat.
You got official sources, right? That's what you're saying.
.com?
Yeah.
I got you.
Huh?
So
yeah, it's right there.
I got you. I see the source. But I can't pull it up though. I don't have the ability to pull it up.
I presented a source that backs up what I'm saying.
Cool. I know. And I got you, King.
So you can't click
but
on
what I'm saying is this though. According to that source you got, does it say that English is German? Or does it say it stems from old High German?
It's a Germanic language. It's a Germanic language.
All right, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, bro. If you're going to use a source, right? So what you trying to prove that we African? This your whole point?
No, I'm proving that you guys are making stuff up.
Prove that
that's all I'm proving. You're making stuff up.
Trying to prove that English came from Germany.
Okay. All right.
Why I put a source right there. So where's your
source?
So
the Germans. So we got colonized by Germans now.
So again, where is your source?
Saying. You said that the language, the English language,
until you
from Germany, or the Germanic tribes. Now, all I'm saying is right. When you start finding out what tribes,
so again, where is your source? You can't go anywhere without
none of them was speaking English. They said that they say it's stem.
No, but why don't
English?
Why don't you see? Without a source, that means you're just making stuff up.
No, we ain't making nothing
man.
up, bro.
That's not what that mean, man.
It's in the back
Maybe
chat.
what I think it is. You misread that source. That's what it was. You read
What
through
did I
it.
misread about it?
When you said that English is the language that was spoken by these Germans.
No, I said it's a Germanic language.
Cool. Now, but what Germanic tribe spoke English?
English belongs to
I mean, cool,
Indo-European
I
family of
understand what you said.
and
But
therefore
what
related to
Germanic
most
tribe
other
spoke
languages
English?
spoken in Europe, Western Asia, from Iceland to India. Nothing in there about America. So,
but we do know that English spoken in America, correct?
There's no reason to believe anything you're saying.
I know, but you don't need a source to know what language you speak, though, do you, King?
No, but if you're making a claim, you don't bring up a source. Your
what I'm saying is, you speak English right now. You're in America, correct?
Right.
You got family here, right? And they speak English also, correct?
That's correct.
Now, so now we go to Germany. We understand that Germany doesn't speak English. We got that understanding, right? So now we gotta find out what they need that old high German.
No, that's what I'm trying to figure out, bro. It's like
this
common sense. This is a common sense argument.
And you understand that the people in Germany don't speak old high German.
Things, and you're not submitting not one source.
No, this is do you have common sense? Do you have common sense? That's what I want to know, man.
You got
because I asked you for a source 20 minutes ago.
No, you don't need. I don't need, bro. Everybody that always knew, my grandma, everybody that I knew spoke English. We English. We speak English.
Right.
We communicate.
Doesn't mean that English came from America.
Why? Well, ain't we in America right now? What are you talking about?
Case, show me a source that backs up what you're saying. What's so difficult?
What you want me to do? Call my aunt and ask her, did my people speak? We always spoke English? Like, what are you talking about?
I didn't call my aunt to get a source about where English came
from.
No,
bro, what I'm trying to tell you is that, bro, all we know is English, bro.
All you know is you don't have a source, so you're making it up. That's
bro,
how it goes.
Whatever
you're saying is made up.
Okay, listen, that does not equate the truth.
Right, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, version of the story. That
doesn't mean.
I'm supposed to take your word for it.
So now, so we go cross reference, right?
Right?
So cool, okay. So we go to the process of cross referencing what you're saying. So we go to the place they call Germany.
Bro, you know, it's slang words that they adopted inside the Webster dictionary.
Look at the actual word. It said
that didn't exist 300, 400 years ago. They make up words every day. They renew the dictionary like every year. They add words to it. So that's still English. That was back in England in the 1600s. So it's like 1,000. It's like millions of words that didn't exist 300 years ago. That's in the English dictionary. Like, what are you talking about?
So basically, you're saying I have no evidence, but I just want you to trust me. Is what you're saying?
No, it's what you, bro. It's right there in the any dictionary. Any dictionary you will see thousands upon thousands of words that didn't exist back in the 1700s.
My source that I used was the Britannica Encyclopedia.
My God, man, you got to know how this whole system. You don't know what's going on, man. You just a slave.
Nah, he know what's going on. He playing the part. He playing his part. That's
okay, let me ask. No, hold. Let me ask you this: email. How did they have the in the dictionary email and in the web computer? When did those words exist? Like 300 years ago for the internet. What was the internet called 300 years ago? Email.
Have to do with starting in America?
Because that's in the English, bro. It's always updating, man. This is not okay. So we can go back 300 years, and those people will be able to understand what we're saying. The people that speak English 300, 400 years ago, we can go back and communicate with them, and they'll know everything we're talking about. That's what you're saying.
English started in America. Is that what you're saying?
Bro, it's not English as it was 400 years ago. It's evolved. Everything changes. Words and phrases, all that stuff changes.
So why do you say English started in America? Why do you say that?
I think English.
Huh?
But
why do you say that? English started in America?
Because, bro, this is where the dominant people that speak English in the world is. Other than, I think India got their language is English too. Their official language.
Not England. Not England.
No, India. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about the countries that adopted the English as their official language. America doesn't have an official language.
When did England become a country?
Even if you were right, Would you just expect me to believe you?
Bro, it's right in front of your face. What country did you live in your whole life? Don't you see words
Again, you're
always being
expecting me just to
added,
take your word for
constantly
it.
being
And
added
I don't take any.
to the
I don't
English
take anybody's
language?
word for it. It's either you have a source or it didn't happen. Period.
Buddy, what grade are you in right now, man?
I'm beyond grades. I'm the teacher.
No, you're not, man. You the learner.
I'm teaching you how to verify information. So people out there, don't take people's word
common
for it.
sense,
Assume
buddy.
everybody's lying and ask
Hey,
for a
yo.
source, and then it's on you to verify that.
English
source.
is always evolving. It's thousands
Hey.
of words that didn't exist back 1,000. Man, come
Anybody
on.
else got something to say? Because I debunked this guy about 30 times already.
None. He fucking with you right now, none. He fucking
Yeah,
with
he
you right
got.
now.
I
That's all
know
he
he
doing
got
is
to be
fucking with you.
fucking with me.
Hey, bro. Agree, but
This
I'm
is
not gonna
crazy,
say.
man.
I'm not gonna say niggas 100% invented English. What I'm gonna say is, because I don't know who. That's not the stance I made. I'm making something else. I'm saying that the English language has a large portion of indigenous American language and terms in it that make up and
How much of a
compromise the
portion of
language.
that? How much of a portion?
I said something in the back chat specifically for you.
I got a
The one that
source
say
for him too, man.
the one that say .edu, since you saying it ain't no
What's the
sources
percentage
towards that.
of English being or indigenous words? What's percentage?
Hey,
I
Grebo,
don't know,
what's your email?
Hey, you just said a majority. You said a majority. Now you're saying you
I
don't know the
said
percentage.
I said a good portion of it. But
What does that mean? 20%?
it means that, bro. Hold on, bro. You're talking over me. I'll let you just go ahead, and I ain't even coming and interrupt you when you were saying what you were saying. No matter how disrespectful it was, I didn't interrupt you. Now the source that I put in there, we use words in the English language as of today that are compromised from indigenous American languages, bro. They come from indigenous American languages. I'm not gonna say all of it because English is a trade language. It's a language that's used for multiple different groups and ethnicities of people to do business. That was the whole point of the language origin, was so that different groups of peoples can do business with each other.
Right.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
let me ask you this.
Bling bling.
Let me ask you this.
That came
The
from
states
hip hop culture. Now it's in the dictionary.
So hold
That's
up, bro.
totally
Is the
different from
state
English starting in America, though.
okay?
You know what
So
I'm
the
saying?
states.
I didn't
Is
say that though. I didn't say nothing about that.
I
It
got a
started
source
in
for
America and nothing like that.
Now I was referring to. I
in
was talking
certain
about you guys
states?
that
Okay.
always make that
Wait a minute,
claim.
bro. In certain states in the United States, are they English words? Like we got Alabama on here right now. Is that an English word? How about Miami? How about Florida? Huh? How about California? Name all these
It's
states are not English
very
words.
simple. Very simple.
Okay, where they come from?
If you don't state your source or you don't have a source to back up
Bro,
your
it's
claim,
right.
I got a source for him. I got a source for him.
This dude unbelievable, bro.
I got a source. He can go to the American Indian Encyclopedia, scroll down to the L's, go to language, and it'll tell you that
Mississippi is not an English word.
Hundreds of words come from America that make up Latin and all that other shit. Spanish come from hundreds of words from the so-called Native American language.
Right. Tennessee is not an English word, buddy.
So
Chicago.
that's your source. The American English,
Illinois,
the American Indian.
Now you buck dancing.
Grebo. I just gave you a source. The American Indians. The American Indians Encyclopedia. I just told you where to go.
Claim? What are you?
You asked for a source, fool, of the language.
What are you even claiming?
About the language. We're talking about language, right?
Yeah,
American
what is your
English.
claim regarding the language?
Motherfucker, that most of the words in the American English language come from here, bro.
Oh, most of the words now. Most of them.
Okay, 70 to 80, 60 to 70 to 80%. Yeah, majority.
Okay, yeah, just so that it says 70% of the words
okay,
in the English language
come
from the indigenous Americans.
Now you have to use common sense. Okay, so most of the words.
No, we don't have to go by common sense.
No, be quiet. Yes, we do. If most of the words,
put the source in the back chat and show me the.
Give me your email. Give me your email. I gotta send it to your email. I have to send it to your email. Okay, it's in the book that I'm telling you. Give me your email and I'll send it to your email. So you can shut the fuck up. It won't let me copy the link. It's the book. It's a PDF book. It's saved in my my files on my iPhone.
What page?
You gotta scroll down to the L's and go to language in the L's.
What page is the L on, fool?
Bitch, I don't know. It's go to L, motherfucker. What the fuck you need a page for? Scroll down to the L.
You can't read
Bro,
the page number.
it goes from A to Z. Go to the L's. How simple is that?
My
the
bad.
fuck is you talking about?
I forgot you were a retard. Now
right. Yeah, call names now because
your source right now. And I'll find
look it up. Until then, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'll do that for you because you're a retarded truck driver, Tayshawn. I forgot about that.
Grebo, you a little disrespectful motherfucker, dog.
I know, man. You a
You's
bitch.
a disrespectful little nigga,
Oh
dog.
yeah, like you don't hear what he said.
Hey,
I
gay.
ain't gonna,
Stop crying
Actually,
now.
it's on
I ain't
Don't
gonna
cry
page.
say,
now. Don't cry now.
ain't nobody crying. You just,
It's on.
a nut. Like,
You think
It's
you
on
got so much
page
just a
security?
152.
nut.
I
You
told y'all not to even
Africa.
indulge that dumbass nigga.
It's on
Yeah,
page
you right. You
152.
right, Smoke,
Grebo.
man.
Yeah,
He
like
wasn't
he
I
supposed to
smoked
say
regret.
good
that.
I
shit. I don't
regret
even know
every
why y'all be
moment.
doing that shit.
I
You
regret
Grebo.
it,
destroyed the
bro.
entire
This
Grebo. It's
dude's
Caribbean.
an
on page
idiot.
152. It's on page
Thank
152.
you. How hard was that?
How hard was it for you to just go to the L's? It's from A to Z. It's in alphabetical order. Retard.
It's your set. It's your source,
Like, come on,
Greenbaum.
dude.
It's your source, and you asking me to look up your own
Fucking
He
source.
asking what
dumbass.
That's
page
like
is on yo the L's.
Right. It's in the L's. Language. LA. So that means language would be right there at the top of the L's. Jackass. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah. You know what's before L, right?
Hey, you stupid,
What
man.
letter in the alphabet come before L? Hell no, bro. What's
Wait,
after
so is it the
L?
American Indians' contribution to the world? Is that the source?
Yep, the
Tashawn?
American Indian Encyclopedia.
Okay, the one that wasn't written by your people was written by
It
Native
don't
Americans, by
matter.
the
It
way. I want
don't
to make
matter.
that
It
It
don't
don't
clear.
matter
matter.
who
It
was
don't
written
matter.
by a source, cause bitch, all the sources you gonna
I'm just
give
making
ain't
a point
written
that
by your people to fuck
you guys are
neither.
trying to pretend like
Fuck
you
out of
never know.
here.
A mongoloid,
Grebo,
like you
it
guys
don't
like to
matter
say,
who. It
woke
don't
beers.
matter who. It don't matter who it was written by.
Man, why y'all even entertaining this motherfucker, bro?
Oh, it's
Like,
true.
dude ain't even
My
fucking
man.
qualified,
Why you cherry
bro.
pick your
Nah,
sources,
ain't no
Truth?
my man, bro.
Why you
I
cherry
don't
pick your
even
sources,
speak
Truth?
to I don't speak to
Yeah,
idiots, bro.
because you don't want this
I don't
work. Like
speak to
I know your
idiots,
little
bro.
trick.
What work,
You
bro?
got
Hey, you
busted. You got
know what?
exposed.
On some G
You got
shit, bro.
exposed
You
for
be talking
cherry picking
all
your
this tough
sources.
shit, but trust me, somebody gonna find your little goof ass and hem you up, bro.
Hey,
That's why I
Real
don't even
soon, because
entertain
I know
your
what he
ass,
looked like
boy.
too.
That's
I
why I
know
don't
what he
even
looked like
entertain
too.
your
Cali,
ass,
Truth.
because
It's
you
not
be
that
trying to,
difficult.
you a nerd that try to play gangsta on the internet, and real niggas that live that
So
shit
now
know
you're
this
trying
shit
to
fake,
avoid
bro. But
the subject
real
of him
talk, bro,
cherry picking the
somebody gonna
sources.
find your little
Talking about
disrespectful
the
ass,
Human
bro. They gonna
Genome
really
Project. You
fuck
try to
with
use
you,
that as a
bro.
source while hiding the
So the
fact
human,
that they say
so the
man
human
started in
genome,
Africa.
so human genome project ain't a replicable source.
It is, but they also say that humans come
So
from
what you
Africa.
mean? What you mean? And they say
So that means you agree with humans coming
haven't
from
found
Africa.
the missing link or the gene of the fusion as well. And I know the name of the gene where they assumed the fusion happened, but they still ain't found the evidence, so it's still hypothetical, nigga. That
So
shit is not a
why do
definite
they and
fact. So what are
majority
you
of
talking
scientists
about?
say
That's why I
humans
say,
come from
bro, you
Africa?
not even qualified to have these conversations because
No,
you
what you
just
did
say
was
shit
you
and you
took the
don't
part. This
even
is what you
know
got to
shit,
do.
bro. You
You take
fucking
the part of the
retarded,
source that
nigga.
you like,
Like you
and then you
retarded,
hide the
bro.
part that you
Hey,
don't
you
like.
really gonna make
That's
niggas
called
go
cherry
in on
picking.
Liberia, bro? Cause it's
That's
the
called
real
cherry picking your
shithole, my
sources.
nigga.
And so
Liberia is a
you don't
real
do that
shithole,
when you
and
have the
without
information.
us, nigga, y'all wouldn't even have food and water,
When
nigga.
you
You
have the
need to be
facts, you
thankful,
don't have
nigga.
to
We
cherry
fed
pick
you
your
little
sources.
musty
You don't
ass
gotta lie
niggas
about your
while
sources.
y'all was living in the
So that
swamp eating
proves you're a
rats and
fraud.
mosquitoes, nigga. Nah,
No,
bro.
but you're not talking
Your
about the information.
gangsterness is a fraud, nigga.
You're
All
not
that
talking about the
gangster shit
information
you
because you
Oh,
talking,
he
have
bro.
from
the
You sound like a
Liberia?
information. You're talking
nerd
about everything
saying
but
it,
the
nigga.
information.
You sound
Now
like
you
a
gotta explain me
goofy
why you
saying
cherry
it, bro.
picking your
You sound
sources.
like one of them little fat white kids in the basement
Oh,
trying to
he
talk
from
gangster.
Why do
Liberia?
you have to
Like
cherry pick
real
your
talk,
sources? You don't
bro.
want to talk about the
Ain't no
sources. You want to
cherry
talk about
picking
everything
shit,
but the
bro. It's
sources
source on top
because
of
you're a
source, nigga,
fraud.
to reinforce other sources, nigga. That's what it's
But your
called. You
source
don't even know how it
contradicts what you're
rolls.
saying.
No, it
Your
don't.
source
No,
contradicts
it
what you're
don't.
saying.
It's a race
Grebo,
hole. It's a race holds no motherfucking place in DNA testing, nigga. That shit is highly
What does
speculative,
that have to do
nigga.
with it saying
So
that
what the
humans
fuck
come
is you
from
talking
Africa?
about,
It says
nigga?
humans come from Africa.
Nah, nigga. What humans? Name me
The
the
humans
human.
came up the
Name
population
me
of
the
West Africa.
human, cause y'all keep
don't
showing
let
me
him run
monkeys.
for language. Don't let
He
him run
keeps
for that
showing monkeys.
language.
Bro, that nigga can't even speak right, bro. What the fuck is we running for? Like, why y'all even entertaining this nigga, bro? I say we just ignore this nigga, bro. This nigga
I
ain't
agree.
no
Now
real
because you got
tough guy. This
debunked,
nigga
busted,
don't know shit, bro.
you have no
Like,
credibility.
listen, you's
a buster. You don't even sound right saying that shit, boy. You sound soft as fuck, boy. Like real shit. Like why you trying to talk gangster, bro? No, you the one that started that shit, bro. You the one trying to talk gangster, nigga. We don't believe you, bro. You's a fucking goofy nigga. And in real life, bro, somebody gonna find you and they gonna fuck you up real bad, boy, to the point your granddad gonna be begging them to get off your ass, boy. Hey, just on some G shit. This internet shit weird, bro. Cause
So
in
why don't you
real
talk about the
life, bro,
information?
in
Why
real
don't you talk
life,
about the
I wouldn't
information?
even punch you, nigga. I'll slap your
So
ass
you're talking about
unconscious, nigga.
everything but
On
the
some
information.
G
Why
shit.
is that?
Cause you's a
Because
bitch
you
and
got exposed.
the way you ask
You got
questions, bro, you
exposed,
try
Truth.
to talk
You're just
gangster,
cherry picking
nigga.
Hey,
information
You
like
Truth.
all
ain't
the other
gangster,
pseudo
bro.
Hey,
frauds.
You
Truth.
ain't gangster or scholar,
You're
my
either gonna
nigga.
lie
You
about the
stupid,
information
nigga.
or
You's
you're
a
gonna cherry pick the
stupid fraud,
information.
nigga.
That's it.
You's
Hey,
a
Truth. He go. Hey,
stupid, goofy, nigga.
I'm
Like,
hey,
exposing
Truth.
the
man,
All
fact
he
come
that
gonna
on,
right
do.
bro.
now
Hey,
you're talking
Truth.
about
All he gonna do
everything
He
when
gonna
you
except
call
when
the
he see
information.
you,
police. He
he
gonna
gonna be
call the
like, "You want to fight?"
police.
Hey, Truth. He gonna say, "You
Now,
you want?"
not
He
Hey,
ain't gonna
Truth.
get a
necessarily.
chance to ask me that,
When
my
I give
No,
nigga.
yo, he gonna
information,
say. He say, "You want to fight? I need a
Like,
source. I need a source. If you want to fight me."
no, I
yeah,
don't talk
nigga.
that
He
Like,
gonna
way.
say, "Yo,
yeah,
you got a
bro.
That
source?
Like, yeah.
says it all.
Hey,
You
hey,
got a
let's talk
source for
about
them
life.
punches?"
Hey, let's get the sources on
Yeah, so
Liberia.
see, Truth is
Let's
just
get the
gonna
source.
run
Was
from his
y'all not eating
information of
mosquitoes and
being a
rats before
Oh,
fraud.
we
you gonna
came
punch me in
over
the
there?
face? I need a source.
Hey, was
You want to
y'all
talk about the
not
cherry
eating
picking sources?
mosquitoes and rats before niggas from America
I would
came
like
over
to
there
know,
about
Truth. Why
Hold
do
up,
civilization?
you
I would like
hold
to
up, hold up, hold
know.
up, bro.
I
Truth,
would like to know,
truth,
was y'all
defend
eating
or lie about
mosquitoes and rats before niggas came
information was
over there in the
correct?
truth.
1800s,
That's all I
bro?
want to know.
Hold
That's
up,
all I want to
y'all.
know. All I
Everybody on the
want to know,
panel.
but what was y'all eating before we came up over there?
See, Truth is
What
he's
was y'all
busted.
eating before
He's
we
supposed to be
came
the,
up
the
over there?
DNA guy for
Bro, look,
Everybody
Buster
on the
don't even
panel. Hold up,
sound right
truth,
coming
truth,
to you.
bro.
My
We all
you
know
got
this
it,
nigga
bro.
weird. We all know this nigga weird. But you see how just one nigga could come and deter the energy of the whole panel. That's the
That's
whole
how
reason why I
skilled I
came
am.
up
That's
here,
how
bro.
dope I am. I
No,
have
you's a
funerals like
dickhead.
you clowns.
But you see how he get him out of here. That one nigga just came and fucked up the whole energy of the whole build. Everything was going cool. You just see D Red was just having a nice little intellectual spar with the other brothers on here. When A1 was up here, everybody was cool. This goofy ass nigga come up here and just make everything just derail, bro. That's his whole point. That's his whole purpose for coming up here is to derail everything. That's
That's
why
the
every time he
average.
come up there, I make sure I'm up here so I could be like, no, we not doing this derailment shit, bro. I don't care if whatever niggas is talking about, it's our panel. They can build on language, they can build on customs, they can build on craniology, they can build on DNA. It don't matter. That's the whole point of the community is for niggas to build on specific topics. That's the whole reason that AP hosts the fucking platform so that niggas can come up here and have intellectual sparring sessions. Niggas can have conversations about certain shit. We don't care about Africa. We don't want to talk about nothing about that. You're never going to get niggas to be on board with that shit. It's never going to happen. We already know who our family is. You're never going like this nigga. The fact that he can come up here and deter niggas that far is crazy, bro. That weird, goofy ass nigga. We all know he's a weird, goofy, dippy ass nigga. We all know that now. It's out there. Everybody know that.
Man,
He
niggas
should
shouldn't
not be
even
able to
even
deter the energy.
entertaining that
I
nigga, bro.
agree. I agree with you, Truth. That's why when Smoke said that shit he said earlier, I'm like Smoke telling the 100% truth because this nigga ain't going. Even if you provide a source, bro, I lie to you not. This shit happened like a month ago. He said the Aboriginal community don't got no sources. He was on Chief Holiday Channel. I put 18 books, encyclopedias, museum posts, DNA shit, articles on anything. He said none of them don't matter. So right there, we don't need to be talking to this nigga no more. Like we
You
don't.
see what he
If
just did with the source I
yeah,
gave him on
I put
Native American
one in there too. I put one in there too. But as soon as you do put the source and provide the source, he act like you ain't just do that shit. So we don't need to talk to the nigga then. He don't want to have
Man,
a
we finna
conversation.
start talking about how his people sold their land for niggas to come over there and cultivate it just for food and liquor. Cause they ass was starving and they ain't had shit to drink. Cause they water was mosquito infested. They had them little malaria bellies. Nigga, they was eating fucking hunting rats and shit, nigga. Hey, stop playing with me, bro. I would
Bro,
liberate Liberia, my nigga. And I don't even want to do that, my nigga. Cause the only thing good in Liberia is the towns named after American states with American descended niggas up in it. Outside of that, you niggas is living like fucking wild men, nigga. No food, no running water. Nigga, the biggest fucking project y'all invented was a fucking fan, nigga. Like, come on, man. We not even finna play these games and shit. And I don't even normally entertain this nigga, bro. But I got tired of hearing this nigga voice. Like, real shit. I wasn't even talking. I was
And
just
I try
listening
to
in.
keep it
But
as
you know,
cordial
man,
as
like,
possible.
it's
But
one
look,
thing to come up here and we talking information, cool. But when niggas be disrespecting, calling niggas names, trying to fake like they tough and shit, when you can hear it in their voice, that nigga, my piss will knock you out, nigga. I wouldn't even have to fucking hit you, nigga. Like, you's a fucking goofy, nigga. Like, and I don't even want to talk like that on here, bro, because that internet shit ain't even real, bro. Like,
yeah,
we ain't
we
even
gonna
on
let
here for
that
that
shit
type of
slide.
shit, bro.
That nigga's a
But,
thing,
like,
bro. He's
that
marked
nigga
out.
right there, like, yeah, bro,
Yeah,
somebody
it's
gonna let
all
me
good.
find
But
that boy.
listen,
That
though,
shit gonna be
overall,
crazy when they do, nigga. I'm gonna
Hey,
be laughing.
overall,
I'm gonna get my popcorn out.
this was one of the
Like
best
real
bills
talk,
I
but
had in a
man,
while.
y'all
So
brothers get back at it, man. I'm gonna just
I don't think
listening
Truth can
in,
hear
man.
you. Bap.
I don't
Oh,
think
my
Yeah, what's
bad.
up, Bap? That was a good bill, Bap. It was
Hey,
going
this is
good
one of
until
the
the
best
dickhead
bills I
came.
had seen in a long time, man. I try to make sure it's regulated and peaceful. Shout out to my brother D Red for coming on, man, and initiating some of the conversations and just, having a casual bill like we do. This is how the casual conversations happen on the phone calls when we chop it up. You know what I'm saying? It's just like this. You know what I'm saying? We just trying to get to the bottom of it and be able to provide some of the most uh uh best data we can provide, primary, secondary, whatever we need to scripts, codexes, whatever, we trying to bring it all to the forefront.
Copper color grizzly.
Hold on, Alabama, I got you, OG, I got you. I'm gonna let everybody close out too, man. So shout out to everybody. But yeah, man, I do want everybody to hit that like button. Make sure y'all go subscribe to 111 Truth Searcher. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. If you enjoy this live stream and y'all want to see more of these type bills, man, after some other information we're gonna lay down, just let me know, man. Get in the comment section, turn up, man. That's what we do it for. So shout out to everybody that's in the building. Make sure y'all share the live stream, hit that like button, and support the channel, man. We're gonna let a couple of these brothers close out with a quick 30-second close out. I'll let Alabama go first. Go ahead, Alabama.
If you have not bought the American Gods, abos and arrows, elbows and assholes, keep them running, Copper Color Grizzly. Keep them running. And the next conversation this nappy-headed Negro needs to have, as you said, 111 Truth Searcher, the origin story of Liberia and the liberation of ignorant niggas. And I yield.
Hey, D Red, you need to come around a little bit more, man. Motherfucker, bitch, your intellect and shit, bro. Shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. This definitely was a good bill, minus the bullshit. It's good when you got brothers who respect each other outside the information, and we can have decorum about information that we might disagree with and be honest about a lot of shit. You feel me? And it bring forth good information and good talking points and bring out good reference points and good sources and shit for the people that might know something about it but not too well versed into the information on certain topics. So, man, we need more like this, bro. Good intellectual deals, even with brothers that we disagree with. You feel me? Everybody ain't gonna agree on the same shit, but when we can have that type of decorum and niggas can really talk, really keep it respectful, really come with the sources and shit, you feel me, that pertaining to their points and really ask some real common sense questions even outside of the sources. It makes a good foundation for a good bill, good information coming out. And, that's what this shit really supposed to be about. With that being said, man, I yield the mic, man. Peace to the brothers, peace to the sisters, man. Y'all have a blissful Monday.
Peace, bro.
Shout out to my brother 111 Truth, man. Always a blessing. Go
Appreciate
ahead.
you. Appreciate you, Bab. Yo, looking forward to your debacle later on. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be epic. You know what I'm saying? For real. That's gonna be like Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, and the Demar shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sorry, yo, the Eagles lost. Yo, I had you. You was hurt. You was hurt, yo. And Lotus was motherfucking Mahomes, yo. You know what I'm saying? And he pulled out the victory, yo. So now, yo, I hope I ain't fuck up your little mojo, yo. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. He put up.
Shout out to Philly, man. But
Yeah, man. It's still.
I'm a
It's
tight
all.
man, though.
It hurt. That hurt me, yo. I got my ties to Philly. You know what I'm saying? But yo, this I see. I look at it through the eyes of an investigator when I'm going through the world history, right, with the crime scene and shit. Because I look at books like the counterfeits, the ancient artifacts counterfeiting. You know what I mean? The black market where they were selling these architects. You know what I mean? These the artifacts shit. They got a black market. I look at books like that. I look at the infamous scribblers. How these people was stealing people identities. Those are the books that I read. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm like, oh, that wasn't Benjamin Franklin. That was somebody else using that name. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't even you gonna see that these motherfuckers ain't who you think they are. You know what I'm saying? These artifacts are not where they say they came from. I read books like that. I read about the black market, the shit that people say is pseudo, but it's not pseudo. These motherfuckers are criminals all around the world, all of them. You know what I'm saying? And they paint the picture. They constructing not only physically but mentally and historically. They construct every fucking thing that we do. That's why I try to tell this dumbass motherfucker that English language is a construct. They constantly constructing shit to confuse you. You know what I'm saying? We all confused with this motherfucking shit that we speaking. You know what I'm saying? So people don't get it. They think they awake, but they ain't nothing but mental slaves, bro. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, peace to the gods. You know what I'm saying? Looking forward to later on tonight. You know what
Man,
I
I
mean?
can't wait, man. Chapter the list, man. We definitely gonna get into some fire ass shit later on, man.
Oh,
So
Bap, before
make
I forget, I forgot to give you the Super Bowl symbolic Masonic shit. Missouri and Kansas Aboriginal culture defeated the Moorish science government. And I yield.
He was a mulatto though. Mahomes was a mulatto, yo. You feel me? Y'all ain't let you guys. You feel me? So y'all was the mulattoes then.
Hey man, I'm gonna let Akeem go ahead and close out, say something, man, before we get out of here. Go ahead, Akeem, you got it.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? I was just gonna say, don't let one nigga fuck the energy of the whole build up like that no more, bro. That shit is kind of embarrassing. He's a goofy nigga. We already know he's goofy. Everyone knows that. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, the bill was fire. Like, I usually sit back and just listen now. I mean, I don't really hop on as much because usually A1 take it away, Ali Bamboo, the OG Ali Bamboo take it away. Truth got good info. You already know back. You got good info. So I let y'all build. Anything I'm talking about, everybody else know already. So I ain't gonna be teaching shit. Pretty much gonna be beating a dead horse with anything I'm saying. So I just let y'all go ahead. I just don't like when goofy niggas come up and just take the whole energy away from everything. That frustrates me.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
it's frustrating, especially when you have a harmonized build. But yeah, I appreciate you, brother. Real talk. Shout out to you once again, brother. Go ahead, brother Tayshawn. I'm gonna let you close up.
All right, peace to the gods, man. I just want to say salute, Bout. Thank you for having me up. Salute to everybody on the panel. Special shout out to D Red, cause D Red he make niggas get in their bag, man. Like you gotta get in your bag with D
You
Red. So I
got to,
respect that.
got to,
And
got to.
I just want to say, man, no matter all the sources that you read, you go through, man. At the end of the day, you gotta use your own common sense and critical thinking to decipher shit and come up with your own theory, and then look through the truth and what's lies and all that. So that's all.
Yeah, you want to spoil a nigga and get your shit sharp? Get into them back alleys with D Red. It get nasty, nigga. Yeah, you gotta learn how to get it in, man, for real. Cause I ran into D Red when I first came into this shit. I'm like, God damn, this nigga, this motherfucker. Shout out to D Red, man. Go ahead, I'm gonna let you close out before you get out of here, brother. If he's still in here. D Red, I don't think he in here. So you know, shout out to D Red, man. We're gonna get ready to get out of here. Shout out to all the American Aborigines, man. If y'all enjoy this video,
I'm here, man.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you close out.
No. You closing out?
Yeah, we closing out. I was just saying I appreciate you. A lot of niggas don't understand. You sharpen niggas up and you make niggas get into their bag when it comes to this research. So if niggas don't know who you are, get into them back alleys with D Red on this information tip. It can get nasty if you're a pseudo. It can get real nasty. You understand what I'm saying?
Nah, man. I just want to say, man, look, man, nice build, man. I love coming over there building with the brothers, man. Y'all my guys. Y'all been my guys for years. And man, I just like coming over and building with y'all, man. And shout out to A1, shout out to AP, Truth, None. You know what I'm saying? All the guys that I know that I trust their logic, I trust their research. And I always just remember it's just for the people, man. Like I always just try to be as unbiased as I can. I get on my Abo brothers and sisters, and I know my lineage and I know I got it in me. I get on my Israelite brothers. I get on anybody. You know what I'm saying? Because I try to be unbiased. You see what I'm saying? As best I can, even though I got my own little quirks too. But I try to be as unbiased as I can, man, because it's about the people. I'm trying to make sure the people or that are listening got as much information to arm themselves, so when they come into these discussions, I don't want them to be like them SETI people. No disrespect to Sarah Sue SETI, but I don't want our people to be like SETI's people who just listen to what he say and get in these Facebook back chats and get in these other back chats and be getting themselves beat up. Quoting people and they ain't got no source material to back up what they say. So that's my goal, man, to try to bring literacy and methodology to the people, man, for the betterment of the people, man. So that's it.
Man, shout out to my brother D-Red, man. It's always a pleasure, man. Get with me too, man. My email and my number is on the screen, D-Red, so you can call my phone. It's on the screen, bro. Get that and hit me up, bro. And I'll give you my other number. Shout out to D-Red, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Like I said, man, if y'all enjoy this bill, send a donation into your brother. Let Big Aboriginal Power know that you enjoy the bill. You know what I'm saying? Hit that like button. Share the live stream. You know what I'm saying? We had a couple people that did support. Let's get a few more people to support Big Aboriginal Power channel before we get out of here, man. It's the news you can use, man. It's the news you can use. There's always a special broadcast when we can get 4 to 5 heavyweight hitters on this mug. Shout out to everybody in the building. And for those that don't know where I'm from, when I say then a mug, y'all know that mean, y'all know that's code for a cuss word, right? Y'all ain't even got to understand it. Y'all might not never even heard it before, but y'all understand what the fuck I'm saying. And see, that's what we got to understand about languages and dialects and understanding instead of lettering and alphabet. It gets deep. Linguistic understanding, cultural evolutions of how words and evolved. It is very complex. It's very complex when you have millions and hundreds of millions of people that live now and that live then, and migrations that take place. This is a very, very complex, and these brothers did a marvelous job explaining it within such a short period of time. I was just thrilled to enjoy this live stream. Seriously, this is a whole buffet of information right here. So if you guys didn't enjoy this one, I don't know what to tell you. Tonight, 8 o'clock, BAP News is going down. Aboriginal Power versus Lotus. It's going down, man. I want everybody to know that, man. It's going down, man. I want y'all to tune in, tone it up of whether or not he deciphered the meta and whether or not Aboriginal and American is good titles for us to use. You understand me? Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Now let's get a few people to support the channel before we go, man. I'm trying to wait out. You know what I'm saying? Let's get a few more people to support this motherfucker. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's get a few more people to support the channel. Hit that like button. Let's get a few more likes up in this thing before y'all go. I know y'all about to roll out. Hit that like on your way out. Right now. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the build. I really did enjoy this live stream. Drop a fire emoji in the chat before we go and let me know that y'all enjoyed this live stream as well, man. With that being said, make sure y'all be safe. Make sure y'all be aware. Make sure y'all stay vigilant. It's your brother Aboriginal Power, and we out, y'all. Peace.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back, got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jam. Yeah, you know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. Is that feeling in your stomach? You can feel it coming. Is that feeling in your stomach? You can feel it coming. Yeah, you can feel it coming. Fake love, snake you in your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it. And the snake gon' show his face, cause that's how God wrote it. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote it.